Chapter 1810. Xiaohua's eyes were tightly shut, and the phoenix celestial body had already retracted into his body. After the phoenix celestial body had absorbed more than 30 days of fire essence flame crystals, the 13,200 virtual points within the celestial body actually seemed to have solidified. Within the solidification, there were some faint flames. The netherworld wind that formed the phoenix celestial body had also changed. It revolved around the 13,200 virtual points and actually formed 13,200 small wind pillars. The shape of the wind pillars looked exactly the same as the netherworld wind pillars. There were still a lot of fire essence flame crystals left in Xiaohua's meridians. After absorbing the same amount of fire essence flame crystals as last time, the Dragon Transformation Arts meridians also stopped absorbing. It was precisely because there were so many fire essence flame crystals in his meridians that Xiaohua's body was surrounded by flames. It was far from what the previous few times could compare to. Great, it really is the 18th level of qi refining. Xiaohua sensed the changes in his body and secretly rejoiced in his heart. He silently used the prairie fire cultivation technique to easily break through the barrier of the 17th level of qi refining. The scorching flames followed the circulation of true qi in the new meridians. The foundation establishment cultivation technique refined the flames into Xiaohua's own true qi. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly felt a warning in his heart. The rabbit array he laid down was actually destroyed in an instant, and the attack that destroyed the array came from Zhang below him. Who? Xiaohua was shocked. His Buddhist sense swept down without hesitation. His Buddhist sense swept through the Zhang underground area, but he didn't find any abnormalities. What's going on? Xiaohua didn't dare to cultivate anymore. Just as he was about to escape into the ground with the flames around him to investigate, the fire array closest to him was once again destroyed. Not good. Xiaohua didn't have time to escape into the ground. He immediately flew out of the cave and slapped his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal immediately flew out. Along with the cloud-suppressing seal's buzzing sound, the surrounding hot fire spiritual energy flocked into the cloud-suppressing seal. The earthen yellow brilliance was strangely dazzling. Seeing the brilliance of the cloud-suppressing seal protecting him, Xiaohua's heart felt a bit more at ease. However, he still stood in the air very vigilantly. He still released his Buddhist sense and stared straight into the cave at the same time. What is this thing? What the naked eye could see was a pitch-black dot slowly flying towards him. Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. His Buddhist sense and divine sense couldn't see it clearly. It could only be vaguely seen with the naked eye. Quick! Xiaohua didn't know why he attracted this little black dot. He hurriedly stretched out his left hand and opened his delirium eyes. Immediately, it was as if he was looking directly at the sun with his naked eyes. A dazzling feeling came from the delirium eyes. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan and immediately closed his delirium eyes. However, what he saw through the delirium breaker eye was deeply imprinted in his mind. What a strange scene. The entire space was filled with a fiery red color, and at the location of the black dot, there was a fiery red like the sun. It was abnormally bright, and it was truly out of Xiaohua's expectations. It was like the intense brilliance of the scorching sun. Fire-type spiritual energy. Fire marrow flame crystal? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization, but at the same time he thought of the fire essence flame crystal. A kind of incomparable joy filled his heart. The origin of fire. This thing that he saw in the light escape technique immediately flashed in his mind. This is the origin of fire. Xiaohua almost groaned again. He had always been thinking about how to find the origin of fire. Even in the records of the Imperial Thunder Sect's great lightning palaces, there were no traces of it. He didn't expect that it would suddenly appear while he was cultivating. Flame essence. It really is the flame essence. A crazy voice suddenly sounded from behind Xiaohua. Who? Xiaohua was shocked. His mind was shocked by the origin of fire, and he actually lost his vigilance. He didn't even know that someone had flown behind him. He clearly remembered that the Eastern Ridge Medicine Gardens array had been closed several dozen days ago. When he turned around and saw Qianyuhua, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Damn, this cultivation is even more powerful than masters. Qianyuhua didn't even look at Xiaohua. His gaze was fixed on the so-called flame essence. The passion in his eyes was even more fervent than when a man saw a naked virgin. It was a kind of naked desire. Senior, how did you come in? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly. He had a plan in mind, so he bowed and asked. Qian Yuhua didn't seem to hear and simply ignored Xiaohua. His gaze was still fixed on the origin of fire, carefully observing the trajectory of the origin of fire as it slowly moved. Xiaohua waited for a moment. When he saw that the origin of fire was closer to him, he couldn't help but be startled. He quickly flew a little further away. He knew that the fire marrow flame crystal was nothing more than the essence of fire. He had used a little and almost set himself on fire the first time. If his bones, phoenix body, and meridians hadn't absorbed the majority of it, he would have already turned into ashes. This origin of fire, how could it be so easy to endure? However, when he moved a little, the origin of fire also changed direction and flew towards Xiaohua. At this time, Qian Yuhua seemed to have just seen Xiaohua. He raised his eyes and curiously stared at the flames around Xiaohua's body. He chuckled and said, Xiaohua, what's the matter with the flames around your body? This old man seems to have only heard that you have a concealed fire physique, but I've never heard of you being able to create flames around your body. When Xiaohua heard this, he was startled. However, he still respectfully replied, Senior, may I know your name and how did you enter my Eastern Ridge Herb Garden? Hee, this old man doesn't need to tell you my name. As for how I came in, why should I tell you? You didn't tell me about the flames around your body, did you? Qian Yuhua asked with interest. Senior, do you have another token of the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden? Xiaohua asked without hesitation. Qian Yuhua clapped his hands and took out a token. A trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said, That's right, this old man does have another token. However, this old man will no longer need it in the future. While speaking, a strand of Samadhi True Fire appeared in Qian Yuhua's hand. The Samadhi True Fire, which was mixed with a fiery red color, burned the token and turned it into several strands of black smoke that dissipated in the air. Xiaohua's heart sank. His body involuntarily moved back a few feet. However, he still didn't want to give up. He glanced at the fire essence and bitterly smiled. Senior, did you come to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden for this thing that even your divine sense can't see? That's right. What do you think? Qian Yuhua smiled. It was a satisfied smile as he replied to Xiaohua with a smile. That's right. This junior doesn't know what this thing is. Moreover, this junior doesn't know who Senior is. Senior can directly take this thing away, and this junior will act as if I've never seen Senior. Xiaohua immediately replied. At the same time, he flew several feet away. Chapter 1811. Qian Yuhua seemed to be moved. He glanced at the fire essence and the burning spiritual energy in the herb garden and nodded. Good, since you are so tactful, this old man will let you go. Once this old man takes the fire essence, you can make a blood oath and this old man will leave the Eastern Ridge. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands. Senior, please. Qian Yuhua slapped his hand and took out a fist-sized ball from his storage pouch. This ball was dark blue in color and was as pure as the blue sky. Go! Qian Yuhua threw the ball and formed a seal with his hand. A deep blue light flew out from the ball and covered the fire essence like a pillar of water. Rise, as Qian Yuhua made another spell. The light wrapped around the origin of fire and then retracted again. It wanted to take the origin of fire away. However, there was a soft tearing sound, and a trace of mist rose from the deep blue light. The origin of fire came out from the mist. Xiaohua was shocked, but Qian Yuhua was unmoved. He seemed to have expected this. He pointed his finger, and the ball flew out again, blocking Xiaohua from the fire essence. The dark blue light spat out as it waited for the fire essence to enter the jar. Just as Qian Yuhua had expected, the fire origin easily entered the sphere. It didn't go around like he expected. Haha! Qian Yuhua waved his hand, and the ball immediately flew into his hand. However, the moment the ball moved, a loud kacha sound came from the ball. A deep blue brilliance flew out from the ball like a flood and mixed into the hot spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared, and the pitch-black collapse appeared outside the ball again. Ah! Xiaohua instantly understood that the fire essence was truly scorching hot, and the magic tools or treasures within the sphere were simply unable to resist the scorching heat of the fire essence, so they were simply unable to take it away. Humph! Qian Yuhua waved his hand, and the ball fell into his hand. After putting it away, he took out a 1-foot-long ruler. The ruler was surrounded by lightning. It was clearly the magic treasure of a lightning cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect. Go! Qian Yuhua snorted and waved his ruler. The rumbling sound flew into the air and turned into a rectangular ball of lightning. This lightning ball was the same as the previous one. It covered the fire origin from top to bottom. As Qian Yuhua formed hand seals, the lightning ball slowly sealed the fire origin inside. Withdraw! Qian Yuhua rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. The ball of lightning trembled and flew towards Qian Yuhua. However, to Qian Yuhua's disappointment, after the ball of lightning flew away, the fire origin continued to fly towards Xiaohua. It wasn't absorbed by the ball of lightning at all. Instead, there was a fist-sized hole in the ball of lightning. Qian Yuhua's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's face, which was surrounded by flames, revealed a trace of bitterness. He quickly flew to the side to increase the distance between him and the fire origin. Qian Yuhua's eyes narrowed after seeing Xiaohua's reaction. He clapped his hands again and took out a cauldron about 1 meter wide. Pop! It landed on the ground below him. Then Qian Yuhua waved his hand and took out a fan. Huh! Isn't this the Yang Leaf fan? Xiaohua was stunned when he saw the fan. Qian Yuhua's fan was exactly the same as his. Qian Yuhua first formed several hand seals on the cauldron. The cauldron lit up with bright flames. Then, Qian Yuhua used his spiritual power to move the Yang Leaf fan. Flames flew out from the fan and rushed into the cauldron. The flames in the cauldron suddenly transformed into the shape of fire crows. A dozen fire crows rotated in the cauldron and sucked in the surrounding fire spiritual qi. Qian Yuhua's move was indeed effective. The fire origin really stopped. However, it only stopped for a moment before it flew toward Xiaohua again. Xiaohua's heart tightened when he saw that Qian Yuhua had failed to take the fire origin and was looking at him. He had been pretending to be weak all this time because he wanted Qian Yuhua to focus on the fire origin and let his guard down. When Qian Yuhua finished collecting the fire origin, he might be able to find a chance to kill him while he was in a good mood. The fire origin was the foundation of his light escape art. There was no reason for him to leave it to others. However, the fire origin fruit was worthy of being called a mysterious object. It wasn't something a late foundation establishment cultivator like Qian Yuhua could take. Moreover, the fire origin was flying toward Xiaohua. How could Qian Yuhua not have other thoughts? Qian Yuhua looked at Xiaohua and the flames around Xiaohua's body and laughed. Great, great. Xiaohua, is your body covered in flames the reason the fire essence is looking for you? Your physique is exactly the same as this old man's. This old man has been gathering gold cores for nearly 100 years, and all kinds of methods have failed. I didn't expect that today, not only would I encounter the fire essence of my dreams, but you would also be able to see this old man. Since this is the case, this old man won't hide anything. Obediently surrender and allow this old man to seize your body. Since you obtained the fire essence, wouldn't it also be mine? Seize my body? When Xiaohua heard this, his heart tightened for no reason. Suddenly, a monstrous hatred appeared in his chest. It was as if he was extremely resentful of the word seize. Senior has been dealing with the flame essence all this time, leaving this junior out of the picture. I think you've always had this idea. Xiaohua sneered and said, this junior was still hoping that senior would let this junior live. Haha. Xiaohua, you're too naive. Qian Yuhua laughed. The fire essence is a heaven-defying treasure. Since this old man obtained it, I must rely on it to step into foundation establishment and gold core. Even nascent soul is not impossible. How could I let others know such a secret? Then, the several qi refining disciples who died in the Eastern Ridgeherb Garden were all senior's handiwork. Xiaohua's heart stirred. The other disciples? Qian Yuhua was stunned. He waved his hand and said, this old man only cares about the fire essence. What do those disciples have to do with me? If you hadn't encountered the fire essence, this old man might not have taken your life. Humph. Xiaohua snorted. How could he believe this? What was the difference between seizing his body and taking his life? Senior wants to seize my body. Hee, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Xiaohua pointed with his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal emitted a faint rumbling sound. It shrunk once again. Ha ha ha, you're just a qi refining disciple. This old man is at the peak of foundation establishment. Although seizing your body isn't as easy as seizing your body by a gold core cultivator, the chances of success are still quite high. This old man's lifespan is about to end. Why would I care about these things? Qian Yuhua slapped his forehead and released the pressure of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. It was like a huge boulder pressing down from above. Feeling the incomparably heavy pressure, Xiaohua sighed inwardly. The reason why qi refining cultivators were said to not have set foot on the path of cultivation was because they didn't have any pressure. In front of a Foundation establishment cultivator, they had no power to fight back. As long as he reached Foundation establishment, even if he was only at the early stage, his pressure should be able to resist Qian Yuhua for a while. I'll let you see this young master's power. Xiaohua also smiled coldly. That smile looked very strange in the flames around him. Xiaohua's body shook, and a phoenix battle form that was also surrounded by flames appeared. As soon as the phoenix Dharma body appeared, it immediately spread its several zhang-long wings. With a screech, the Dharma body emitted a desolate aura that blocked Qian Yuhua's pressure in midair. Good. Xiaohua felt that he couldn't move a moment ago. Although there was still a bit of pressure around his body, it was much stronger than when he first used the Vajra Dharma body to block it. This bit of pressure was practically nothing. Ah? You actually have a true spirit bloodline? Qian Yuhua was shocked. Aren't you a rogue cultivator? Go! Xiaohua didn't waste time talking nonsense with him. The phoenix Dharma body spread its wings and clawed at Qian Yuhua. Its golden claws were dazzling in the dense fire spiritual energy. With a whoosh, the phoenix Dharma body's claws streaked across the air and struck Qian Yuhua's forehead. Humph! Ignorant! Qian Yuhua sneered. He raised his left hand, and a foot-long thunder palm struck the phoenix Dharma body's claws. Ka-ka! The thunder palm's power was so great that it actually pushed the phoenix Dharma body's claws several inches higher. The phoenix Dharma body let out another screech and flapped its wings, attacking Qian Yuhua's body from the left and right. At the same time, Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal also flew through the air. As Xiaohua formed a seal, the cloud-suppressing seal trembled in the air. Several clouds fell from the cloud-suppressing seal and smashed toward Qian Yuhua with lightning speed. Ha! Qian Yuhua laughed in the face of Xiaohua's attack. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll think it's a sick cat. As he spoke, he shook his arms. His Taoist robe flashed with brilliance. As the robe rose, it actually blocked the phoenix Dharma body's wings, making a dull sound. Alas, as expected of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Xiaohua felt the same as the phoenix Dharma body. He immediately felt the dense spiritual energy in the Taoist robe. This spiritual energy was born from true essence and was far from what Xiaohua could compare to. Even though the phoenix Dharma body was powerful, it couldn't break through Qian Yuhua's defense. On one hand, Xiaohua was still using the phoenix Dharma body to resist Qian Yuhua's pressure and harass him. On the other hand, Xiaohua was using the cloud-suppressing seal, hoping to win with a magic treasure. Your magic treasure is a bit strange. Qian Yuhua immediately sensed the boundless karma of the cloud-suppressing seal, and a strange expression appeared on his face. However, it was only a slight change. He activated a secret cultivation method in his body, and the karma disappeared without a trace. Moreover, Qian Yuhua waved the sun leaf fan in his hand, and the surrounding fire spirit qi was immediately driven by the sun leaf fan. It then turned into a fire dragon and rushed toward the clouds scattered by the cloud-suppressing seal. Chapter 18:12. Whoosh! A burst of flames burned the seal. The clouds first turned red, then crimson. In the blink of an eye, they turned into nothingness as if they were burned by the flames. Xiaohua's expression changed. This was the first time he met an opponent with the cloud-suppressing seal. However, he didn't doubt that if Qian Yuhua was killed by the seal, he wouldn't be a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. While he was thinking, Xiaohua rubbed his hands and released dozens of clouds from the cloud-suppressing seal, which continued to smash towards Qian Yuhua. He waved his hand again, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew back. Xiaohua's figure rose up and grabbed the cloud-suppressing seal with his hand. With a loud shout, he first poured his spiritual energy into the cloud-suppressing seal. Then, just like the Vajra Dharma body, he gathered all his strength and smashed the cloud-suppressing seal towards Qian Yuhua. Qian Yuhua still had a smile on his face. He waved his Taoist robe to block the phoenix celestial body while gently fanning his yang leaf fan. Raging flames surged from the fan and melted the clouds of the cloud-suppressing seal. However, when the cloud-suppressing seal attacked again, The whistling wind and the faint deterrence of a Dharma treasure caused Qian Yuhua to frown. Qian Yuhua moved. He actually used the hibernating thunder escape. Before the cloud-suppressing seal smashed into his defense, he quickly dodged to the side. Contrary to Qian Yuhua's expectations, the seal didn't miss. Instead, it followed his body and smashed towards him without any decrease in momentum. "Oh, is this a spirit tool?" Qian Yuhua was stunned. Bam! The cloud-suppressing seal smashed into his arm that he couldn't dodge in time. "Ouch!" Qian Yuhua cried out in pain. The light on his arm flickered, as if it was on the verge of being annihilated. Moreover, as the cloud-suppressing seal was raised, palm-sized fragments fell from his Taoist robe. Whoosh! Qian Yuhua waved his hand, and a dragon-like flame shot out from his yang leaf fan. It surged around the seal and pushed it into the air. Hiss! Qian Yuhua couldn't help but groan. He looked at his injured arm with shame and anger. He urged his magic power, and the light on his arm surged again to protect him. However, the arm that was injured by the suppressing cloud seal was still in pain. "Xiaohua, this old man, still underestimated you." Qian Yuhua grinned evilly, but his eyes flashed with satisfaction and joy. The more outstanding Xiaohua's cultivation was, the more valuable it would be to possess him. How could he not be happy? "Sai, magic power, magic power." Xiaohua watched as Qian Yuhua took out 2 medicinal pills from his storage pouch. He swallowed one and chewed the other before spraying it on his arm. He knew that although the cloud-suppressing seal was effective, it didn't have much of an effect. Moreover, the cloud-suppressing seal was severely burned by the surging fire clouds. It flipped several times and couldn't be lowered. He couldn't help but sigh at the difference between true essence and true qi. When Qian Yuhua waved his Taoist robe and blocked Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and flew towards Qian Yuhua. Seeing Xiaohua flying towards him, Qian Yuhua was delighted. Just as he was about to cast a spell, he frowned and glanced down. "You have a lot of things, don't you? This old man forgot about you, puppet." The snake-shaped puppet flew towards Qian Yuhua's feet at the same time as Xiaohua, opening its mouth to bite Qian Yuhua's foot. "Go!" Qian Yuhua naturally didn't think that the puppet would really bite him. He kicked his foot slightly, and a hazy light flew out. Not only did it block the puppet's path, but it also sent it flying to the side. At this time, Xiaohua had also flown to Qian Yuhua's left side. Xiaohua waved his hand as if he was taking something out of his storage pouch. A rather large devil hammer appeared in his hand. As Xiaohua waved it, a wind several times fiercer than the cloud-suppressing seal appeared and smashed towards Qian Yuhua. Demonic weapon? Qian Yuhua was completely shocked. He didn't expect Xiaohua to have so many hidden methods. In a hurry, he waved his left hand and cast several spells, instantly setting up several fiery red defenses in front of him. Pa! 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 The demonic hammer hit the top of Qian Yuhua's defense. It was like smashing glass. The defense shattered into sparks and fell to the ground. "I've underestimated you." Qian Yuhua was startled. Seeing that the demonic hammer was about to hit his arm again, Qian Yuhua hurriedly used the hibernating lightning escape to dodge to the side. But at this moment, a red and green sword light suddenly flew out of the snake-shaped puppet that he had just knocked aside. It fiercely blocked the direction in which he wanted to dodge. A flying sword? Qian Yuhua knew with a sweep of his divine sense. Moreover, the boundless negative karma from the dream executioner was making the mental cultivation method in his body feel strained. Humph! Qian Yuhua knew how powerful the demonic hammer was and didn't dare to take it head-on like before. He still retreated towards the dream executioner, but with a wave of his Taoist robe, several fiery red lights appeared and blocked the dream executioner's sword. "I'll let you have a taste of my power." The demonic hammer in Xiaohua's hand didn't change. His other hand formed a sword seal, and a red and green sword light instantly split into 8. 4 of them were blocked by the red brilliance, while the other 4 pierced into Qian Yuhua's Taoist robe at an extremely fast speed. Poof! The 4 sword lights stabbed into Qian Yuhua's armpits at the same time. As the dream executioner's sword light surged, the light on Qian Yuhua's Taoist robe flashed violently. Qian Yuhua felt that something was wrong and immediately flew up. The dream executioner was actually able to pierce through Qian Yuhua's Taoist robe. It could probably leave 4 bloody marks on Qian Yuhua's body. "Go!" Xiaohua was overjoyed and also flew up. The demonic hammer was still aimed at Qian Yuhua's leg. The dream executioner paused in midair and then flew up again to chase after Qian Yuhua. Forget it. Seeing how powerful Xiao Hua was, Qian Yuhua's playful mood was long gone. He wanted to protect Xiao Hua's body and take over his body. Qian Yuhua waved his hand, and several fire dragons flew towards Xiao Hua and the dream executioner. Qian Yuhua flew to the side and first took a pill to heal himself. Then he stood in midair and pondered. The flames of the Yangye fan were indeed powerful. It actually blocked the dream executioner. Xiao Hua also had some misgivings. When the fire dragons flew towards him, he used the demonic hammer to break them apart. He didn't chase after them. During this brief pause, Xiao Hua suddenly felt a burning sensation on his back. Without any hesitation, Xiao Hua dodged to the left. He had almost forgotten that there was a fire essence chasing after him in the eastern ridge. Although it was a good thing, Xiao Hua didn't know how to use it. If he rashly came into contact with it, he would definitely be burned into nothingness like Qian Yuhua's Dharma artifact earlier. Chapter 1813. Haha. Qian Yuhua laughed from afar. Naturally, he saw the fire essence flying towards him and stopped to see if Xiao Hua was hit. When he saw Xiao Hua dodge, he slapped his hand and took out a long sword from his storage pouch. A magic tool? Xiao Hua was vigilant, but when he saw Qian Yuhua take out a magic tool, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, Qian Yuhua didn't care about Xiao Hua's doubts at all. His figure once again flew towards Xiao Hua. He waved his yang leaf fan to block the cloud-suppressing seal with one hand and slowly swung his long sword with the other. As the long sword danced, a shadow of the long sword emerged from the long sword. It gathered Qian Yuhua's magic power and pressed down on Xiao Hua with an earth-shattering force. Isn't this a magic tool? Xiao Hua was shocked and blurted out. Haha, ignorant child. Qian Yuhua sneered and waved his Taoist robe, releasing a large amount of light to block the dream executioner. With your magic power, what's the difference between using a magic tool with my magic power? Don't think that any magic tool is good. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. Seeing the sword phantoms flying towards him, he knew Qian Yuhua wasn't lying. Qian Yuhua's magic power was indeed profound. Although Xiao Hua's magic power wasn't inferior to that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, it was only true qi in his meridians and not true essence. Even if it was true essence, Qian Yuhua was a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Xiao Hua hurriedly brandished his devil hammer, wanting to block the sword images. Ka, several ear-splitting sounds rang out as the sword images all landed on the devil hammer. A huge force was transmitted from the devil hammer, shaking Xiao Hua back in the air. Xiao Hua had always used strength to break magic. Now that he met Qian Yuhua, who used magic power to exchange for strength, Xiao Hua had no choice but to suffer in front of Qian Yuhua's powerful magic power. Magic power and strength were both ordinary. Sometimes it depended on who was more powerful. Qian Yuhua laughed heartily when he saw that his sword had succeeded. He used the hibernating lightning escape to catch up with Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's figure moved. He wanted to use the bright thunder escape, but he resisted and still used ordinary flying techniques. He fled left and right, using the demonic hammer to block the longsword, while commanding the phoenix battle form to continue fighting Qian Yuhua. In the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xiao Hua was in danger several times. His phoenix celestial body was also shattered by Qian Yuhua's longsword, and he was almost caught up by the fire origin. It still won't work. Xiao Hua tried his best to resist while thinking to himself, this guy's magic power is deeper than mine. I don't see any signs of exhaustion at this moment. Moreover, the defense around his body is also very tight. My method? I'm afraid it might not be effective. Even though Dream Executioner can't hurt him, he can still wear down his defenses. This young master will have to endure for a while longer. After making up his mind, Xiao Hua's eyes turned. He felt that the devil hammer didn't have any advantage over Qian Yuhua's sword. Moreover, although his magic power couldn't compare to Qian Yuhua's, he still had a lot of fire from the fire marrow flame crystal in his meridians. Why couldn't he speed up the tempering process? With that thought in mind, Xiao Hua put away the demonic hammer, clapped his hands, and took out the yang leaf fan. Xiao Hua, you also have the yang leaf fan? Qian Yuhua grinned. You're only an aura-refining disciple, yet you dare to compete with me with a magic weapon? How do you know who's stronger if you don't try? Xiao Hua sneered. The dragonization art in his body sped up, and the Prairie Blaze Heart Sutra in his meridians sped up the tempering of the flames. The true chi generated turned into magic power and rushed into the Yang Leaf Fan. With a whoosh, Xiaohua waved the Yang Leaf Fan just like Qianyuhua. A fire dragon that wasn't inferior to Qianyuhua's flew out from the Yang Leaf Fan and rushed into Qianyuhua's sword shadow. Strange. Seeing the power of the Yang Leaf Fan, Qianyuhua was shocked. He was already shocked when Xiaohua used the cloud-suppressing seal several times to block his Yang Leaf Fan. He didn't expect Xiaohua to take out another magic weapon. Even he, a peak foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't use two magic weapons at the same time. This guy. Qianyuhua's shock didn't disappear. He thought Xiaohua was using a secret technique to summon the Yang Leaf Fan as a last-ditch struggle. He thought he only needed to hold on for a while, and Xiaohua's magic power would be exhausted, and he would lose without a fight. He didn't expect Xiaohua to not only use the cloud-suppressing seal to entangle his Yang Leaf Fan, but he also used the Dream Executioner to wear down his defense bit by bit. In the end, the Yang Leaf Fan successfully blocked his sword dance. Qianyuhua knew that his divine sense was limited, and he couldn't use two magic weapons at the same time. Therefore, he specifically looked for a suitable magic weapon for the sword dance. This sword dance had accompanied him for over 100 years, and its power wasn't inferior to an ordinary magic weapon. Just now, when he fought with Xiaohua's Devil Hammer, he saw its power. However, when Xiaohua first waved the Sun Leaf Fan, it was still a little obscure. The fire dragon in the Sun Leaf Fan was slightly damaged, and the power of the flames was far from being comparable to Qianyuhua's Sun Leaf Fan. It was difficult to deal with the sword shadows of the sword dance. Occasionally, some of the sword shadows would break through the flames and attack Xiaohua. Xiaohua had no choice but to use some strange movement skills to dodge the sword shadows. However, after a long time, Qianyuhua felt something was wrong. The fire dragon flying out of the Yang Leaf Fan became more and more round. Although the fire couldn't compare to his Yang Leaf Fan, Xiaohua's magic power didn't show any signs of exhaustion. This guy's magic power, could it be related to the flames around his body? Qianyuhua thought to himself. As soon as he entered the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's magic array, he felt that the fire spiritual energy here was too rich, and Xiaohua's body was surrounded by flames. Naturally, he had his suspicions, but he couldn't ask why. At this time, he naturally linked the two together. However, even if he knew something was wrong, Qianyuhua wouldn't retreat. His thoughts were the same as Xiaohua's. This flame essence was something he had to obtain. Moreover, Xiaohua was an aura refining cultivator, so there was no way he could escape. Therefore, a very strange situation occurred. One was a peak foundation establishment cultivator, and the other was a peak aura refining cultivator. Unexpectedly, they were locked in a fierce battle in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. What was even more strange was that the peak aura refining disciple was using two magic weapons, 8 sword lights, and a dharma body. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Moreover, the magic weapon in the aura refining disciple's hand was exactly the same as the foundation establishment cultivator's magic weapon. The two sides were evenly matched in their battle. Perhaps it was because both sides had the intention to fight, but Xiaohua was still dodging the fire essence from time to time. The battle between the two quickly went on for a day and a night. During this day and night, the two had consumed a lot of magic power. The flames around Xiaohua's body had somewhat withered, not having 70% of their previous strength. Qianyuhua had also taken many medicinal pills, so he was barely able to cope with the current situation. After such a long battle, Qianyuhua finally understood that the Xiaohua in front of him was not as simple as the Xiaohua he had inquired about. If he wasn't a peak foundation establishment cultivator and only lacked the opportunity to condense his core, he would have already been defeated by Xiaohua's endless magic power. Seeing that Xiaohua's magic power didn't show any signs of weakening, and his own magic power was nearly exhausted, and his protective magic weapon was nearly worn out by the Dream Executioner, Qianyuhua unconsciously wanted to retreat. But at that moment, a strange change occurred. Xiaohua circulated his arcane energy and waved the Sun Leaf Fan with all his might. Most of his arcane energy was formed from his own true chi, and some of it was formed from the fire marrow flame crystals that he had yet to refine. After a long period of fighting, the Sun Leaf Fan in his hand could no longer withstand the pressure. As he waved, the Sun Leaf Fan first emitted a strand of orange light, igniting itself. "This is bad," Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but complain. He threw away the yang leaf fan and immediately took out the aquamarine pearl from his space. However, right now, the Eastern Ridge is the world of fire-type spiritual energy. Xiaohua also has the fire origin chasing after him. And, not to mention the fire-type spiritual energy in Xiaohua's meridians, this aqua blue pearl can only display 20% of its power. The blue watery light couldn't block the sword dance, and several sword lights fell on Xiaohua's shoulders. With a bzung-zung sound, the spiritual armor on Xiaohua's body emitted a fiery red brilliance and blocked the sword lights. Oh my, he also has a magic weapon. Qian Yuhua was already used to this, but he was still a bit surprised. This is it. Qian Yuhua took advantage of the moment when Xiaohua withdrew the aquamarine pearl and took out the demonic hammer to throw the sword dance. It turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced towards Xiaohua's face. Then he clapped his hands and took out a shiny talisman. Qian Yuhua spat a mouthful of essence blood on the talisman, and the talisman turned purple. Go! Qian Yuhua's face darkened. He chanted a mantra, and the magic energy in his body surged into the talisman. The talisman turned into a 3-meter-long purple-red hand that grabbed at Xiaohua like a giant boulder. Ah! The giant purple hand carried an incomparable might, making Xiaohua feel like he couldn't resist. Moreover, under the giant hand, his whole body seemed to be imprisoned, making it impossible for him to resist. Xiaohua wanted to use his phoenix avatar to block the giant hand, but the giant hand was too fast, and his avatar was on the other side of Qian Yuhua. Dang! The sword dance hit Xiaohua's hastily taken out demonic hammer, and Xiaohua's figure was knocked down several feet. All right, success or failure, let's do it again. Seeing that Qian Yuhua's giant hand talisman was something he couldn't contend against, and then seeing that Qian Yuhua was a bit weak after using the talisman, Xiaohua steeled his heart and waved the devil hammer in his hand. His body suddenly moved, and the bright thunder escape that he had been holding back for a long time suddenly erupted. He rushed towards Qian Yuhua like a meteor. Ah? Bright thunder escape? Qian Yuhua's shock was not as great as before. He clearly saw that the bright thunder escape he had dreamed of was actually used by a peak chi refinement disciple. The bright thunder escape was indeed worthy of its reputation. Even as Qian Yuhua tried to use the hibernating thunder escape to escape, Xiaohua was already in front of him. Chapter 1814. Qian Yuhua was shocked when he saw the devil hammer flying toward him, but he didn't panic. Although the devil hammer was heavy and Xiaohua was strong, it couldn't break through his magic power defense. Sure enough, with a muffled bang, Qian Yuhua's body flashed with brilliance. Qian Yuhua had only used a bit of magic power, but the giant hand in the air was already chasing after him. Xiaohua's body could no longer move. Right at this moment, Xiaohua opened his mouth slightly, and another red and green ray of light shot out from his mouth. Qian Yuhua heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the same sword light. Although this sword light was aimed in the direction of the devil hammer, which was also where his heart was, he had no doubt that his protective treasure would be able to block it. Therefore, Qian Yuhua's gaze landed on the purple-red giant hand with ease. He poured all of his magic power into the giant hand. This was his last resort, and also a life-saving measure. He would not use it until the last moment. If Xiaohua had not been so strong today, he would not have used his blood essence. For a cultivator like him, who was close to the end of his life, blood essence was much more precious than magic power. Seeing that the huge hand was about to land on Xiaohua's immobile back, Qian Yuhua's body also flashed with a protective brilliance. However, the moment the brilliance flashed, the cyan-red flying sword suddenly burst into an abnormally brilliant fiery red color. The originally insignificant flying sword's aura instantly soared by more than 10 times. Qian Yuhua's magic power defense only resisted for a moment before it was completely destroyed. Not good. Qian Yuhua's divine sense could not follow the flying sword. Seeing the abnormality with the flying sword, he immediately used his divine sense secret technique and did not hesitate to use all of his magic power to mend the pen after the sheep was lost. Unfortunately, the consumable magic treasure that Xiaohua had hidden for a day and a night was refined by a golden core cultivator. Its power was too overbearing. Qian Yuhua's divine sense had only just touched the magic treasure. Even his right hand gave up on resisting the phoenix celestial body and tried to grab the magic treasure. All of this was in vain. The magic treasure hummed and disappeared into Qian Yuhua's body. With a muffled bang, a large bloody hole appeared in Qian Yuhua's chest. Not only was there a hole in his magic treasure, but his chest was also pierced through. Ah! Qian Yuhua's eyes were filled with disbelief. He stared at Xiaohua's joyful face and slightly raised his finger. He was still somewhat unwilling to fall from the sky. At the same time, the joy on Xiaohua's face disappeared as his body suddenly fell. He paid the price of falling into the trap to kill Qian Yuhua, but this trap had already landed on his back. With a loud bang, the huge hand struck Xiaohua's back at an extremely fast speed. Xiaohua's back was instantly covered with a flash of lightning. The defensive effect of the protective armor on his back had taken effect. However, the giant hand's power was too great. Following a series of crackling sounds, all of the lightning was extinguished by the giant hand. Xiaohua screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was even faster than Qian Yuhua's corpse as he was smashed into the mountain rocks of the eastern mountain. After the giant hand hit Xiaohua, a golden light flashed and it turned into a tattered spirit talisman. It floated down from the sky and floated down. Coincidentally, the fire origin also caught up with Xiaohua. Xiaohua spat out a mouthful of blood into the pitch-black void, and at the same time the red blood was burned away, the golden threads within the blood also entered the fire origin, disappearing without a trace. Then, the fire origin changed its direction and flew towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's entire body was smashed into the mountain rocks. He only felt his vision darken, and he almost fainted. Before he could even groan and move his hands and feet, a scorching heat descended from the sky, pouncing towards his back. Damn it! Is there an end to this? Xiaohua bitterly smiled and forcefully circulated his true qi and magic power. His body flew down the mountain rocks. Who would have thought that after the fire essence obtained the golden threads in Xiaohua's blood, its movement speed would actually increase? It followed Xiaohua and flew down. The mountain rocks it touched were all turned into magma in an instant. Most of them were also vaporized. Oh my god, this fire essence, how powerful is it? Xiaohua grasped the fire essence's speed and flew in front while secretly looking back. He was shocked. How do I temper such a ferocious thing in the world? Xiaohua thought about the light escape technique in his heart. It seemed to only talk about practicing the 5 elements escape technique, tempering the 7 colors of the bones, and using the 5 elements to temper the bones. As for how to temper the bones and how to use the 5 elements, it didn't mention a single word. It was as if it was an extremely easy and simple matter that was not worth mentioning. The only thing a cultivation technique needed to provide was a direction to practice. As for how to practice, it was a trivial matter. Damn it! What kind of cultivation technique is this? Xiaohua felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. This was the fire essence that even a late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator was helpless against. He wanted to temper it into his bones. How ridiculous was this? Oh right, since this foundation establishment realm cultivator came to collect the fire essence, he must have made a lot of preparations. This young master doesn't understand, but I can look for his jade slip. Xiaohua suddenly realized and immediately flew to the side of Qian Yuhua's corpse. He took out the giant hand talisman and his storage pouch. There were many things in Qian Yuhua's storage pouch. Xiaohua only took a rough look. He first took out the jade slip and looked at it for a long time. Finally, he found the content he wanted to know in an inconspicuous and mottled jade slip. However, when he finished reading the contents, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alas, this guy, he really died in vain. Xiaohua smacked his lips and looked at Qian Yuhua's corpse. He threw a fireball at it and shook his head. No wonder this guy called the fire essence when he saw it. It turns out this guy thought it was a fire essence flame crystal. This method of using the fire essence is similar to this young master's method and Zhong Yao's method. This cultivation technique can't temper a fire essence flame crystal. If this young master let him take away the fire essence, he would definitely be burned to a crisp by the fire essence. Xiaohua thought without malice. But soon after, he became worried. This fire origin was like a small tail that couldn't be shaken off. It followed him from underground to the surface, and then from the surface to the air. No matter how he tried, he couldn't shake it off. Moreover, Xiaohua also tried using the bright thunder escape to fly to another part of the eastern medicine garden in a short period of time. But although the fire origin was moving slowly, The direction it was flying in wasn't slow at all. Xiaohua simply couldn't shake it off. Chapter 1815. This is good. Xiaohua was helpless. If he didn't deal with the fire origin, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere. He could only fly around the eastern ridge herb garden and play with the fire origin. Qian Yuhua's corpse had already been incinerated, leaving only a 1-foot-long spirit armor on the ground. Xiaohua took the time to put away the spirit armor and saw a hole the size of a baby's fist in the middle of the armor. It was Xiaohua's consumable artifact that broke it. Fortunately, I had the magic tool refined by a golden core cultivator. Xiaohua still had some lingering fear. If it weren't for that magic tool, he would have been imprisoned by the golden hand. His life and death wouldn't have been up to him. Not necessarily. Don't I also have a spiritual armor? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. He then put away Qian Yuhua's sword, Yiyang fan, and the talisman he used before. Afterward, he looked at the ground and saw that there were no more traces of Qian Yuhua. Only then did he think about how to deal with the fire origin. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't know how many methods he came up with, but he didn't have absolute confidence. This thing couldn't be tested, so Xiaohua could only fly around the eastern ridge herb garden. After flying for a day and a night, when the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiaohua's body from the eastern horizon, he took in a breath of the sun's essence. When his gaze fell on his flying shadow on the ground, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be, immediately after, the scene of his mind seeing the light escape technique appeared in his mind. It was a figure that looked like a human, but not a human. It was currently raising its hands and gesturing with its feet. Xiaohua couldn't understand its movements. Big Dipper Divine Fist? Xiaohua somewhat understood. But, if I practice the Big Dipper Divine Fist on my own, then how will I refine the fire origin? Xiaohua was confused again. However, he couldn't not do it. His current thoughts were the closest to the truth. Moreover, they were somewhat similar to the light escape technique. After contending with the fire origin for a while, Xiaohua landed on the ground. He looked at the fire origin and held his breath. When he was about 1 qi away from the fire origin, Xiaohua spread his arms and moved his feet on the ground. This was the starting stance of the Big Dipper God Fist. As Xiaohua struck out with the Big Dipper God Fist, a warm current emerged from Xiaohua's left foot and began to slowly temper his bones along with his moves. Xiaohua stared at the gradually approaching pitch-black hole. He was waiting for anything to go wrong, and he would immediately jump up. However, a miraculous scene appeared. The origin of fire first slowly flew towards Xiaohua's body, and Xiaohua could almost feel the incomparable heat of the origin of fire. Just as Xiaohua was about to give up, the origin of fire actually slowed down and finally stopped. There's hope! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He didn't dare to stop his starting stance, and immediately followed up with the second move. However, the second move required him to use his fist. If the fire origin didn't move, Xiaohua probably wouldn't be able to use the second move. At this moment, the fire origin moved, as if there was a suction force emerging from the bottom of Xiaohua's left foot. The fire origin rushed into the ground at an even faster speed than before. Soon after, it followed Xiaohua's bones, where the warm current had appeared and entered. Ah! Suddenly, a pain that Xiaohua had never felt before came from his left foot. The fire origin seemed to be melting Xiaohua's bones inch by inch. Inch by inch, the bones were peeled off from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's entire body was trembling. Beads of sweat, which had never appeared before, covered his entire body. The Eastern Ridge's medicinal garden was no longer in front of his eyes. His entire body seemed to have fallen into a scorching, tearing space. Xiaohua's arms and legs were trembling. He was almost unable to continue with the Big Dipper Divine Fist, but his heart was like a mirror. The Big Dipper Divine Fist was his life-saving straw. At this moment, it was different from usual. He couldn't be the slightest bit careless. As long as there was a single mistake in the Big Dipper Divine Fist, the fire origin would immediately turn his bones into nothingness. Therefore, he forced himself to endure, and his teeth creaked as he clenched them. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was an aura-refining cultivator after all. His patience was really limited. As his arms trembled, the warm current faintly seemed to be about to stop. In his panic, Xiaohua suddenly remembered the Buddhist sect's Vajradharma body. Now he couldn't care too much. His body shook, and the Phoenix Dharma body immediately broke free from his body. With a resounding cry, It spread its wings in midair. As soon as the Phoenix Dharma body appeared, the pain in Xiaohua's bones seemed to lessen by half. The warm current continued to move forward. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. At the same time, the Buddhist sect's Heart Sutra began to circulate without caring about anything else. The Phoenix Dharma body also began to dance along with Xiao Huabei's fighting god fist in midair. The Heart Sutra that Xiaohua used was naturally wrong. It didn't have any benefits for the Phoenix Dharma body's cultivation. However, it was quite effective in eliminating the pain. Moreover, as the Heart Sutra circulated, the 132 million slightly condensed dots in the Phoenix Dharma body actually slowly pulled apart. The entire Phoenix Dharma body gradually grew larger. Since the pain had lessened, Xiaohua's heart also calmed down. Although the bones seemed to disappear every time the fire origin passed by, Xiaohua still stood on the eastern ridge and continued to perform the Big Dipper magical fist. Therefore, Xiaohua was very much looking forward to seeing what the fire origin would look like after tempering the bones. Xiaohua might be able to see it with his delirium eyes, but he didn't have time to spare at this moment. The pitch-black collapse of the fire origin passed through Xiaohua's bones. Every time it passed, Xiaohua's bones, which had already returned to their original gray-white color, once again turned scarlet-red. However, this scarlet-red color was only 99%. Moreover, the scarlet-red color wasn't spread evenly. The scarlet-red color was formed by thin red threads. The pitch-black collapse passed through the bones, and the bones that passed through all emitted a transparent color. The red threads began to spread and began to merge with each other. It was as if the red color was gradually sprinkling on Xiaohua's bones. However, the fire origin passed through too quickly. The red fusion wasn't completely uniform, and also didn't completely fill up all the white areas. Very quickly, the 108 moves of the Big Dipper magical fist were finished. Xiaohua didn't dare to stop. With a wave of his hand, he began to perform the Big Dipper magical fist from the end to the end. The fire origin followed the warm current and tempered the bones once again. When the complete Big Dipper magical fist was finished, Xiaohua faintly felt that the pain had lessened by a bit. Moreover, he could also feel that his bones had also improved a bit. Continue. Xiaohua made a decision without the slightest hesitation. His hands and feet didn't stop as he continued to perform the Big Dipper magical fist. Over and over again, every time he struck, the heart-wrenching pain would lessen a little bit, and his bones would appear a little bit more. After striking 360 times, which was the number of cycles, the pain finally disappeared without a trace. The instant Xiaohua stopped, an incomparably comfortable feeling spread out from his bones. Xiaohua felt as if he was about to ascend to the heavens, as if he was about to become an immortal. At this time, all the bones in Xiaohua's body were completely red. Moreover, they were almost red and transparent. Roar! Xiaohua didn't hesitate to let out a long roar. Following his long roar, the Phoenix Dharma body, which was already 10 zhang in size, also let out a long roar. Ha ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. Just as he was about to withdraw his Dharma body, pain came from the bones of his left foot again. This pain was different from before. It was actually the pain of his flesh being torn apart. Damn it, Xiaohua grimaced and cursed. Why? Is it not done again? Fortunately, Xiaohua had already experienced incomparable pain just now. This pain was still bearable. Knowing that the Big Dipper magical fist wouldn't work anymore, Xiaohua simply sat down cross-legged, just like when he was refining the fire essence and flame crystal. He still operated the Buddhist Heart Sutra and let the Phoenix Dharma body cultivate outside his body. The fire origin was also strange. The path it traveled was very regular. It started from one of the small dots in Xiaohua's body, one after another, one after another. Everywhere it passed, the small black dot would give birth to a wisp of black flame. Then, the flame would be annihilated by the black dot. As the flame was annihilated, the black dot turned red, the same color as Xiaohua's bones. After an unknown amount of time, the fire origin passed through all the 132 million small dots that made up Xiaohua's body. These small dots all turned red. But this wasn't the end. Just as the last small dot turned red, the fire origin actually flew out of Xiaohua's body and rushed towards the Phoenix Dharma body. At this time, the Phoenix Dharma body was already 20 zhang in size. When the fire origin entered the Phoenix Dharma body, the Phoenix Dharma body also shook violently and almost collapsed in an instant. Xiaohua felt the same way. His entire body trembled again. Buddhist sect, Buddhist sect. Xiaohua couldn't help but tremble. He shouted in his heart and did his best to operate the Buddhist Heart Sutra. The time taken was several times longer than before, and the fire origin had also walked through the 132 million virtual points of the Phoenix celestial body. The small dots of the Phoenix Dharma body were originally empty. After passing through the fire essence and flame crystal, they showed signs of condensing. At this time, they had completely condensed and emitted a bewitching red brilliance. This time it should be over, right? Xiaohua didn't have much confidence in himself. This was because he knew that the heat of the fire origin source was still in the Phoenix Dharma body. If this heat didn't disappear, then the fire origin source wouldn't be used up. Sure enough, the fire origin rushed into Xiaohua's meridians. Xiaohua almost cried. The pain of bones melting and flesh tearing had passed. Now, it was time for the pain of meridians splitting. Helpless, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and didn't withdraw the Phoenix Dharma body back into his body. The dragon transformation art circulated. This dragon transformation art was originally circulated automatically by Xiaohua using the blood shadow art. At this time, under Xiaohua's gaze, the fire origin followed the circulation of the dragon transformation art and unhurriedly tore apart Xiaohua's originally incomparably tough meridians. Chapter 1816. Fortunately, it was night at this time. When Xiaohua closed his eyes, the stars in the sky shrouded him as usual. The power of the stars in the sky nourished Xiaohua's meridians like rain, causing them to once again be tenacious between tearing and healing. Of course, after being tempered by the fire origin, Xiaohua's original meridians were completely integrated with the dragon vein, forming a single meridian. And this meridian was covered with crimson. Just like a fire dragon, after an unknown period of time, all of Xiaohua's meridians were completely tempered. However, just as the fire origin was about to pass through the hidden meridians and rush into the middle dantian that was connected to the meridians, a mysterious fluctuation suddenly appeared in Xiaohua's space. Heavenly Tao? Xiaohua was shocked. He clearly felt that this fluctuation had a great connection with the heavenly Tao that he would take time to comprehend every day. As soon as the fire origin touched this fluctuation, it immediately rushed into Xiaohua's space as if it had heard its mother's call. Its speed was much faster than before. Pain. Xiaohua felt the heat all the way up, and there was only one thought in his mind. Oh no, there's still one more. When the fire origin reached the Buddha fire, Xiaohua suddenly remembered that he still had the empty shell of the spirit fire in the demon realm. Now that he had the fire origin, wouldn't he be able to ignite the spirit fire? In a flash, Xiaohua quickly moved the spirit fire to the fire origin. With a tongue, the entire spirit fire was ignited, showing an extremely pure red color. The red color was so pure that it was almost transparent, and it was so beautiful that it could frighten people's souls. Great! Xiaohua saw that the spirit fire was ignited, and he was overjoyed. He placed the spirit fire back into his body to nourish it, and then paid attention to the fire origin. Since then, he had obtained endless benefits from the fire origin source, and he was already extremely satisfied. However, based on his intuition, Xiaohua felt that the fire origin source hadn't been consumed much. In fact, it was as if it hadn't been consumed at all. Since it was not consumed, how could Xiaohua send the fire origin away? Could it enter the space? Oh no, little yellow! My spiritual grass. My spirit stones. Xiaohua suddenly thought that the fire origin was so hot. As long as it entered the space, wouldn't everything turn into nothingness? What should we do? The space is filled with Xiaohua's treasures. Xiaohua panicked. He quickly immersed his consciousness into the space, wanting to move Goldie out of the space first. But everything was too late. When Xiaohua's mind entered the space, the fire origin also followed the fluctuations and entered the space. Alas! Xiaohua sighed and prepared to welcome the calamity of the space. Rumble. Sure enough, the entire space started to shake. It was a kind of shaking that was close to the shaking of mountains and earth. Although Xiaohua's mind was formless, it was still shaking endlessly. Then, the pitch-black collapse gradually enlarged from a small dot. At the same time, it rapidly moved towards the higher part of the space. A kind of desire, a kind of joy, and a kind of peace filled the entire space. That pitch-black dot enlarged at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it submerged Xiaohua's mind and filled the entire space. At this moment, that joyful aura disappeared again. Another kind of wild, scorching, fearless, pursuing, and rampant will wreaked havoc in the entire space. This is fire. The true fire origin. The golden threads in Xiaohua's blood were absorbed by the fire origin, and his mind was submerged in the fire origin. It was extremely easy for him to sense the true essence of the fire origin. Previously, all the bone tempering, body condensation, and red spirit fire were only the appearance of the fire origin. They were not the essence of the fire origin at all. The reason why the fire origin became an origin was because it was the beginning of fire. It contained the will of fire, the spirit of fire, and the origin of fire. This was a part of the heavenly Tao. This was the most precious part of the fire origin. If Xiaohua only obtained the previous benefits and threw away the fire origin, then it would be like picking up a sesame seed and throwing away a blade of grass. When the heavenly Tao contained within the fire origin was infinitely enlarged in the space, the fluctuations of the heavenly Tao strengthened again. The fire origin that had already turned into the heavenly Tao was sucked into the starry sky and fused with the heavenly Tao in the space. Rumble! The entire space shook again. Flames suddenly appeared, and the entire starry sky was lit up. Xiaohua's mind was in the space. He could even feel the heavenly Tao burning in the starry sky. His mind was like an ant, looking up at the boundless volcano. Although there was no hope of conquering this volcano, but the volcano was deeply engraved in the mind of an ant. Xiaohua's mind was also burning. It burned without pain, and it burned with joy. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua's mind suddenly woke up. It seemed like he had been reborn, but it also seemed like he had just woken up. The flames that stretched across the entire sky had long disappeared. The heavenly Tao's starry sky above the space was a lot brighter. Many places that were previously blurry were now clear. The orbits between the stars were also clear. Xiaohua even had a feeling that he was in the starry sky. Great! Great! At this moment, Xiaohua was already indescribably happy. He already somewhat understood the reason. It should be the heavenly Tao contained within the fire origin that had fused with the heavenly Tao's starry sky. The fire origin had absorbed the golden threads in Xiaohua's blood and brought Xiaohua's thoughts and other things into the heavenly Tao. This was far stronger than when Xiaohua only immersed his mind in the heavenly Tao to cultivate. Of course, this was only Xiaohua's own understanding. As for whether it was true or not, how could he say for sure? Mother! Little Yellow's voice rang out. Xiaohua instantly came to his senses and was overjoyed. He smiled and said, "Are you all right? Little Yellow?" "Of course I'm fine." "Mother, why did you come in? Are you taking me out to play?" Little Yellow asked. "Hee, didn't you feel anything different just now?" "Yes, as soon as Mother came in, the ground started to shake, and then the sky started to burn. After that, Mother fell asleep." "How long did Mother sleep?" "In a while." After Little Yellow answered, Xiaohua was amused. Of course, how could Little Yellow know how long she had slept? Let's go out," Xiaohua said with a smile. Squeak, squeak. Little Silver also seemed to understand. He had just been hugging his two paws and staying next to Little Yellow, but at that moment, he scurried onto Little Yellow's back. When Xiaohua's mind left the space, everything in front of him had changed again. The flames that had been hovering around him earlier had now completely disappeared into his meridians. The Prairie Fire mantra was still running inside his body, and his cultivation had already reached the middle stage of level 18 of the Qi refinement realm. Furthermore, the chaotic and violent spirit Qi of heaven and earth in East Ridge's herb garden had already calmed down, and that scorching heat had also disappeared. Chapter 1817. It seems that the changes in the Eastern Ridge herb garden were caused by the origin of fire. This kind of vision must have landed in. Who is this guy? Xiaohua thought and was about to take out the token from his storage pouch, but when his hand touched the token, his heart stirred. True Samadhi fire appeared in his hand and instantly burned Qian Yuhua's token into nothingness. Who cares who he is? I don't want to know. If I do, it'll be a knot in my heart. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Anyway, I just need to kill a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. This guy must have seen the vision in the Eastern Ridge herb garden and thought of the so-called fire essence. He wanted to use the fire essence to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. But how did he know the origin of fire had appeared? Xiaohua thought and his eyes turned. His figure escaped into the ground. When he carefully investigated, He found the formation Qian Yuhua had set up. Good, this guy really put in a lot of effort. Such a big formation. I don't know how long he set it up. Xiaohua was flabbergasted. And he said those aura-refining disciples weren't killed by him. He must have been afraid that people would discover his formation and kill them, so they didn't dare to come over. The token for the herb garden's formation must have been taken away by him at that time. This guy actually knows how to set up formations. He must have these jade slips in his storage pouch. Xiaohua was delighted and thought, no wonder Chang Huan and the others like to kill people for their belongings. Every time they kill someone, they get endless benefits. How could it not attract him to kill people? It's just that this guy is a late-stage Foundation establishment senior. He seems to be from the Heavenly Thunder Palace. This guy's death will definitely cause a lot of panic. His things should all be stored in the space. Xiaohua knew the importance of Qian Yuhua's storage pouch. He threw everything into the space and burned the storage pouch with true samadhi fire. Seeing the huge storage pouch get destroyed, Xiaohua's heart ached, but there was nothing he could do. This storage pouch couldn't be put into a storage pouch, and he couldn't. Thinking that the storage pouch couldn't be put into a storage pouch and couldn't be put into the space, Xiaohua was stunned and thought, storage pouches can't be put into storage pouches. But who said they can't be put into the space? Why am I acting up again? Don't jump to conclusions without trying. Thinking of this, Xiaohua untied a storage pouch from his waist and took out all the things he had hidden. With a thought, the storage pouch was smoothly put into the space without any changes. Haha, that's great. Xiaohua laughed, then pulled out his bag of holding to try again. The result was the same. Damn it, if I had known earlier that storage bags could be stored in the space, why would I have burned them? Looking at the ashes of the storage bag that had just been burned, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Little Yellow and Little Silver seemed to be very fresh. The two little things flew around East Ridge's herb garden and seemed to be having a lot of fun. So Xiaohua didn't put them into his space. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Although the origin of fire caused a great commotion, its effects were all basic. Xiaohua had entered the middle stage of the 18th layer of the aura refining realm, and its effects were still in the fire marrow flame crystal. If he wanted to increase his magic power, he still had to temper the fire marrow flame crystal. A few more days passed. Xiaohua sensed that the formation was moving, so he withdrew his command token with the intention of opening the formation. However, the command token was actually ineffective. Oh no! Xiaohua immediately understood why Qian Yuhua had burned the other command token and said that he wouldn't need it anymore. It turned out that this guy had already tampered with the formation. I'm trapped inside. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and flew out again to carefully inspect the formation. Xiaohua had already set up the Heavenly Fire formation and refined the Rabbit Talisman before, so he had some understanding of formations. Moreover, Qian Yuhua had acted in a hurry, so he only changed the key areas and left most of the formation untouched. Xiaohua referred to Qian Yuhua's formation Jade Slip as the foundation and used more than 10 days to restore the formation of East Ridge's herb garden. When Xiaohua opened the formation, 2 crimson communication talismans flew in. They were both messages from Xiangyang in Myriad Thunder Valley. The first communication talisman said, Junior Brother Xiao, Junior Brother Cui has already sent back a thunder sound transmission talisman. He has already established his foundation and will return in 5 days. Master is very happy and wants us to go to the mountain gate to welcome him. The second communication talisman said, Junior Brother Xiao, Junior Brother Cui has already returned. Master is preparing to hold a celebration in Myriad Thunder Valley in 10 days. You have to come early. Last time you didn't come and didn't send a communication talisman, so Master was very angry. I said that you sent a communication talisman and were in seclusion, but Master didn't say anything. This time, Master said that no matter what kind of seclusion you are in, you have to come to the celebration. After all, this is a joyous event that hasn't happened in Myriad Thunder Valley in 100 years. You have to come early. Don't make Master angry again. Xiaohua rubbed his hands, and the 2 communication talismans turned into ashes. He thought to himself, eldest senior brother is wholeheartedly protecting me, but Master, because Junior Brother Cui established his foundation, he doesn't care whether I'm in seclusion or not. I'm afraid. He has already forgotten whether I can establish my foundation or not. What's the point of me going there? Alas, what a pity. I'm a disciple of Myriad Thunder Valley. Master has a plan, so I can't not go. Xiaohua sighed and turned to look at Eastern Ridge. A year ago, I thought I could stay in Eastern Ridge for a while longer. Now that the origin of fire has disappeared, the fire-type spiritual energy won't be as dense as before. I'm afraid Shaoyan grass won't be able to grow in the future. However, there are still other spiritual plants. I also have puppets in my space, so it'll be easy to plant more spiritual plants. Just as he was thinking this, another thunder sound transmission talisman flew over from a distance. Xiaohua frowned and took a look. It was the third sound transmission talisman from eldest senior brother Xiangyang. Junior brother Xiao, what the hell are you doing? Are you really going to establish your foundation? If not, hurry over. Today is junior brother Chui's celebration. Master already flew into a rage when he didn't see you this morning. Ah? It's actually today. Xiaohua thought the sound transmission talisman had already been sent for a long time, but he didn't expect it to only be a dozen or so days ago. Thus, without thinking, he called for Little Yellow and Little Silver to enter the space. He sealed the array in Eastern Ridge's medicine garden and used the Bright Thunder escape to fly along a shortcut to Myriad Thunder Valley. The path Xiaohua was flying on was the shortest, but there was also a forbidden area of the Imperial Thunder sect on it. This was the black-gray mark on the token, and at the same time, Xiangyang had very solemnly warned him not to approach it no matter what. In the past, when Xiaohua flew to and fro Myriad Thunder Valley, he would always avoid it. Today, in order to be faster, he was taking a risk. Fortunately, when Xiaohua flew past the forbidden area, he didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It was only after he had flown far away that the faint rumbling of thunder from the Bright Thunder escape reached a secret place in the forbidden area. A palm-sized thing with faint green patterns on its body trembled slightly, as if it had just been awakened from a deep sleep. Xiaohua anxiously rushed to Myriad Thunder Valley. He didn't dare release his divine sense rashly, but when he landed in front of Helpless Cave Dwelling, there was still no divine sense. Moreover, the front of Helpless Cave Dwelling was the same as usual, and there wasn't any jubilant atmosphere at all. Xiaohua looked at the quiet cave dwelling in puzzlement. His divine sense swept over it, but there was a restriction protecting it, so he couldn't see clearly. Strange. Xiaohua immediately flew to Xiangyang's cave dwelling, but there was also no one there. Strange. Did something big happen? Xiaohua suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. After all, this guy had killed several disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Could it be that someone had come to find him? But, even if they found him, we still have to go to the Eastern Mountain Range? Xiaohua was puzzled, so he quickly sent a thunder sound transmitting talisman. The sound transmitting talisman had just flown out, but it immediately flew back. It was from Xiangyang, stating his location. I'm confused. Xiaohua slapped his forehead, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Foundation establishment cultivators all have their own cave dwellings. Since junior martial brother Chui has built his foundation, he naturally has to live in his own cave dwelling. How could the celebration still be held in master and senior martial brother's cave dwelling? Soon after, Xiaohua flew up again, still using ordinary flying techniques, and flew towards Di Hongshan's cave dwelling. After a short while, a small cave dwelling appeared in front of Xiaohua in a place filled with spiritual energy. That cave dwelling was exactly halfway up the mountain. There were some green pines and green cypresses on the left side, but there were even more green bamboos as thick as a bowl. Wherever the wind passed, there was a rustling sound, like the soft whispers of waves. Good. I didn't expect junior martial brother Chui to be such an elegant person. Xiaohua looked at the cave dwelling, which had a completely different style from Xiangyang's cave dwelling, and couldn't help but feel surprised. At this time, on the cave stone wall, there were actually several large bright red lanterns hanging. A long red cloth wrapped around the entrance of the cave dwelling, just like a secular family's wedding ceremony. Not far from the entrance, that azure ape was also looking left and right, bored to death. Xiaohua looked at Di Hongshan's cave dwelling, and in his mind, Qian Diheng unconsciously appeared. In his mind, Qian Diheng was also wearing red and green clothes, with an extremely awkward appearance. Haha, Xiaohua thought of this and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Humph, a sneer sounded in Xiaohua's ear. It was Xiangyang's extremely angry voice. Xiaohua was startled, and hurriedly descended from midair. At the same time, Xiangyang's familiar divine sense swept over. Junior martial brother Xiao. Seeing Xiang Yang rush out, he hurriedly blinked at Xiao Hua and said, "How was your seclusion this time? Did you make any progress?" Progress? Xiao Hua said in his heart, "What progress? I just casually used the fire origin to temper my bones. And while I was at it, I also killed a late Foundation establishment old bastard." But the expression on his face was just as Xiang Yang thought, somewhat gloomy, and he sighed, "It's a long story, senior martial brother." Hee, since it's a long story, then don't say it. Xiang Yang was secretly happy in his heart, and hurriedly blocked Xiao Hua's words, saying with a smile, "Foundation establishment isn't a simple matter. Earlier, I already told you the things you need to pay attention to clearly. Among them, the most important thing is to not be impatient. If you can go into seclusion, then go into seclusion. If you can travel, then travel. This is the way to relax. Now my 10,000 Thunder Valley has another junior martial brother who has reached Foundation establishment. This is a big matter for 10,000 Thunder Valley, so your seclusion can be put aside first. Let him come in." A helpless voice sounded beside the two people's ears. "Yes, this disciple understands." Xiang Yang blinked his eyes and hurriedly replied. Chapter 1818. When Xiao Hua followed Xiang Yang into Di Hongshan's Immortal's Cave, he realized that the Immortal's Cave wasn't big, but the inside of the Immortal's Cave was huge. Xiao Hua couldn't see the inside of the Immortal's Cave, but there were several jade chairs in the hall. Helpless, Zhou Minghui, and a few other cultivators were sitting on them. Beside them were some jade tables with some spirit fruits and spirit wine on them. On both sides of the hall, there were also some cultivators sitting on 2 rows of jade chairs. They were Di Hongshan's group. At this moment, Di Hongshan was whispering to these cultivators, laughing from time to time. He didn't seem to care about Xiao Hua's arrival. Beside Di Hongshan and the rest, there were also some fragrant spiritual herbs placed near the jade table. There were even some gorgeous flowers decorating the surroundings of the hall. Motherfucker, he really does have some background. Xiao Hua sighed as he looked at the scene. Why did you only come now? Xiang Yang, who was sitting on one of the chairs in the hall, asked coldly. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Disciple is untalented. I was in seclusion during this time. The summoning talisman sent by eldest senior brother. Humph. Even if you were in seclusion, you still had to receive the summoning talisman. If I sent you a message, would you dare not come? Helpless asked again. Disciple, not waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, Helpless cut him off. Since you went out for several years and went through life and death situations, you still haven't built your foundation. You should stop and think about why you can't build your foundation. How can someone like you who only knows how to cultivate in seclusion succeed? Your junior brother Cui has built his foundation and returned to the mountain. Such a big event. All the disciples of my myriad Thunder Valley went to welcome him. Only you weren't there. Moreover, your junior brother Cui's foundation building ceremony is so important. Only your eldest senior brother and eldest senior brother's wife are busy. Do you think it's appropriate? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and bowed. Disciple obviously knows it's inappropriate. But Disciple really didn't know that junior brother Cui built his foundation so quickly. Humph, you think everyone is like you. Helpless sneered. This is your senior brother who failed to build his foundation? He looks like he's in such a sorry state. Not only is his hair gone, even his eyebrows are gone. Looks like an unlucky guy. He's not even as good as your eldest senior brother. He's also an aura refiner. You're also an aura refiner. What do you have to say about him? Tisk tsk, I am a descendant of a cultivation family. How can I not build my foundation? It was just that the time wasn't right yet. Compared to those rogue cultivators who have cultivated for more than 10 years and still haven't built their foundation, they are more than 100 times stronger. The several disciples beside Di Hongshan were obviously on good terms with him, and they spoke without any scruples. Although they spoke in a low voice, everyone in the Immortal's Cave was a cultivator, so who couldn't hear them? When these words fell into Xiao Hua's ears, it did not mean much. However, when Xiao Hua heard these words, his expression had already become somewhat unnatural. Helplessness, is this the disciple you accepted last time? The old man sitting in the middle beside Helplessness said with a smile. That's right, it's him. Helplessness said, almost gnashing his teeth. The one I chose that day was Wang Yunxiao, but Jinyue beat me to it and took him as his disciple. I had no choice but to accept him. Yes, Xiaohua is also not bad. I heard that he suppressed the disciples of the Cleansing Flower sect at the Feather Immortal Assembly and brought a strange treasure back to the Imperial Thunder sect. The old man said with a smile. Humph, what's the use of having? Helplessness smiled apologetically. When he came back, he showed signs of building his foundation. I even specially sent Xiangyang to protect him. However, I heard from Xiangyang that this guy's foundation building momentum was not small, but in the end, he just couldn't complete it. I don't need to say the reason, but senior brother also knows. It's definitely because his cultivation method is not thorough, and he places too much importance on external objects. Yes, the old man nodded. We know about these things, and the disciples of the immortal clans also know. As a rogue cultivator, Xiaohua probably doesn't know. You should teach him more. I naturally said that. Helplessness smiled apologetically. Unfortunately, this guy never listens. Then, he turned to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, why haven't you come to greet Senior Zhen Mo yet? Seeing Helplessness's respectful appearance, and also calling him senior brother, Xiaohua immediately knew that this Zhen Mo was a foundation-building senior of the Thunder-Shaking Palace. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets Martial Uncle Zhen Mo. Yes, stand up. Zhen Mo waved his hand and said very kindly, I'm the same as you. I've also been at the peak of the foundation-building realm for more than 100 years, but I still can't condense my gold core. I know you, and I know the anxiety in your heart. You want to build your foundation at all costs. However, cultivating the Tao is not only about diligence, but also about luck. Without luck, even if you cultivate for 1,000 years, it'll be in vain. Martial Uncle Zhen is indeed amiable and approachable. Xiaohua didn't say anything, but Di Hongshan said with a smile first, I've often heard Ancestor talk about Martial Uncle's graceful bearing, but I still don't believe it. A peak foundation-building cultivator is exactly what we juniors admire the most. Now it seems that Ancestor's description is still inferior to seniors by a lot. It really makes me inconceivable. Ancestor? Xiaohua instantly understood. This Zhen Mo probably had an old relationship with the Cui family of Kuan Yu. Today, he specially came to support Di Hongshan. No wonder he never heard Xiangyang mention that he had a particularly good martial uncle in the Thunder-Shaking Palace. Alas, speaking of your ancestor, that was a matter of more than 100 years ago. Of course, I met your ancestor in one of the 10 great danger zones, Weeping Moon Abyss, and even fought with him. Yes, my Cui family's ancient records still record that battle. Di Hongshan said with a smile, they say that friendship grows after a fight. However, Ancestor said that if it weren't for Martial Uncle's broad-mindedness, he probably wouldn't have been able to return. Ha ha ha, your ancestor overpraises me. Thinking about how he was actually recorded in the ancient records of the Cui family of Kuan Yu and praised by hundreds of generations, Zhen Mo himself was a peak foundation establishment cultivator. He couldn't help but beam with joy. It's all the preposterous actions of youth and vigor. Unexpectedly, this old man really can't accept it. Soon after, Zhen Mo's voice naturally turned to Di Hongshan. He threw Xiaohua to the side, and Helplessness whispered to a cultivator next to him. That cultivator sat next to Zhen Mo, and was also a guest. He was a cultivator with the same cultivation as Helplessness. Seeing that he was being ignored, Xiaohua walked in front of Zhuo Minghui and Yan Qinglian. After bowing in greeting, he stood to the side and quietly listened to their conversation. After a moment, he heard Zhuo Minghui transmit her voice. Xiaohua, today is the opening day of the Hongshan Palace. You have to take out a gift. If you haven't prepared one, I have one here. Find an excuse and leave. I will give it to you. Oh, there's no need. Master's wife, Disciple has prepared one here. In a moment, Disciple will give it to junior martial brother Cui. Let him grow some face. Xiaohua was stunned at first, then nodded. Chapter 1819. That's good, Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. My myriad Thunder Valley has few disciples, and there's usually no celebration. Your master also doesn't have any good friends. Today, there's finally some excitement. Although they're all Hongshan's old friends, it can still be considered lively. If you have something good to take out, it can also give your master face. There were many things in Xiaohua's space, and it wasn't like there weren't any that were suitable for early-stage foundation establishment. Just as Xiaohua was pondering, he heard an awe-inspiring voice again. Hongshin, you've already reached foundation establishment, but your master still has disciples who haven't reached foundation establishment yet. You can guide them and share your experience of foundation establishment with others. Yes, this junior understands, Di Hongshin said with a face full of smiles. Hearing this, Xiaohua stepped forward and said with a smile, Junior Martial Brother Cui, congratulations on reaching foundation establishment. I have prepared a gift here, please kindly accept it. Saying this, Xiaohua was about to take out an item from his space that was effective for early-stage foundation establishment and could give Di Hongshin a lot of face. Unexpectedly, Di Hongshin waved his hand and said with a smile, Xiaohua, what did you call I just now? What? Xiaohua's hand froze, and he subconsciously said, What? Junior Martial Brother Cui? I called you. Di Hongshin's face was full of pride as he said with a smile, Xiaohua, this form of address is naturally fine before this humble Taoist left the sect to gain experience. But now that this humble Taoist has succeeded in building his foundation, if we follow the rules of my Xiaoyu continent, you have to address this humble Taoist as senior. Of course, in my Imperial Thunder sect, I also know the rules of the sect. You and I are both master's disciples, so we can call each other senior and junior martial brothers. However, do you think you can call I junior martial brother Cui? This. Xiaohua's face flushed red. He had always called Xiang Yang eldest senior martial brother, and at the same time, he also knew that foundation establishment cultivators were seniors, but he never thought that Di Hongshin would make things difficult for him on the spot. Xiaohua glanced at Di Hongshin. There was no expression on Di Hongshin's face, as if what Di Hongshin said was a matter of course. Then he looked at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang frowned slightly, as if he was unhappy. As for the several cultivators beside Di Hongshin, they had smiles on their faces as they watched with interest. What about you? This young master has just killed a late foundation establishment, Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivator. You are but a mere early foundation establishment, Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivator, and you actually want this young master to call you senior brother? Extreme disgust arose in Xiaohua's heart. Seeing Xiaohua's distressed state, he helplessly said, Xiaohua, in the cultivation world, those who reach the top are the teachers. Since Hongshin reached the foundation building stage before you, he's a senior. You can't avoid this title. Since Hongshin doesn't want you to call him senior, you can just call him senior. No one else can interfere. Haha, junior brother Xiao doesn't seem to be able to say the word senior brother. A foundation establishment cultivator next to Di Hongshin smiled and said, I have an idea. If junior martial brother Xiao and junior martial brother Cui exchange pointers, junior martial brother Xiao only needs to defeat junior martial brother Cui, and he won't be called senior martial brother anymore. Yuan Tua, what are you talking about? The late foundation establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivator next to him scolded. How can you casually exchange pointers with your fellow disciples? Haha, master, this disciple is just joking. The early foundation establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivator immediately smiled apologetically and said, Junior Martial Brother Hongshin just said that Junior Martial Brother Xiao defeated all the heroes in the Feather Immortal Assembly and won the heart of Fairy Hong Xia from the Washing Flower sect. We are all envious, and a few of us still want to exchange pointers with Junior Martial Brother Xiao. That's right, Senior Martial Brother Xiao. This little brother has long admired your ability. Why don't you give this little brother a chance? A peak 12th layer Qi refining disciple next to Di Hongshin said with a smile. Xiaohua's gaze was calm. He looked straight at that disciple and said expressionlessly, I never exchange pointers with fellow disciples. If Junior Martial Brother is interested, you and I can go to the Thunder Arena. Thunder Arena? Hearing this, that disciple's expression changed slightly. Little brat, he helplessly scolded. Your senior martial brother Cui is having a good day. Why are you mentioning the Thunder Arena? Why aren't you apologizing to your senior martial brother? Haha, master, there's no need. Di Hongshin smiled with a magnanimous expression. He turned his head and said to Xiaohua, Junior martial brother Xiao, what have I never seen before? I also don't want any gifts from you. You just have to call me senior martial brother Cui. And that's that. Damn it, you're looking for a beating. Xiaohua sneered in his heart. He had already thought it through. If he didn't beat this so-called Kuan Yu Cui family into a pig's head, he would never give up. But just as he was about to open his mouth and invite a battle, a tyrannical divine sense swept in from outside the cave. Then a valiant voice sounded, Is junior martial nephew Helplessness here? Who? Helplessness was shocked. He glanced at Jun Mo, and the three late Foundation establishment, Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivators, hurriedly stood up. All three of their faces were filled with panic. It was obvious that the person who came was a golden core cultivator. Who could it be? Helplessness thought as he flew out of the cave. He simply didn't think about inviting a golden core senior to participate in Di Hongshin's Foundation establishment ceremony. Then, he looked at Di Hongshin and saw that he was also at a loss. Obviously, he also didn't invite him. Jun Mo, Helplessness, and the other three late Foundation establishment, Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivators, stood in the front. Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and the others stood behind them. Behind them were Di Hongshin and the other early Foundation establishment disciples. Xiao Hua and two other aura refining disciples stood at the back. After waiting for a while, they saw four cultivators flying in the air. The person in the front was abnormally tall, and his attire was also strange. It wasn't an ordinary Taoist robe. Instead, his arms and legs were bare. The muscles on his arms and legs bulged, making him look very robust. Moreover, that cultivator's face was also fierce. He had broom-like eyebrows, bell-like eyes, and a cold gaze. At first glance, one could tell he wasn't someone easy to get along with. Junior Helplessness greets martial uncle Zhenjie. When Helplessness saw that person's face, he hastily took a step forward and bowed in greeting. However, his heart was tense. Last time, when Xiao Hua went out to gain experience, he taught Jin Yihong a lesson. After that, he also wondered why Jin Yihong, a Foundation establishment senior, made things difficult for Xiao Hua. When he asked Xiang Yang about it, Xiang Yang naturally told Helplessness everything he knew. At that time, Helplessness just laughed it off, thinking that Jun Yihong might have been entrusted by Jin Qikui to teach Xiao Hua a lesson. Even when he learned that Jun Ming also died in Mingxi, he still didn't associate Swallow Thunder Ridge with Xiao Hua. Moreover, he taught Jin Yihong a lesson because Jun Yihong taught Xiao Hua a lesson first. Helplessness never thought Jin Jie would personally come forward. Jin Mo and the others also stepped forward to greet him. Everyone was confused, but Xiao Hua's heart was clear. He didn't know Jin Jie, but he knew two of the three people behind Jin Jie. One was Jin Jie's fourth disciple, Zhen Weisheng, and the other was Jin Jie's youngest disciple, Jin Qikui. However, Jin Qikui was the same as him. He also hadn't built his foundation. And wait a moment. Jin Jie waved his hand and helped Helplessness and the others up. He said with a smile, "This old man heard that martial nephew Helplessness's disciple actually built his foundation. This old man's youngest disciple hasn't built his foundation for many years. This old man brought him here to learn a thing or two from your disciple." "Hee, I don't dare." Helplessness's heart relaxed, and he hurriedly turned his head and said, "Hongshin, come and greet Grandmaster Jin Jie." "Yes, disciple Cui Hongshin greets Grandmaster Jin Jie." Cui Hongshin hurriedly walked over and bowed. "And not bad," Jin Jie said with a smile. "You're indeed a dragon among men. Martial nephew Helplessness is so lucky." "Hee, I don't dare, I don't dare." Helplessness's face bloomed with a smile. "Martial Uncle Zhen, please come inside to talk." "Good." Zhen Jie flicked his sleeve, turned his head and said to Zhen Weisheng, "Weisheng, give the gift to Hongshin, and then greet the other junior brothers." Then he stepped forward. "Yes, master." Zhen Weisheng replied respectfully, and then took out a jade bottle from his storage bag and handed it to Cui Hongshin. He said, "I am Zhen Weisheng, the fourth disciple of my master. Junior brother Cui, this is the Elaine pill, which is used to condense true essence. It is also a rare item in my Swallow Thunder Ridge. I hope you can use this pill to enter the gold core stage as soon as possible." Cui Hongshin's face showed joy, and he reached out to take it. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, senior brother Weisheng. This pill is very precious. I am really flattered. Hee, this is a gift from Swallow Thunder Ridge. Please accept it." Zhen Weisheng said and pointed his finger. "This is I's youngest junior brother, Jin Qikui. I hope you can give me some advice." "I don't dare." Senior fellow apprentice Qikui's reputation has already resounded like thunder when I joined the thunder-controlling sect. I was just lucky enough to leave first. Maybe senior fellow apprentice Qikui will reach the Zhuji realm tomorrow. I can't give you any advice. Jin Qikui's face was not very good at first, but after hearing Cui Hongshin's words, he showed a smile and cupped his hands. "You are indeed a disciple of an aristocratic family. You have an outstanding demeanor. I will have to keep in touch with you in the future. Hee, I can't ask for more. Cui Hongshan smiled and returned the salute. By the way, I have a small personal request. Zhen Weisheng said in a low voice. He pointed at the last qi refining disciple and said with a smile, "This is my disciple, Yan Xiefeng. He is also about to enter the foundation establishment stage. I brought him here secretly, so you can't hide it from me." "I don't dare." Cui Hongshan's face was very bright, as if he was really the main character of today's Wan Thunder Valley. Disciple Yan Xiefeng greets martial Uncle Cui. Yan Xiefeng also stepped forward and bowed. Hee, martial nephew Yan, you must be a disciple of the Yan family in Minghe. Cui Hongshan quickly helped him up and said with a smile, "I think you look familiar. Martial Uncle Cui is really observant. I entered the Imperial Thunder sect 3 years earlier than you. I saw you when you entered the sect." Yan Xiefeng smiled apologetically. "I see." Cui Hongshan nodded and cupped his hands. "Let's go inside and talk. Please." Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian were standing in front of Cui Hongshan, but because of Zhen Jie's call, Cui Hongshan walked in front of Xiang Yang. At this time, Zhen Weisheng pulled Cui Hongshan and talked to him, completely ignoring Xiang Yang and the others. When Cui Hongshan invited them into the cave, Zhen Weisheng raised his head and cupped his hands. "Junior martial brother Xiang Yang is also here. I haven't seen you for a long time. You have reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations." He said congratulations, but there was no congratulation in his tone. It was almost like he was mocking him. Chapter 1820. Xiang Yang was also used to hearing this. He said with a smile, "I don't dare. I am too far away from senior brother Zhen. I don't dare to be proud of my little cultivation. This is Xiaohua, who shocked the Feather Immortal Assembly a long time ago." Zhen Weisheng looked at Xiaohua and said. Xiaohua didn't feel any burden when facing Zhen Weisheng. He bowed and said, "Junior is Xiaohua. Greetings, Senior Zhen." "Get up." Zhen Weisheng flicked his sleeve. "I didn't expect that the outstanding person of the Feather Immortal Assembly back then still hasn't built his foundation. The heavens are really unfair. Haha. I'm afraid I'm not the only one who complains about the heavens being unfair, right?" Xiaohua glanced at Zhen Qikue. Zhen Qikue, who was originally in a slightly relaxed mood, was immediately enraged. He shouted, "Who are you talking about?" Xiaohua scratched his head and said curiously, "Could it be that I'm the only one who can't build my foundation after refining qi for several years? Senior brother, did you also complain about it back then?" Xiang Yang was caught off guard and said hesitantly, the heavens have its own reasons. I don't seem to have complained about the heavens being unfair, right? Haha, please let's talk inside the cave. Cui Hongshan hurriedly said, not allowing Xiang Yang and Xiaohua to say another word. Inside the cave, Zhen Jie was obviously sitting in the seat of honor. Everyone was already talking about something. Looking at the careful appearance of Zhen Mo and the others, they obviously didn't dare to offend this gold core senior. Cui Hongshan asked Zhen Weisheng and the others to take a seat and glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. When Xiang Yang went over and took out some spirit tea and other things, Xiaohua suddenly understood. No, this matter seems to be done by me. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't have this kind of awareness at all. He didn't even bother to take half a step forward. Seeing Xiang Yang serving the spirit tea and other things, Cui Hongshan didn't say anything. He just whispered to Zhen Weisheng. Zhen Qikue didn't even care about Cui Hongshan. It didn't seem like he was here to ask for advice. On the contrary, Yan Xiefeng very cooperatively asked a few questions. However, it was no different from not asking anything. Seeing that the situation was very strange, Xiaohua's mind was in chaos. After thinking about it for a while, he prepared to scold Weisheng. However, Xiaohua was still wrong. Zhen Jie spoke up. Nephew, I heard that last time when Xiaohua left the mountain to gain experience, this old man's disciple actually made things difficult for Xiaohua. If it wasn't for nephew taking action and teaching him a lesson in this old man's place, the other lightning palaces would have laughed at our Thunderclap Ridge, causing our Thunderclap Ridge to have a bad reputation of bullying the weak. Haha, how could that be? Junior brother Yihong was just joking with Xiaohua. Junior was just telling them not to joke too much. Helplessly, he hurriedly said. Martial nephew helplessness is still the most sensible. Zhen Jie smiled and said, however, This old man has only recently learned about this matter. Today, I have come here for a few things. One of them is to make Zhou Kuei apologize to Xiaohua. Previously, Zhou Kuei was insensible and made such a big fuss. Look at what Martial Uncle is saying. We are all disciples of Thunderclap Palace. What's wrong with ordinary jokes? Helplessness said again. This junior has also asked Xiang Yang. It's not a big deal. Haha, that won't do. A mistake is a mistake. Zhou Kuei, come forward and apologize to Xiaohua. Zhen Jie flicked his sleeve and said, Yes, master. Zhen Qikuei turned around and bowed to Xiaohua. Junior Martial Brother Xiao, I was too narrow-minded and caused trouble for you. In addition, Senior Martial Brother Zhen Yihong was also instigated by me. I made you feel wronged. Junior Martial Brother Zhen Yihong is here to apologize. Seeing Zhen Zhou Kuei like this, how could Xiaohua say this? Without waiting for Xiaohua to think more, Zhen Jie scolded. Xiaohua, quickly return the courtesy. Yes, master. Xiaohua hurriedly replied and returned the courtesy. It's not all Senior Brother Zhen's fault. This junior brother also didn't think carefully. Haha, very good. Zhen Jie laughed. After Zhen Zhou Kuei sat down, his face gradually became cold again. He said word by word, Martial Nephew Helplessness, as you said just now, we are all disciples of Thunderclap Palace. Ordinary disputes are nothing. Even if it's a big matter, we can put it in front of the elders of the sect and reason it out. Yes, it's all right. Helplessness said with a strange expression. Even if it's a big matter, my Thunderclap Palace has Thunder Meng Immortal, and my Imperial Thunder Sect has Sect Leader. Zhen Jie became louder and louder. There must be a way to solve it. You can't casually kill your fellow disciples. You can't treat the lives of your fellow disciples as nothing, right? Helplessness looked at Zhen Jie with a strange expression. He really didn't understand what he was talking about. He stole a glance at Zhen Mo and another fellow disciple. They all had a strange expression on their faces. Helplessness could only smile apologetically and say, Martial Uncle Zhen is right. We are all fellow disciples. Whenever there is a dispute, we must find a proper way to solve it. Junior really admires Martial Uncle Zhen Jie for bringing a disciple like you. Since Senior Martial Brother Helplessness is so magnanimous, then Junior Martial Brother Helplessness has a question for you. Zhen Weisheng said with a smile. In the vicinity of Eastern Mountain Range, has Senior Martial Brother Helplessness seen my 15th Junior Martial Brother Zhen Ming and 17th Junior Martial Brother Zhen Hao? Junior Martial Brother Zhen Ming? Junior Martial Brother Zhen Hao? Eastern Mountain Range? Helplessness suddenly understood that Zhen Jie didn't come just to congratulate Cui Hongshan on building his foundation. He also brought Eastern Mountain Range into the picture. Helplessness couldn't help but glance at Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua, this guy, was looking down at his nose and down at his heart. He was extremely well-behaved and looked like a genuine aura-refining disciple. Helplessness calculated the time Zhen Weisheng mentioned, then said with a smile, On the day Senior Martial Brother Weisheng mentioned, I was on duty in Myriad Thunder Valley. I basically didn't go to the vicinity of Eastern Mountain Range. However, Xiaohua was on duty in Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden. I wonder what the two junior Martial brothers went to Eastern Mountain Range for? The two of them just went on a business trip near Eastern Mountain Range. It wasn't Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden. Zhen Weisheng chuckled and said, However, Senior Martial Brother Helplessness said you were on duty in Myriad Thunder Valley. Do you have any proof? Proof? Helplessness smiled and said, Being on duty is my duty. Out of 10 days, I was in Myriad Thunder Valley for 9.5 days. I also don't have the so-called proof. Zhen Jie sneered. Martial Nephew, are you telling the truth? In an instant, Zhen Jie released his spiritual aura and completely covered Helplessness. Helplessness didn't dare to resist. His face was deathly pale and bean-sized drops of sweat fell from his temples. At the side, Zhu Minghui was shocked. She hurriedly said, Martial Uncle Zhen Jie, it's nothing. I just wanted to see if Martial Nephew Helplessness was telling the truth. Zhen Jie said with a smile. His spiritual aura immediately disappeared. Junior can swear a blood oath that I absolutely didn't see the two junior Martial brothers on that day. Helplessness's lips trembled slightly as he said in a low voice. Swear a blood oath. Zhen Jie said coldly. Helplessness was slightly stunned. He just wanted to prove his innocence. He really didn't expect that he would have to swear a blood oath. Being forced to swear a blood oath in his own disciples' immortals cave by someone else, even if it was his martial uncle from the same sect, This kind of humiliation was unbearable. Martial Uncle Zhen. I wonder if the two junior martial brothers. Zhuo Minghui's expression also changed slightly. She asked very puzzledly. Chapter 1821. My two junior brothers were killed near the eastern ridge. Zhen Weisheng said coldly. Ah! Everyone was stunned. Xiaohua also opened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, Martial Uncle, where is it in the eastern ridge? I don't know either. Zhen Weisheng snorted coldly. If you know, you can tell me. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. Kid, I've always been in the eastern ridge herb garden and didn't even dare to come out of the formation. How would I know where it is? Forget it. Seeing that it was related to the lives of Zhen Jie's two disciples, Helpless could only smile bitterly and swear a blood oath in a low voice. Ha ha ha, Zhen Jie's expression eased and he laughed. Martial nephew Helpless, I can't do anything about it. My two disciples disappeared without a trace. Even you would be worried, right? I hope you can understand my feelings. Helpless could only smile bitterly and express his understanding. All right, since this has nothing to do with martial nephew Helpless, I still have one more thing. Zhen Jie raised his head and looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart trembled. He bowed and said, Senior, what is it? Show me your storage pouch. Yes, Xiaohua took off his storage pouch without hesitation. Zhen Jie waved his hand. Zhen Weisheng took it and opened it to take a look. Then he handed it to Xiaohua and said curiously, I heard that you obtained a treasure in the Feather Immortal Assembly? Why isn't it in your storage pouch? Yes, Martial Uncle knows. That thing is extraordinarily heavy and can't be placed in a storage pouch. I've already lost a few storage pouches because of it. My heart ached so much that I threw it in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden long ago. If Martial Uncle wants to see it, I can show it to you, Xiaohua said seriously. No need. Zhen Weisheng waved his hand and said, I'm sure you know that when you were training in the Netherworld, you met my sixth disciple, Zhendong. I came here personally because I want to know, who was the Foundation establishment cultivator who killed Zhendong? Since this person could kill Zhen Ming and hundreds of disciples from other sects, why did he leave you alive? You, and that cultivator, what kind of deal did you make? Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. Soon after, he raised his eyebrows and said, I'll let Grandmaster Zhen know. On that day, Junior was coerced by that cultivator to swear a heart oath. I can't reveal half a word about that cultivator. I hope Grandmaster can forgive me. Not waiting for Zhen Jie to speak, Zhen Wei snorted coldly and released the pressure of a foundation-building stage cultivator, suppressing Xiaohua completely. He sneered, How can my junior brother die in vain? Even if I have to ascend to the 9 heavens or descend to the 9 underworlds, this old man will still capture that cultivator for revenge. My master won't lower himself to your level, but this old man doesn't care about face. Today, whether you say it or not, you have to say it. Seeing that Zhen Jie and Zhen Weisheng were putting on a show and interrogating him, Xiaohua sneered in his heart. This Swallow Thunder Ridge is really too overbearing. They clearly know that I've already made a heart oath, yet they still insist on interrogating me. They have long stopped treating me as a fellow disciple. Presumably, they also went to look for Sun Shu and Qian Diheng. Firstly, the two of them didn't know the truth. Secondly, they also had backers. If they didn't say anything, then they wouldn't say anything. Xiaohua couldn't compare to the two of them. At the same time, he also understood why Mo Qingyuan let the four of them go so easily after casually making a heart oath. It turned out that Mo Qingyuan simply wasn't afraid of what the other three would say. As for Xiaohua, who knew the inside story, he didn't have enough confidence to capture him, so he could only give him a warning. Grandmaster Zhen, Helpless and Zhuo Minghui both pleaded. Since Xiaohua has already made a heart oath, if he goes against it, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to his cultivation. Alas, this old man doesn't care. Zhen Jie casually shook his head. But the relationship between those two is very deep. This old man. I'm afraid I can't interfere too much, right? What's there to worry about an aura-refining cultivator's heart oath? Jin Chikue sneered and said. Moreover, Xiaohua hasn't built his foundation for so many years. How could he still have any hope of building his foundation? His cultivation can be considered to have come to an end today. It'd be better for him to tell us about that cultivator's situation and let our Swallow Thunder Ridge owe him a favor. That's right, Junior Martial Brother Xiao. You're always trying to side with him. Now that Grandmaster Zhen has personally come here, Such a big favor. If you don't say it now, when will you? Cui Hongshan glanced at Helpless and echoed. As for Helpless and Zhuo Minghui, although they didn't say anything, their expressions and gazes clearly showed that they had also somewhat given up. Wei Sheng, don't scare Xiaohua. Zhen Qikue said in an extremely amiable tone. Xiaohua, you can rest assured and speak. Our Swallow Thunder Ridge will repay you generously. Moreover, from now on you'll stay in Myriad Thunder Valley. If that cultivator comes to seek revenge, this old man will be the first to not let him off. However, no matter how one looked at it, his fierce expression was still sinister. When Zhenwei heard this, he withdrew his spiritual aura and glared fiercely at Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua just stood there calmly. His gaze shifted back and forth between Zhen Jie, Zhen Mo, Helpless, and the others, not saying a single word. After waiting for a while, Xiaohua shook his head and said, This junior has already made a heart oath. Forgive this junior for not being able to speak clearly. Zhen Jie's gaze flashed, and he stared at Xiaohua like a knife. Although he didn't release his spiritual aura, the entire Immortal's Cave was already filled with a kind of silent oppression. What should I do? Xiaohua knew that Helpless was powerless to protect him and could only find a way out himself. He unconsciously glanced outside the Immortal's Cave. However, he didn't know what kind of divine ability a golden core cultivator could have to block his bright thunder escape. And once his strength was exposed, the matter of Zhen Ying and Zhen Hao would inevitably fall on his head. He feared that he couldn't stay in the Imperial Thunder sect any longer. Is Martial Nephew Helpless here? Just as he was extremely nervous, another crisp voice came from outside the Immortal's Cave. At the same time, a divine sense swept through the cave. The restrictions inside the Immortal's Cave didn't seem to have any effect. Hearing someone call him Martial Nephew again, Helpless felt even more helpless. His mouth was filled with endless bitterness. No one had ever come to Myriad Thunder Valley. He had always been tyrannical. Unexpectedly, today, when he wanted to borrow the strength of his disciples' foundation building to gain face, he was repeatedly called Martial Nephew. Moreover, he was forced to make a hard oath. Who knew who would come again? What was going on? Zhen Jie's face also showed a trace of surprise, but then he suddenly understood. Without getting up, he flicked his sleeve and ordered, Wei Sheng, go greet Martial Uncle Sun Ming on behalf of Master. Sun Ming? When Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed. If Sun Ming came, how could Sun Shu be far away? He probably didn't need to be a stray dog anymore. Everyone also heard this. Helpless knew the relationship between Xiaohua and Xue Xue. They were also secretly happy, knowing that nothing bad would happen. Thus, they hurriedly got up and followed Zhuo Minghui, Zhen Mo, and the others to greet Sun Ming. Xiaohua himself was very clear, standing in place without moving. Not long after, Sun Ming entered the Immortal's Cave under the escort of Helpless and the others. Behind Helpless and the others, Sun Shu and Xue Xue also followed. The two of them clearly saw Zhen Weisheng and guessed the reason for this matter. Two pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Xiaohua with concern. Sun Shu also slightly nodded at Xiaohua, obviously to let Xiaohua be at ease. Chapter 1822. Junior Sister Sun, how come you have time to come to my Thunder Shock Palace today? Zhen Jie stood up and cupped his hands. Hee, since senior brother Zhen can come to 10,000 Thunder Valley, what's so strange about little sister coming to take a look? Sun Ming returned the greeting and said with a smile. Although she was slightly younger than Zhen Jie, her cultivation was not weak. Moreover, Deafening Thunder Palace and Sun Thunder Palace had similar statuses. Sun Ming did not care that Zhen Jie said she came to Deafening Thunder Palace and immediately retorted. I came to ask my Thunder Shock Palace disciple if there is any news of Ai's disciple being killed. Zhen Jie, of course, will not show weakness and keep mentioning Thunder Shock Palace. Sun Ming smiled faintly and casually sat beside Zhen Jie. She pointed and said, just in time, I also have something to ask Xiaohua. Junior Sister Sun, is this intentional? Zhen Jie's face changed. Sun Ming rolled her eyes at him. Am I so bored? Moreover, I also did not know that senior brother Zhen is here. Ai's matter is not over yet. After I ask, Zhen Jie said unhappily. You ask, I am not in a hurry. Sun Ming interrupted Zhen Jie and said. Good. Zhen Jie raised his head again and sneered. Xiaohua, you really don't want to give this old man face? Xiaohua quickly bowed and said, Ancestor Zhen's face is naturally bigger than the heavens, But this junior really does not dare to not give face to the heavens, does not dare to not give face to the heart's oath. Pa! Zhenjie slapped the jade chair and stood up. He finally released the aura of a golden core cultivator and said with a grin, although you are a junior, if you don't know how to respect, then this old man will also. However, at this moment, Sun Ming also released her aura and blocked Zhenjie's aura to the side. What? Junior sister Sun wants to interfere with my Thundershock Palace's affairs? Zhenjie said with a grin. So it's your Thundershock Palace's internal affairs. Sun Ming was very surprised. She deliberately covered her mouth and said, looks like senior brother Zhen took Thunder Meng's order. This. Zhenjie was somewhat embarrassed. Let little sister see the order. Little sister definitely won't take half a step out of line. Sun Ming said in all seriousness. Zhenjie's eyes constricted, and he said coldly, Junior apprentice sister Sun, are you not planning to give I face? It's nothing, it's nothing. Sun Ming hurriedly waved her hand and said, I also have an extremely important matter to ask Xiaohua. Senior brother Zhen treated Xiaohua like this. How can I still ask about my matter? Good. Zhenjie said good 3 times in a row, then waved his hand and said, then this old man will give you face and let you ask first. This is not good. Sun Ming also waved her hand and said, Xiaohua is your Thunderquake Palace's disciple. Moreover, senior apprentice brother Zhen also came first. Regardless of sentiment or reason, it should be senior apprentice brother Zhen who asked first. How could little sister dare to walk in front of senior apprentice brother? You. Zhenjie was very embarrassed and angry. It was a bit difficult to deal with. Oh, Martial Uncle Zhen, please allow Junior to ask. At this time, Sun Shu opened his mouth and said, the matter Martial Uncle asked. It seems that Junior has already answered that day, right? Junior and Xiaohua were together. What Junior saw is what Xiaohua saw. Junior doesn't know who the cultivator who killed senior apprentice brother Zhenjie was, and Xiaohua naturally doesn't know either. You seem to have nothing to ask, right? Junior apprentice sister Sun, when seniors are talking, it seems that there's no reason for juniors like us to interrupt. Zhen Weisheng sneered and said, besides, you're not Xiaohua. How do you know that he doesn't know that cultivator? Haha. Senior apprentice brother Zhen is wrong. Sun Shu laughed and said, in front of facts, regardless of whether it's seniors or juniors, they're all the same. No one can say that white is black. Moreover, although I'm not Xiaohua, I was with Xiaohua in the netherworld. I clearly know all of his actions and deeds. I can guarantee with my life that Xiaohua absolutely doesn't know that cultivator. To guarantee with your life, you're quite generous. Zhen Weisheng sneered. That's right. Xiaohua's conduct is magnanimous. Even I admire him. Since I's disciple can guarantee it, I can also guarantee it. Sun Ming said with a smile. Xue, who was standing by the side, had a worried expression on her face. Unfortunately, her cultivation was too low and she couldn't interrupt. She could only stick her gaze on Xiaohua and place her love in Xiaohua's heart. Sun Ming, are you going to oppose me today? Zhenjie finally couldn't help but stare at Sun Ming and ask. Seeing Zhenjie standing in front of her and lowering his head to show off his might, Sun Ming's expression also turned cold. She stood up and said, What? Zhenjie, I'm going to go against you? What can you do to I? Audacious. Zhenjie's beard and eyebrows fluttered, magic power surging around his body. Sun Ming's body also faintly flashed with brilliance. Clearly, she was also preparing. Two seniors. Seeing this, helplessness hurriedly stood up, bowed and said, Let's talk things over. He was actually happy that Sun Ming came, but 2 golden core cultivators fighting, he couldn't stand it. Helplessness, is martial nephew here? While swords were drawn, another voice rang out in the cave. Why are the 2 of you here? Who is it? Helplessness was completely speechless. The strength in his body seemed to have suddenly completely disappeared. The situation in this 10,000 Thunder Valley had long been out of his control. Zhen Mo, Zhu Minghui and the others were naturally astonished. They sigh, their moods had never been as strange as today. A small foundation establishment cultivator celebration. Actually, 3 golden core cultivators came. As for Sun Ming and Zhenjie, their expressions also changed. They said in unison, Gantian, Senior Brother Qian? The 2 of them cried out. They didn't dare to be negligent. Ignoring the conflict between the 2 of them, they hurriedly walked out of the cave and went outside to welcome them. When Helplessness heard that it was actually a Heavenly Thunder Palace disciple, he was even more shocked. This Gantian was a late-stage golden core cultivator of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. In the past, Helplessness had only heard of him. Even if he had met him a few times, he simply wouldn't pay attention to him. He didn't expect that he would actually come today. Could it be still for Xiaohua? However, Xiaohua's face was also filled with confusion. He was currently looking at Sun Shu. Sun Shu slightly frowned, seemingly deep in thought. This time, even Zhen Weisheng and the others went out to welcome them. Xiaohua naturally didn't need to stay in the cave and stood behind everyone. After waiting for half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they saw two cultivators flying over from the distance. Their appearances were actually extremely similar. The person in front was around 50 years old. He was wearing a green Taoist robe. His hair and beard were all white, but his face only had slight wrinkles. His facial features, the arrogance in his eyes, and the way he moved was exactly the same as that Qian Diheng behind him, that senior brother Qian who had followed Xiaohua all the way to the netherworld to gain experience. In an instant, Xiaohua understood why this Qian Diheng was so favored in the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Why was he able to obtain a high-level protective magic treasure as early as the beginning of the 12th layer of the Qi refining stage? Chapter 1823. Greetings, Senior Brother Gantian. Zhen Jie and Sun Shu bowed respectfully. Gantian's arrogance was ingrained in his bones. He waved his hand slightly and helped the two up. When Helplessness and Zhen Mo bowed and greeted him, Gantian actually took a step forward and used his hand to block Helplessness's arm. He squeezed out a smile. No need to be so polite. I heard that junior nephew's disciple reached Foundation establishment, so I came over to take a look. I have long heard that junior nephew Helplessness has been guarding 10,000 Thunder Valley. You have worked hard and contributed a lot. Today I am here. As expected, a good teacher produces a good disciple. Helplessness panicked. Just like when he went to see the sect leader with Xiaohua, he stuttered. Junior doesn't dare to accept such praise. 10,000 Thunder Valley used to be the core of our lightning-controlling sect. Now its use is slowly disappearing. Kiki, that's why I value your steadiness. Gantian smiled. If it was a proper and important matter, the sect leader would pay attention to it every day. Anyone would feel that it was worth it. As for 10,000 Thunder Valley, it has already faded from the sect leader's attention. You have been guarding it for decades and centuries. This is the true backbone of our lightning-controlling sect. Thank you, Senior Master, for your praise. Helplessness was about to cry. Senior Brother Gantian, let's talk inside the cave. Zhen Jie said softly. Gantian nodded his head and entered first, not bothering with anyone else. Qian Diheng appeared in mid-air of 10,000 Thunder Valley. He had always been obedient. However, when Gantian was swarmed in and Zhen Weisheng and the others raised their hands to invite him in, he showed his true nature. Qian Diheng waved his hand and said impatiently, "You all go in first. I just reached Foundation establishment and can't walk in front." Zhen Weisheng didn't dare to show any unhappiness on his face, laughing softly. Junior brother Qian really knows etiquette. Then he also entered the cave. When Cui Hongshan smiled and wanted to talk to Qian Diheng cupped his hands and turned his head towards Sun Shu. Senior Sister Sun, I didn't expect you to have reached Foundation establishment. When did you reach Foundation establishment? Perhaps I can change my way of addressing you as Junior Sister Sun. Sun Shu pulled Shui forward and told them the time with a smile. Qian Diheng was dumbfounded. He said with a dispirited face, "Damn it, are you kidding me? The time is the same. I still want to call you Senior Sister." Haha, cultivate well. Sun Shu covered his mouth and laughed. When it's time to condense your Dan, you still have hope. Hee, it's nothing. Qian Diheng winked and waved his hand. Junior Martial Brother Xiao, come here quickly. Accompany your senior martial brother into the cave. Damn it, even if I can't be Sun Shu's senior brother, I'm more than qualified to be your senior brother. Upon seeing Qian Diheng's smile, Xiaohua faintly shook his head. He took a few steps forward and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets Martial Uncle Qian. Junior is currently an aura refining cultivator, so I don't dare to call any foundation building seniors senior martial brother or junior martial brother. Qian Diheng's face stiffened. After all, when Xiaohua sent him a message earlier, he still called him senior martial brother Qian. Why did he suddenly change now? But when he heard Xiao Hua say, call any foundation building senior's senior martial brother, or junior martial brother, he immediately understood. He turned to look at Cui Hongshan with a sinister look on his face. Although Cui Hongshan was a disciple of the Cui family, he still couldn't be compared with Qian Diheng, a direct disciple of a cultivation sect. When he saw that Qian Diheng, who he usually couldn't get close to, was glaring at him, his heart skipped a beat. But Qian Diheng's sinister look only appeared for a moment before it was replaced with a smile. He patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, Junior martial brother Xiao, I'm not the kind of person who forgets my roots. Only those beasts who just reached the foundation-building realm don't know how to respect themselves, don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and don't treat junior martial brother Xiao as a senior martial brother. Didn't I say it already? Even if I reach the Great Ascension stage, you're still my junior martial brother. Bah! Xiaohua didn't say anything, but Sun Shu spat and said angrily, Why are you only thinking about reaching the Great Ascension stage? What if junior martial brother Xiao reaches the Great Ascension stage before you? Tizke. Qian Diheng shamelessly said, I'm older than him. Even if he reaches the Great Ascension stage, he still has to call me senior martial brother. This shameless. Xiaohua secretly laughed in his heart, but he also felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Just as Xiaohua was about to say something, Qian Diheng's expression changed again. He looked like a child who had admitted his mistake and said in a low voice, Junior martial brother Xiao, Sai, don't blame me. Grandfather, Sai, I didn't want to say it, but I can't help it. Qian Diheng's words were said without reason. Cui Hongshan and the others were puzzled, but Xiaohua immediately understood. At the same time, Sun Shu also smiled bitterly and said, Junior martial brother Xiao, I am also ordinary. Then he looked at Xue as if he wanted to ask for help. Xue didn't say a word. Her eyes never left Xiaohua. At this time, her bright eyes were slightly swaying, like rippling waves of a spring. Xiaohua could see Xue's infatuation with a glance. It's okay. Xiaohua put his hand on Qian Diheng's shoulder and said with a smile, You're my senior martial brother. It's a pity that my grandfather is not your grandfather. Qian Diheng was very distressed and tapped his forehead with his finger. I've already delayed for so long. I understand. Xiaohua smiled at Sun Shu, and the smile in his eyes made Sun Shu's heart feel at ease. Senior martial brother Qian, why aren't you going in? Xiaohua loosened his arm. Yes, I'll go in now. After Qian Diheng finished explaining the matter, he obediently led the way into the Immortal's cave, followed by Sun Shu. Xue also went in with Xiaohua, leaving them behind. Cui Hongshan and the rest of the gang of scoundrels looked at each other in dismay, their eyes revealing a trace of puzzlement and also a lot of regret. They never thought that the Heavenly Thunder Palace's dandy would actually have such a good relationship with the shocking Thunder Palace's loose cultivators. Zhen Qikue gritted his teeth. After all, when Qian Diheng appeared, he immediately stole the limelight. Moreover, Qian Diheng didn't even look at him. However, even if he hated, what could he do? He could only follow Cui Hongshan into the cave and obediently stand at the two sides. At this time, there was a late-stage Jindan cultivator sitting in the cave. Who among the disciples dared to sit down? At the head of the cave, Gantian sat in the middle. Sun Ming and Zhen Jie accompanied him on the two sides. Helplessness and Zhu Minghui sat on the chair on the right. Zhen Mo and the others carefully sat on the left. Junior martial brother Zhen, why did you come to 10,000 Thunder Valley today? Gantian and the others had finished their greetings and asked with a smile. Chapter 1824. Zhen Jie was thinking about it and couldn't understand why Gantian came. Naturally, he didn't dare to say much. Just as he was about to reply, he saw Xiaohua walk in with Qian Diheng and Sun Ming. He frowned and looked at Zhen Weisheng, giving him a signal. He then smiled. 10,000 Thunder Valley is the most important place in our Zhenlei Palace. I heard that junior nephew's disciple reached foundation building, so I came over to congratulate you. Also, I wanted to ask Xiaohua a few things. And did junior brother ask someone to ask Heng Er? Gantian asked directly. Zhen Jie felt a little awkward, but he didn't dare to not reply. He smiled. I had a disciple fall, so I can't not ask. Is it because of the Nether Lotus? Gantian said impolitely. No, that thing is useful for foundation building, but what can it do for golden core cultivators? Zhenjie didn't dare to say anything else and could only argue. And have you finished asking? I also have things to ask Xiaohua. Gantian's overbearingness was obvious. I have finished. Zhenjie looked at Sunming opposite him and said softly. Oh, what did you ask? What did Xiaohua reply? Gantian asked him politely. Zhenjie smiled. Like what Diheng said, due to an oath, Xiaohua couldn't say much. Moreover, he didn't know. Seeing that, I didn't ask anymore. Damn, this fellow. Xiaohua was speechless. Zhenjie didn't ask, but Zhen Weisheng did. However, Xiaohua couldn't say and others wouldn't either. And not bad. Zhenjie nodded. As seniors, we should understand that. Since the disciples have made a hard oath, they should say many things that they should, and don't say anything that they shouldn't. Yes, I understand. Zhenjie didn't have the arrogance from before and said with a smile. Are you done with your matter? Yes, I don't have anything else. Zhenjie's fierce face became unusually friendly in front of Gantian. What about you? Gantian turned his head and said to Sun Ming straightforwardly. Sun Ming smiled bitterly. I probably came for the same reason as senior brother Gantian. Gantian Ao glanced at Sun Ming and said mercilessly. When I saw you here, I knew. Have you asked Xiaohua? Not yet. So you're saying that this old man will be one step ahead of you? Yes, senior brother Qian is indeed one step ahead of I, senior brother Qian, please. Sun Ming's mouth was bitter, but she didn't dare to say anything. Gantian and Sun Ming's words were really weird. No matter if it was Zhenjie or helplessness, they couldn't understand what was going on. However, they understood that since even Gantian, who was at the late golden core stage, had come, what they wanted to ask wouldn't be a small matter. All right. Gantian looked around and said coldly, since everyone is here, I won't chase you away on behalf of junior nephew Wuji. Apart from Xiaohua and Heng all of you swear a heart oath. You can't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, even if a heart oath is useless, this old man will still take his life. Helplessness was stunned. This was the second time he was forced to swear a heart oath today. However, looking at Zhenjie's dark and gloomy face, he felt refreshed for no reason. His mood was 100 times better than the first time. Cough cough. Helplessness stood up and bowed. Junior Master Qian, Junior is the master. Junior will swear a heart oath. Left and right, one heart oath was a heart oath, two is the same. Helplessness didn't have any burden and swore it right away. Zhuo Minghui saw her husband stand up and also swore a heart oath. After waiting for everyone to swear, Sun Ming sighed and also opened her mouth. Zhenjie's face was already torn to shreds. However, he didn't dare to not swear a heart oath. He only hesitated slightly. Gantian scoffed coldly, and the entire cave seemed to become colder. Yes, senior brother Qian, don't be anxious. Zhenjie hurriedly opened his mouth and swore a heart oath. However, when the heart oath was swore, his heart relaxed for no reason. Since everyone here swore a heart oath, who would say that he was forced to swear a heart oath? And Gantian was very satisfied. He looked at Xiaohua with a gentle gaze and said, Xiaohua, come over for a moment. Yes, Junior greets Senior Master Qian. Xiaohua hurriedly went up and bowed. Very good. Xiaohua, I heard Heng talk about you. You took care of Heng a lot during the trial. I will remember it in my heart. Although Gantian was thankful, his tone was calm. I think you already know why I came here today, right? Junior knows. Xiaohua's face revealed a bitter smile. Then, Gantian's voice actually trembled as he hesitated. That thing. Do you still have it? Even if it's half a drop, it's fine. Xiaohua saw that Gantian's gaze seemed to be able to pierce through him. He knew that if it wasn't for Qian Di Heng or if Gantian still had a bit of morality, he would have already snatched it. Thus, he reached out and touched his nose, smiling bitterly. Okay, Senior Master knows. If Junior doesn't have it, would Junior still be a Qi refinement realm cultivator? Good. Gantian let out a long breath. His expression relaxed a lot. Where is it? It's in Junior's storage bag. Xiaohua raised his brows and said. Hearing this, Zhenjie's eyes flashed as he glanced at Zhen Weisheng. Zhen Weisheng also bit his lips. He didn't expect that the storage bag that passed through his hands would have a treasure that even a late golden core realm cultivator would covet. Take it out. Gantian smiled. Junior will give it to Senior right away. Xiaohua said, Junior originally wanted to give this thing to Master, but because there is only one drop, Junior is in a difficult position. Just now, I wanted to give it to a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator as a congratulatory gift, But he didn't want it. This is also Senior Master Qian's fate. What? Xiaohua wants to give this thing to me? Cui Hongshan was dumbfounded on the spot. I actually pushed away a treasure that even a core formation senior wanted? But then Cui Hongshan laughed hoarsely. How is that possible? Xiaohua doesn't want such a precious thing. Why would he give it to me? However, another voice crazily shouted in his heart. How is it so impossible? Didn't he want to take it out just now? Sigh, Xiaohua's words. Let's not talk about Cui Hongshan. Just one sentence from Xiaohua already made him worried. Moreover, Xiaohua said that he would take it out, but he didn't take it out. Gantian's face couldn't help but turn cold. Senior Master Qian, don't panic, Junior thinks so. Xiaohua hurriedly said. Just now, didn't Senior say? Even half a drop is fine? Can Senior just take half a drop? Gantian said coldly. What I want, there is no reason to bargain. Chapter 1825. Gantian coldly laughed as he rejected. However, after he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Qian Dihing and said, I promised that I wouldn't make things difficult for you. Your request isn't too much. After all, you also need this item. Forget it. I will agree to your request. Thank you, Senior Ancestor Qian. Xiaohua bowed happily. And I won't take it for free. You can ask for the benefits I'll give you later. Gantian continued. Junior understands. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a jade box. It was obvious that this jade box was the same as the ones in his storage bag. The moment the jade box was taken out, Gantian stretched out his hand and a huge force appeared. Xiaohua didn't have any strength to resist as the jade box flew into Gantian's hands. Ha! Gantian swept it with his spiritual sense and immediately laughed. He waved his hand and a restriction blocked him. No one knew what he was doing within the restriction. After a while, Gantian removed the restriction and took the jade box in his hands. With a wave of his hand, the jade box flew into Xiaohua's hands. Xiaohua, who took the jade box, turned his head and bowed towards Sun Ming. Senior Ancestor Sun, I think you came for this, right? Sun Ming was slightly taken aback. She didn't hide it and nodded. Indeed. I have such intentions. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Qian Dihing said it clearly, and he had delayed for a long time before he had no choice but to tell Gantian. Sun Shu was probably the same, which was why Gantian and Sun Ming gathered in 10,000 Thunder Valley. However, this was also good. Xiaohua passed the jade box to Sun Ming and smiled bitterly. Junior didn't dare to use it because I was afraid that my talent wasn't good enough. If I still couldn't reach Foundation establishment, my last hope would be destroyed. Since Senior came today, Junior knows that I have no fate with this item. I'll give it to Senior Ancestor Sun. Xiaohua, Shui, who was originally very calm, couldn't help but cry out. She couldn't believe that Xiaohua didn't use it. Although Sun Ming's brows slightly furrowed, her hand still firmly caught the jade box. Moreover, she was still worried and opened the jade box to take a look. Only then did she put it into her storage bag and said, Xiaohua, this poor Taoist has received your favor. Ai's gift is also with Shui. I'll get her to give it to you later. Thank you, Grandmaster. As long as Grandmaster treats Shui well, Junior will be perfectly satisfied. Xiaohua said very calmly. Pfft. Sun Ming laughed. Ai's own disciple. How can I not treat him well? Your words will make others think too much. If it were any other day, Shui would definitely be flushed with embarrassment. But at this moment, she was looking at Xiaohua with worry. After all, Zhongyao milk was a shortcut to the Foundation establishment stage, and it was gone just like that. Xiaohua smiled, following which he took off his storage bag and placed it in front of Gantian. Senior Ancestor Qian, please take a look. I don't have anything else. I don't want others to make things difficult for me. All right. Gantian took it and opened the storage bag. After checking for a moment, he nodded. I know what you mean. Then he turned around and looked at everyone, saying coldly, this matter ends here. Not to mention the oath you all made before. If any disciple makes things difficult for Xiaohua because of this, then they are making things difficult for me. Zhen Jie and the others looked at one another. Gantian had been so mysterious for such a long time that he didn't know what to say. However, one thing he was sure of was that this thing was related to the Foundation establishment stage and the pregnancy of a baby. Something that even Sun Ming could use. He could use it too. However, Xiaohua's actions were obviously telling him that he only had the last drop. There was nothing else. Since Gantian was so happy and took over this matter, Gantian's cultivation would probably improve again. After the late Golden Core stage was the nascent soul stage. Although Zhen Jie was domineering, he was also an extremely smart person. He wouldn't make any unnecessary sacrifices for something that he didn't have anymore, so he closed his eyes in his heart. Xiaohua took the storage bag that Gantian threw over and bowed once more. Thank you, Senior Ancestor Qian, for helping me. And I hope that you will train hard. In the future, when you reach the foundation establishment stage, I will also congratulate you. Gantian was in a good mood as he waved his hand and smiled. It was obvious that he was preparing to leave. However, at that moment, a timid voice sounded out. Senior Ancestor Qian, I want to spar with Senior Brother Xiao. Is there a problem? Gantian, who was about to stand up, paused. He looked at the last disciple standing on the right and asked, Whose disciple are you? I am a disciple of Thunder Palace's Yanlei Ridge. My master is Zhen Weisheng. It was Yan Xiefeng who spoke. This is the disciple of Ai's fourth disciple. Zhen Jie smiled apologetically. This child participated in the Feather Immortal Gathering last year and actually got second place. He really helped my thunder controlling sect. Moreover, he is a thoughtful kid. When he heard that Xiaohua got first place in the Feather Immortal Gathering, he had the idea of sparring with him. Today, he insisted that I bring him over to get to know Xiaohua. I thought that this was a good chance to spar with someone from the same sect, so I agreed. I didn't think that senior brother would help Xiaohua and scare him. Only then did he gather his courage to ask for an idea, right? Damn, what does this have to do with me? Gantian waved his sleeves. His tone was the same as Qian Diheng's. I just don't want to make things difficult for Xiaohua. I didn't say anything else. If you all want to spar, then spar. The moment Gantian said this, the entire cave became lively. The disciple who was insulted by Xiaohua wanted to show off in front of Gantian. He smiled. Senior brother Xiao is a genius and doesn't want to spar with someone from the same sect. If you want to spar, you can only go to the Thunder Field. Thunder Field? What do you little kids know? You keep talking about Thunder Field. Zhenjie smiled. Junior doesn't dare. Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, This junior is just speaking from the bottom of his heart. Since many disciples wanted to invite my myriad Thunder Valley's disciples to the Thunder Arena, then this junior might as well follow their wishes. Don't engage in some superficial exchange of pointers. This junior will directly accompany them to the Thunder Arena. Haha. Damn, you really have guts. Gantian obviously understood the situation of 10,000 Thunder Valley before coming and also knew about Xiangyang. At this moment when he heard what Xiaohua said, he rubbed his palms and sat down with interest. Yan Xiefeng obviously didn't expect that they would directly go to the Thunder Field. He looked towards Zhen Weisheng. However, how would Zhen Weisheng dare to do anything in front of Gantian? He acted like he didn't hear anything. Little kid, you. What's wrong? You don't dare to go to the Thunder Field? Gantian smiled as he looked at Yan Xiefeng. Junior naturally dares. Yan Xiefeng raised his chest and said, Good boy, things are getting out of hand. Xiaohua thought without any evil intentions. I have only entered the lightning controlling sect for a few years, and I have already taken the lives of several lightning controlling sect disciples. It seems like it isn't any less than killing disciples of other sects, right? This Yan Xiefeng. Why doesn't he know if he is dead or alive? Chapter 1826. Actually, if it was a normal day, Xiaohua could wave his hand and deny it, treating it as a joke. He was just mocking that fellow, but he didn't expect him to pick up the bait. Now, it made things difficult for him. What a joke! Who would have the patience to fight with an energy training cultivator to kill a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator? Xiaohua wasn't even interested in a foundation establishment initial stage cultivator. However, Gantian late golden core stage cultivator was present, so Xiaohua couldn't go back on his words. Hearing Yan Xiefeng agree, Xiaohua could only smile bitterly. Great! Gantian smiled. When I was young, I was also this impulsive. Sai, it's good to be young. Looking at the situation, Qian Diheng's unafraid attitude came from Gantian. However, Yan Xiefeng saw that Gantian was happy, so he gathered his courage and said, Since it's a competition, then Junior also has a condition? And tell me, let me hear it. Seeing such an interesting matter, Gantian was interested and asked, I heard that senior brother Xiao obtained a divine item from the Feather Immortal Gathering. Junior was thinking, can I use that item as a wager? If Junior is lucky enough to win, can senior brother Xiao part with it? Yan Xiefeng seemed to have thought about this countless times, saying it without hesitation. Even Zhen Weixing was stunned. Interesting. Gantian seemed to have heard of the Great Wisdom Sword, turning his head and asking, Xiao Hua, I heard that the item is extremely heavy. Why didn't I see it in the storage bag? Xiao Hua looked at the fanaticism in Yan Xiefeng's eyes and laughed coldly in his heart. A peak energy training cultivator actually dared to think about the Great Wisdom Sword. He was tired of living. All right, I'll let Senior Master Qian know. That thing is too heavy and useless, so I threw it in the East Ridge Herb Garden. Xiao Hua smiled. However, that item is an item from the heavens. Someone wants me to use it as a wager. Then shouldn't that person also take out something similar? Junior has a magical item that I obtained from the Feather Immortal Gathering, and I'm willing to use it as a wager. Yan Xiefeng clapped his hands and took out a rectangular magical item that shone with a faint light. With a pft sound, Qian Dihing burst out laughing. With a face full of disdain and contempt, he said, Martial nephew Yan really knows how to joke. He actually used a magic tool to make a bet with junior martial brother Xiao. How could that thing be as valuable as an extraterrestrial divine object? Back then, even the elders of the Tai Ching sect were full of praise for the otherworldly divine item. Yan Xiefeng was at a loss for words. He'd only heard his senior brothers mention Xiao Hua's Great Wisdom Sword, yet he truly didn't have any impression of what it looked like or what it could be used for. However, according to his thoughts, the magic tool he obtained from the Feather Immortal Gathering should be able to compare with the Great Wisdom Sword, right? If Swallow Thunder Ridge doesn't have anything good, why don't you let me take one and give it to martial nephew Yen? Qian Diheng was overjoyed and continued to tease. Gantian scolded. How can you say that about Swallow Thunder Ridge? That's where Thunderclap Palace refines their weapons. Although he was scolding, his tone was filled with doting love, and he didn't try to hide it at all. Furthermore, he turned his head and said to Jinjie, Heng Er's words are rough but logical. Junior martial brother Jin, for something that even the elders of the Tai Ching sect said was good, if your Swallow Thunder Ridge doesn't take out anything, they won't be convinced. This tone, it was standard to stir things up, standard to not be afraid of things getting out of hand. Jinjie hesitated. It was Zhen Weixing's idea to have Yan Xiefeng test Xiao Hua, and he would have approved of it. After all, Swallow Thunder Ridge's disciples had disappeared one after another because of Xiao Hua. Even if Xiao Hua was an aura-refining disciple, they still had to check his actual strength. However, the situation had already gotten out of his control, and it made him scratch his head. You have to take out a magic tool, right? Even if it's a low-grade one. Gantian suggested. There's no need for any magic tool. Xiao Hua hurriedly said, Junior already has a hard time using the cloud-suppressing seal. Why don't we change to something else? Hearing this, Zhenjie's anger rose. He had never met a cultivator who didn't like having too many magic tools. He stared at Xiao Hua and laughed coldly. You haven't even reached foundation establishment, and you already know how to be picky. I don't dare. Xiao Hua lowered his brow and didn't retort. He knew that Gantian would definitely side with him, not for other reasons, but because the more fun things were, the more Gantian would support him. That's true. Gantian smiled. Xiao Hua got a magic tool last time in the Feather Celestial Gathering. So what's the point of giving him another one? He can't use it. Then I will take. Zhenjie's face turned green from being mocked. He slapped his storage bag and wanted to take out something, but Zhen Weixing stepped up and smiled. Master, did you forget? Last time you went out and got something good from the Xianin illusionary realm and placed it with me. Isn't this thing the same value as the item from beyond the heavens? As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized jade pendant from his storage pouch and handed it over. Isn't this for you to comprehend? What did you see? Zhenjie was stunned and then scolded. How can you take this thing out? Seeing his master continue the conversation, Zhen Weixing panicked. Disciple is stupid. This thing is an ancient fire-controlling technique. With disciple's talent, it is hard to comprehend. Zhenjie took the jade amulet and scanned it with his divine sense. A smile appeared on his face as he said to Xiao Hua, This is an ancient divine artifact. It is a perfect match for your divine artifact. If you don't agree, this old man has nothing else to take out. Xiaohua saw the two of them acting and knew that there was something fishy about this thing. He immediately waved his hand, then forget it. Senior Master Zhen, I was joking about going to the lightning field. It's fine if I don't go. When Zhen Jie heard that, he smiled. Why do I listen to what you say? You said you wanted something of similar value, so I found something of similar value. If you don't want to go to the lightning field, then I won't let my disciple go there. Although senior brother Qian is here, I want you to make things clear. Damn it. Xiaohua was about to jump up and down. Who knows what is written on the jade? Do you think it is ancient just because you say so? What use do I have for an ancient thing? However, the ancient god item was compatible with his item from beyond the heavens. Anyone who heard it would think that it was of similar value. Let me take a look. Gantian stretched out his hand. Senior brother Qian, please take a look and see if it is an ancient fire controlling technique. Although it wasn't suitable to show it to Gantian now, Gantian wanted to see it. Zhen Jie didn't dare to go against him and passed it over. As expected, when Gantian scanned with his spiritual sense, he frowned. However, he smiled and sighed. Junior brother Zhen is right. This is an ancient god item. Xiaohua, you can't go back on your words. Chapter 1827. It can't be. Xiaohua was somewhat anxious, but he turned his eyes and slightly tilted his head. Sure enough, Qian Diheng, who was not far away, was giving him a slight wink. Thus, Xiaohua's heart moved, and he could only helplessly say, all right, since Grandmaster Qian has said so, how could this junior dare not agree? Haha, great. Gantian rubbed his palms and stood up. He didn't return the jade to Zhen Jie and said, I haven't been to Lightning Field in a long time. Let's go and have some fun. I'll help you all make a decision. Today. Helplessly he frowned. The main character today was Cui Hongshan. It was his opening day. Who knew that all the glory would turn to Xiaohua. Now that he was going to enter Lightning Field, this wasn't a good sign for Cui Hongshan's opening. Only, looking at Gantian's excited look, how would helplessly dare to say anything? He could only turn around and smile bitterly at Zhu Minghui. Her expression was the same. Junior will go and get that item. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, and I'll go with you. Xiang Yang smiled. Don't, I will go. Qian Diheng interrupted. If you all run, what will happen to my great-grandfather? You? Zhen Weisheng was about to smile crookedly. Xiang Yang definitely wouldn't let Xiaohua run. However, if Qian Diheng followed, the chances of Xiaohua running would be much higher. And you go with Xiaohua. Come back quickly. I'll wait for you all at Lightning Field. Gantian waved his hands. Disciple. Disciple also wants to go. Sun Shu and Xue Xue said at the same time. Sun Ming looked at Gantian. Gantian waved his hands and smiled. It's good that two people go to Xuanlei Palace. Yes, two crisp voices like that of Orioles rang out. Not to mention Zhen Weisheng teaching Yan Xiefeng secrets and finding a way to win. Not to mention Zhen Jie and Sun Ming accompanying Gantian to Lightning Field. Qian Diheng accompanying Xiaohua out of the cave. He immediately grabbed Xiaohua and asked in disbelief, Junior brother Xiaoyu, you really didn't use Zhongyao milk? Of course I didn't. Xiaohua shook his head. Sai, then it's all my fault. Qian Diheng said dejectedly, I delayed using it for a long time because I was afraid that he would ask about it. Who would have thought that you haven't used it after so long? I feel the same. Sun Shu bit his lips, which were somewhat pale. I didn't tell you the truth until junior sister Xue's escape technique suddenly improved. Master, only noticed it. Haha, it's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand. It has nothing to do with you. It's all my fault. I was too worried about personal gains and losses. Alas, Qian Diheng sighed again. He clapped his hand and took out an item from his storage pouch, handing it to Xiaohua. He said, This is from your grandfather. I thought you wouldn't need it. This. Xiaohua looked at it, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Hee, how is it? Who would have thought that it would really become yours? Qian Diheng seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of craftiness appeared on his face. Xue Xue didn't ask much, and also took out an item and handed it to Xiaohua. This is also I's choice. Sun Shu also smiled bitterly and said, However, if junior brother Xiao didn't speak up today, I'm afraid my master would have returned empty-handed. I believe that in a few days, my master will give you a great reward. Hee, then let's make the reward even greater. Xiaohua received the two items with a smile. After Xiaohua put away the two items, he said, "Little brother didn't do it entirely for martial ancestor Sun Ming. The majority of it was for my own sake. And I understand this." Sun Shu glanced at Xue Xue and said in a low voice, "You only have one drop left. You gave half a drop to ancestor Qian, but without my master's share, I'm afraid junior sister Xue will be wronged. Moreover, this half drop is also a disaster. If you don't give it all to others, no one will come to find trouble with you." Haha, exactly. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "In the future, I will have peace of mind. No one will come to find me because of this." Sun Shu and Qian Dihing's faces were slightly bitter. Wasn't this all because of them? Of course, after Xiaohua told them what happened, if Sun Ming and Gantian didn't come, they wouldn't know how Jinjie would deal with them. Only then did the guilt of the two slightly ease. That's right, the thing that Zhen Weishen gave Jinjie is obviously something that Jinjie doesn't know. How did it become some ancient god technique? If it's nothing, wouldn't Xiaohua be at a disadvantage? Xue Xue's eyes turned slightly, changing the topic. Hee, don't worry, junior sister Xue. Qian Dihing patted his chest and said, since great-grandfather nodded his head and agreed, your item can't be wrong. Moreover, although Jinjie doesn't know what it is, he is a golden core cultivator. If he says it is, then it is. Great-grandfather can only agree. Oh, that's good. Xue Xue smiled sweetly at Xiaohua. Ancient fire control god technique. This Zhen Weisheng really knows how to make things up. Qian Diheng curled his lips. If it's true, he would have comprehended it long ago. Why would he take it out? Moreover, even Jinjie doesn't know. But why did great-grandfather agree? Junior brother Qian, don't forget that ancestor Qian didn't let go once he took it. It seems it really is a good item. Sun Shu noticed the details. I understand great-grandfather's words. My question is, what is in this jade? Qian Diheng scratched his head. Won't it be fine after Xiaohua wins against that guy? What's the use of thinking about it now? Sun Shu said in annoyance. Xue Xue was a little worried and said in a low voice, Xiaohua, are you confident? Him. Qian Diheng curled his lips again. This Xiaohua is the #1 expert under Foundation establishment in the Imperial Thunder sect. Oh, he should be the #1 expert under Foundation establishment in the Xiaoyu continent. If he can't do it, no one can. Sun Shu also nodded his head. Thinking back to that year, junior brother Xiao killed 4 Qi refining stage 12 cultivators by himself. That prestige, TSK, even I feel satisfied when I think about it. Yan Xiefeng of Swallow Thunder Ridge was like an egg striking a rock. Junior brother Xiao, do you think you should use the flying sword talisman to assassinate that guy, or use the cloud suppressing seal to smash that guy to death? Or use that black thing of yours to smash that guy into meat paste? Qian Diheng was planning a way for Yan Xiefeng to die. And I know what to do. Xiaohua didn't express his opinion. His gaze was calm as if he was considering something. Qian Diheng was overjoyed when he saw the situation. He knew that there would be an exciting battle to watch. Along the way, he talked a lot and taught Xiaohua how to kill Yan Xiefeng. Like Gantian, he wasn't afraid of things getting out of hand. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Thunder Arena was a special place in the Imperial Thunder sect. Even the low-level disciples didn't know where it was. Within every lightning palace, there was a place where one could teleport to the Thunder Arena. This teleportation place was called the Life and Death Temple by the disciples. The disciples who entered the Thunder Arena had to be accompanied by their elders. The most important thing was that every disciple had to have a life and death contract. Without the contract, the Life and Death Temple wouldn't open. Chapter 1828. Seismic Thunder Palace's Life and Death Temple was in a side hall, guarded by disciples on duty. The disciples on duty didn't recognize Sun Shu and the others, but they recognized Jinjie, Zhen Weisheng, and helplessness. Seeing Jinjie come with Gantian, they knew he was a teacher. One of them bowed and asked respectfully, Ancestor Zhen, why did you come to the Life and Death Temple? I have a disciple who wants to enter the Life and Death Temple. Go and call the deacon on duty today. Jinjie said solemnly. Please wait a moment. Disciple will go and find Uncle Zhen Hongwen. The disciple was very smart, smiling and leaving. Not long later, Zhen Hongwen came. He was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing that the person in front was Gantian from Qian Thunder Palace, he quickly walked over and bowed. Forget it. Gantian flicked his sleeves. I'm here to make a decision. No need to be so polite. Uncle Qian is going to make a decision? Zhen Hongwen was stunned. Looking at Zhen Jie and Sun Ming, he muttered in his heart, it can't be these two seniors, right? However, he didn't say much, at the same time greeting Sun Ming and Zhen Jie. After the greetings, Zhen Hongwen looked at helplessness and Zhen Weisheng, thinking maliciously, could it be these two? But even so, there's no need for Uncle Qian to make a decision, right? Senior brother Zhen. Zhen Weisheng cupped his hands. I have a disciple who wants to enter the Thunder Arena with a disciple of senior brother helplessness. Senior brother Zhen, please make some preparations. What? Your disciple? Zhen Hongwen was confused. Zhen Weisheng was only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. His disciple was at most Qi refinement. A competition between Qi refinement disciples. Did a late-stage golden core cultivator need to participate? Helplessness's disciple. Zhen Hongwen was still thinking. Xiangyang definitely isn't, could it be? At this moment, Gantian laughed coldly. Why is your seismic thunder palace's life and death temple so slow? Making preparations so slow? Yes, disciple will deal with it now. Zhen Hongwen's expression froze, and he immediately replied. After speaking, he patted his hand and took out a triangular jade plate from his storage bag. He pressed his hand on one of the corners and a finger-shaped imprint appeared on it. Red and blue light emitted from the edge of the imprint and slowly spread towards the other two corners. When one of the two corners turned pure red and the other pure blue, Zhen Hongwen said in a low voice, which two disciples want to enter the Thunder Arena? Please take out your identity medallion and imprint your imprint on this life and death contract. Yes. Yan Xiefeng responded and stepped forward. He took out his identity token and activated it with his Fa Li. A misty brilliance appeared on the token and went into one of the pure red horns. Where the brilliance fell, it was like a stone falling into water, creating a layer of ripples. When the brilliance calmed down, 3 black words appeared on the pure red horn. It was Yan Xiefeng. Where's the other disciple? Zhen Hongwen raised her eyes and asked again, but her gaze was fixed on the several aura refining disciples next to Cui Hongshan. Junior brother Zhen, I's disciple isn't here yet. Helplessness quickly said. Although Helplessness was the senior brother, Zhen Hongwen was the deacon of the Life and Death Temple. His position was much higher than Helplessness's. His face was obviously cold. Since he isn't here, why did you ask I to come? Also, why did you ask Senior Uncle Qian to come too? His tone wasn't polite at all. Humph, this little fellow is really long-winded. Gantian coldly snorted and said, I haven't been impatient, but you're the first to be impatient. You can just wait here. Yes, disciple understands. Zhen Hongwen's heart tightened. He definitely didn't expect Gantian to speak for Helplessness. He hurriedly bowed and replied. Thus, the group of people stood in front of the Life and Death Temple quietly. No one dared to speak. Not long later, another 5 cultivators came over. They were all at the Foundation Establishment realm. The 2 at the front were at the Foundation Establishment realm. Their faces were also ugly. They probably wanted to enter the Thunder Arena to settle their grievances. Who's on duty? One of the thin cultivators looked weak, but his temper was explosive. Before he even got close, he scolded. Junior is on duty. Does Senior want to enter the Life and Death Temple? The disciple who welcomed them immediately walked up. Nonsense, if I'm not entering the Life and Death Temple, why am I here? Junior brother, I am here. Zhen Hongwen hurriedly walked past them and cupped his hands. I Su Ming greets Senior brother. That cultivator was obviously unhappy and wasn't too respectful. He slightly bowed. I want to enter the Thunder Arena with this fellow. Senior brother, please handle it. This. Zhen Hongwen was a little hesitant. Gantian was standing in front of the Life and Death Temple and was blocked by several people. He wanted to enter the Thunder Arena to rule. Others. Should he enter first? What's wrong? The person in front hasn't died yet? Su Ming asked him politely. Zhen Hongwen seemed to understand the feelings of the cultivators who came to the Thunder Arena. He wasn't angry and smiled, that's right. Junior brother Su, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while. Humph. Su Ming glanced at the cultivator on the left and laughed coldly. Then let this fellow live a little longer. We still don't know who will live and who will die. That cultivator didn't seem to be afraid and retorted. The 3 people behind were obviously the teachers of the 2 and knew each other. Their faces were filled with worry. Seeing that there were people in front of them, They exchanged glances and walked in front of the two, whispering something. However, it was obvious that Su Ming was impatient. His face was filled with respect, and he seemed to listen to everything they said. However, his eyes occasionally glanced at the other party and flashed with a vicious light. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, there was still no movement in front. Su Ming couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Senior brother Jin? The people in front. Why are they dying so slowly? Why aren't you moving aside?" Humph! A sound rang out and Su Ming's brain exploded. It was as if an awl had pierced into it. "Ayo!" Su Ming cried out and fell to the ground. "Where are you from? Don't you know first come, first served? Why aren't you being respectful in front of us seniors?" It was actually Zhen Jie's voice. "Since you want to die, I'll let you die now so that the seniors of the Heavenly Thunder Palace don't have to watch the show." Zhen Jie. Martial Uncle Jin? Only now did Su Ming's teacher see Zhen Jie in front of the crowd, followed by Sun Ming and Gantian. The three of them were shocked and wanted to bow and greet in a panic. "You wait first." How could Zhen Jie let them go forward? He flicked his sleeves and said, "Wait until I'm done with senior brother Qian. Then it'll be your turn." "Yes, yes." Su Ming's teacher hurriedly nodded, and then helped Su Ming up. Su Ming's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. This Golden Core stage cultivator's ability was really strange. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, with the persuasion of teacher Su Ming's expression actually eased up. The two opponents who had previously been ready to fight to the death on the Thunder Field, under the escort of the teachers from both sides, cupped their hands towards Zhen Hongwen and turned to leave the side hall. However, when they left, they didn't dare to say goodbye to Zhen Jie. Chapter 1829. The five of them left the side hall and didn't walk far when they met two men and two women. One of them was a tall and thin aura-refining disciple holding an extremely ugly sword embryo. He asked very respectfully, "Martial Uncle, may I know how to enter the view of life and death of my thunderous palace?" Needless to say, this aura-refining disciple was Xiaohua. This guy also just found out that entering the Thunder Field required passing the view of life and death, and he didn't know about the Thunderous Palace's view of life and death. "Yes, it's just ahead." Su Ming's master pointed, and then advised, "There is a Jindan martial uncle in front of the view of life and death. If you want to enter the Thunder Field, come back later." "Yes, thank you, martial uncle." Xiaohua cupped his hands and led Qian Diheng and the others in the direction of the view of life and death. Alas, why are the disciples nowadays all the same as Su Ming? Su Ming's master sighed. "You can't even listen to the words of your elders. It's obviously not a big matter, but you have to make a big fuss. If it weren't for the delay in front of the view of life and death today, you two who were originally on good terms with each other would be separated by life and death." "Master, can't you say a few words less?" "Ouch." Su Ming held his head and whispered in shame and anger, "We were just talking about others. Why are you talking about disciples again?" Immediately, Su Ming came to his senses and turned to look at the backs of Xiaohua and the others. They shouldn't be the disciples that martial Uncle Zhen Jie is waiting for. No, two aura-refining disciples, two disciples who just entered the Foundation establishment realm. How could they be worthy of waiting for Heavenly Thunder Palace's Jindan cultivators? Another cultivator said resolutely, "Why not?" Su Ming asked again, obviously unconvinced. "What?" Still, that person also asked back, but before he could speak, Su Ming's master quickly pulled the two people and said, "Who cares who they are waiting for? Let's go first." Xiaohua and the other three had just entered the side chamber when they were greeted by Xiang Yang, who had been waiting for them. Xiang Yang's first words were, "Junior brother, the Thunder Arena is not that easy to enter and exit. You should carefully consider it. Just now, I saw with my own eyes that the two senior and junior brothers who were originally going to enter the Thunder Arena, after a period of delay, have both calmed down and now have returned. Looking at this elder martial brother who always tried to be nice, Xiaohua said with a smile, "Now that things have come to this, can this little brother withdraw?" "Exactly." Qian Diheng didn't like Xiang Yang and said snappily, "Wait until junior brother Xiao kills that guy. Then it won't be too late for you to say this." Xiang Yang sighed and brought Xiaohua to Zhen Jie and the others. "This is the item from beyond the heavens?" When Gantian saw the great wisdom sword in Xiaohua's hand, he was stunned. Xiaohua handed Hanya over with a smile and said, "It's this thing." However, Other than the fact that it's especially heavy, it's just that it's not controlled by divine sense. There's nothing special about it. Gantian swept with his spiritual sense, and as Xiaohua said, he reached out to take it. Grandmaster Qian, this thing is really heavy, Xiaohua reminded. Gantian glanced at Xiaohua. If it was someone else, he would have scolded them. Xiaohua didn't dare to say anything more and released his hand. Unexpectedly, Gantian casually picked up the great wisdom sword and even waved it around in his hands. His face didn't reveal any weird expression as he nodded his head. As expected, it is heavy. However, to say that it's an item from beyond the heavens is a little too mysterious. It's just like that ancient god technique. It complements each other. When Zhenjie heard those words that were obviously mocking him, he acted like he didn't hear anything. Gantian looked at Zhenjie and said, "This thing obviously has nothing to do with spells." Even if Xiaohua got it, he would just throw it to the side. Junior brother Zhen decided to use the jade to bet with this thing? Zhenjie didn't hesitate and smiled. "I have stood with senior brother Qian for so long. How can I not count? Wouldn't that be letting senior brother see my shocking Thunder Palace as a joke?" "Okay." Gantian smiled. "I am just a judge, giving you guys a reminder before entering the life and death temple." Then he said to Xiaohua, "Go, I will take this thing first. If you can't come down from the lightning field, I will pass it to junior brother Zhen." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiaohua bowed and turned around to look at the cultivator guarding the life and death temple. Zhen Hongwen walked over and took out the triangle and asked, "Are you Wu Hai's disciple?" "Junior is Wu Hai's disciple Xiaohua." Xiaohua replied, "Do you want to sign a life and death contract with Yan Xiefeng to enter the life and death temple and enter the lightning field?" "That's right." "Okay, take out your identity token and sign on this life and death contract," Zhen Hongwen said expressionlessly. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and immediately understood the spell. He took out his identity token from his storage bag. The spell was the same as Yan Xiefeng's. A misty light flashed from the token and landed on the life and death contract. However, when the red and blue light surged, it spread to the last corner of the contract until it was completely blue. Two black words, Xiaohua's, appeared there. "The masters of the two disciples, please come over." Zhen Hongwen raised her head again. Wu Hai and Zhen Weisheng had already come forward. They each took out their tokens and signed their names in the middle of the life and death contract where Yan Xiefeng and Xiaohua's names were respectively. "Three martial uncles, please wait." Zhen Hongwen walked to the front of the life and death temple. It was originally a very ordinary projector wall. Zhen Hongwen walked to the front of the projector wall and took out a diamond-shaped token. She cast a spell on the token, and the token immediately emitted an emerald green light beam. After the light beam reached the air, it gradually condensed into the shape of a ball. Zhen Hongwen snorted and changed the spell in her hand again. She slowly pushed the ball toward the projector wall. When the ball entered the projector wall began to slowly vibrate like a chicken being split open. From the middle, a crisscrossing gap appeared. "Go!" Zhen Hongwen didn't dare to be negligent. She threw the token in her hand into the gap, and it turned into an emerald green light and disappeared. After the light disappeared, the gap gradually split open. It revealed a flat surface that was as smooth as a bronze mirror. "This is the life and death temple?" Xiaohua looked at it without blinking and said in his heart. The surface of the mirror was oval, and there were many runes engraved on the surrounding frame. These runes were also emerald green and faintly flowed in the brilliance. Even in the mirror, there was no reflection at all, only some runes were faintly discernible. Zhen Hongwen paused for a moment and threw the life and death contract in her hand into the mirror. With its schwaff sound, like the surface of the water being lifted, a red and blue brilliance appeared from the place where the life and death contract fell. This brilliance was like a door, red on one side and blue on the other, slowly moving to both sides. Chapter 1830. When the mirror was divided into red and blue, Zhen Hongwen turned around and said, "Yan Xiefeng, Xiaohua, the life and death view has been opened. You too can enter the thunder field according to the color shown by your names. I want to remind you that as long as you step into the life and death view, the life and death inside, you are not responsible. Do you want to go in?" "Thank you, martial uncle. We will go in." Xiaohua and Yan Xiefeng bowed. Zhen Hongwen didn't know how many times he had heard this reply. He casually nodded and waved his hand, retreating a few steps. Senior Brother Xiao, please. Yan Xiefeng looked at the red and blue doors and raised his hand. Okay. Xiaohua didn't hold back. Looking at Yan Xiefeng, who was like a dead person, he stepped into the blue side. Xiaohua only felt his vision darken. Instantly, a kind of teleporting pressure came from all directions. However, in the blink of an eye, the pressure disappeared. When Xiaohua focused his eyes, he saw that he was inside a light barrier flickering with a light blue brilliance. And the countless lightning on the light barrier was the restriction outside the light barrier. Xiaohua released his spiritual sense and felt that the space inside the light barrier was extremely large. His spiritual sense couldn't reach the end. Space magic. Xiaohua immediately understood. Xiaohua, Yan Xiefeng, are you two ready? Zhen Hongwen's voice came again. Xiaohua raised his head and said, Disciple is ready. After 10 breaths, an illusion will appear in the thunder field. As for what illusion, I don't know. You can do whatever you want in this illusion. All magic tools and treasures won't be affected. Zhen Hongwen's voice was like the sound of nature. You two, either one dies, one admits defeat, or the other accepts. Otherwise, you can't leave the thunder field. Of course, I, Uncle Master Zhen, and the others all saw your fight. Now that Uncle Master Gantian is here to judge, he will definitely give you justice. Then, Zhen Hongwen's voice disappeared. After 10 breaths, Xiaohua only felt that his eyes were bright. It was so bright that he couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In front of Xiaohua's eyes was a beautiful immortal world. Not to mention the extremely majestic immortal mountains in the distance, not to mention the boundless surging Milky Way near the immortal mountains, not to mention the heavenly maidens washing themselves and bathing by the Milky Way. Just the leisurely flying immortal birds and immortal beasts in front of Xiaohua made him feel as if there was too much for his eyes to take in. Damn it, is this really the original appearance of the immortal land? Xiaohua's gaze couldn't help but glance towards the bank of the heavenly river. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out. In the sky above the celestial realm, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the clouds of the 9th heaven. It rapidly struck towards Xiaohua's forehead. No way. I'm just looking, and I haven't even seen. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He was just about to use the bright thunder escape, but when he thought about how Zhenjie and the others were in the thunder arena and could see his every move, his figure unconsciously became sluggish. At this time, if he took out a flight talisman, it would probably be too late. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He clapped his hands and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out. However, just as the cloud-suppressing seal flew into the air, before Xiaohua could activate his spiritual power, that bolt of lightning had already struck Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua sighed in his heart and hurriedly dodged. A loud sound rang out as the lightning struck his shoulder. Just as Xiaohua was about to be injured, a tricolored brilliance flashed from the spot where the lightning struck, blocking the lightning out of thin air. The lightning immediately disappeared into thin air. Xiaohua was very familiar with this tricolored brilliance. It was the defensive magic treasure that Qian Diheng wore during his experiential learning. That's right, this protective treasure was chosen by Qian Diheng for Xiaohua. It was the treasure that he had always used to protect his life. At this moment, Xiaohua was wearing this treasure. No wonder Qian Diheng had been plotting how Yan Xiefeng would die. Outside the illusory realm, Zhenjie's face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it. He snuck a glance at Qian Tian and said intentionally or unintentionally, Senior Brother Qian? This treasure seems to be what Senior Brother used when he was young. Isn't that right? I was wondering why it looked so familiar. This little brat, I only said that I would give a treasure to Xiaohua, and he actually took it out. What a prodigal thing. Qian Tian scolded. However, he immediately asked, this treasure of Yan Xiefeng seems to be what Junior Brother used in the past. I had already given this treasure to my disciple. I'm afraid that Wei Shen gave it to Xiefeng. Zhenjie said embarrassedly. Sai, just a qi refining disciple, and he has to use a treasure. It's not good for the meridians. Qian Tian said sincerely. Zhenjie's lungs were about to explode from anger. He naturally knew that this was his disciple's arrangement. Moreover, Zhen Weisheng also knew that Xiaohua had the cloud-suppressing seal. However, none of them expected that Qian Diheng would give Xiaohua a protective treasure. Although protective treasures also needed magic power, they used less magic power than attacking treasures. With this treasure, Xiaohua was at least in an undefeatable position. Zhen Jie wanted to say something, but before entering the Thunder Arena, Zhen Jie had already given this protective magic weapon to Xiaohua. Xiaohua had taken advantage of the time when he went to the Eastern Ridge to retrieve the Great Wisdom sword to refine it for himself. What could he say? Damn it, no wonder Qian Dihing wanted to follow. Zhen Jie couldn't help but scold. And within the illusion, Xiaohua, who was struck by a bolt of lightning, quickly fell down several feet. Only then did he stabilize himself. When he raised his head, Yan Xiefeng's figure appeared high up in the sky. Humph, Xiaohua sneered. He slapped his hand and took out a flying talisman from the space. He slapped it on his body and then urged his magic power to fly high up in the sky. Moreover, while flying, he held the cloud-suppressing seal in his hand. When the two people approached, Yan Xiefeng's hand had already changed into a gourd-shaped magic treasure. Looking at Xiaohua's figure flying over, his face was abnormally heavy. Needless to say, his sneak attack just now was precisely because of Zhen Weisheng's instructions. Relying on some of his experience with the Thunder Plains illusory realm, he hid in the shadows and then used his sect's secret technique to activate his magic weapon, wanting to give Xiaohua a fatal blow. But in the end, Yan Xiefeng consumed a lot of magic power. For a short period of time, he temporarily couldn't control his magic treasure. He could only use his magic treasure, the Thunder Spirit Gourd, to fight the enemy. As for the Thunder Spirit Gourd, it definitely couldn't break Xiaohua's protective treasure. But what else could he do? If he didn't want to sit and wait for death, he could only compete with Xiaohua's magic power and see whose magic power would be consumed first. This was obviously the sorrow of an aura-refining disciple, and it was also something he could think of in advance. But what about Xiaohua? Xiaohua didn't know about his challenge. Thinking of this, Yan Xiefeng's mouth hung a cold smile. Chapter 1831. Therefore, when Yan Xiefeng flew down, he had already taken a pill to recover his true energy and quietly waited for his spiritual power to recover. Thinking of this, the corner of Yan Xiefeng's mouth slightly rose. Yes, for this battle, Zhen Weisheng gave him a lot of pills. Even though Xiaohua went to the Eastern Ridge, after all, he wasn't with Zhang Wuji. In terms of pills, he definitely couldn't compare to Yan Xiefeng. Xiaohua and the others approached. With a wave of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal let out a wong-wong sound. In midair, it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and gradually enlarged. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the cloud-suppressing seal also began to condense into a tiny ribbon shape. Go! Xiaohua's face gradually turned pale, seemingly due to the consumption of his spiritual power. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal slowly pressing down on him, Yan Xiefeng couldn't help but feel a burst of palpitations in his heart. That kind of feeling seemed to be an invisible rope firmly binding him. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Yan Xiefeng's forehead was instantly covered in sweat. This was the first time he encountered this kind of situation. Pooh! Yan Xiefeng suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. A stream of blood essence spurted out, startling him for a moment. Quick! Taking advantage of this precious moment, Yan Xiefeng already formed a seal on the Thunder Spirit Gourd in his hand. From within the gourd, a purple brilliance sprayed out. Within the brilliance, there were dozens of flashing lightning bolts. They were like exquisite little dragons that danced and rushed towards the cloud-suppressing seal. As the lightning bolts danced, the purple brilliance converged into the lightning bolts. Those lightning bolts absorbed the abundant lightning energy of the Thunder Arena and rapidly expanded. When they flew close to the cloud-suppressing seal, they had already become lightning bolts as thick as an arm. Ka-cha-cha, ka-cha-cha, a dozen sounds in a row. Those lightning bolts hit the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal, smashing some of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into tiny ribbons. However, these lightning bolts only slightly prevented the cloud-suppressing seal from falling. The remaining lightning bolts gradually shrank under the might of the cloud-suppressing seal, and were even annihilated. This is the difference between a magic treasure and a magic tool. Fall! Not far away, Xiaohua's face showed joy. Urging the spiritual power in his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal sped up and smashed towards Yan Xiefeng's forehead. Go! Yan Xiefeng had long expected this. Taking advantage of the fact that the cloud-suppressing seal's infinite karma power was slightly weak, he tried his best to activate the flight talisman to escape. Unfortunately, How could a 12th layer Qi refinement cultivator like him escape from the boundless power of karma? Even if Yan Xiefeng exerted all his strength, he only managed to fly a few feet. Pa! The cloud-suppressing seal landed on Yan Xiefeng's forehead. However, just as Xiaohua had expected, a layer of lightning also appeared on Yan Xiefeng's forehead. This lightning quickly covered Yan Xiefeng's entire body and firmly protected him. No matter how much the suppressing cloud seal flipped in the air, it could not land. Hee, senior brother Zhen, you've made a lot of preparations. Sun Ming couldn't help but say in amusement. Both of them had magic treasures to protect themselves, so in the end, the only thing that mattered was their transcendence energy. Furthermore, they were both at the peak of the 12th layer of aura refining, so their transcendence energy, was there even a need to mention it? There was definitely not much difference between them. In Sun Ming's mind, the biggest possibility for these two people was already a tie. This old man also doesn't know. It's all thanks to Professor Wei Sheng's methods. Zhen Jie naturally pushed away all responsibility. However, just as Sun Ming was speaking, a strange change occurred again. Xiaohua's hand spread out, and like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, dozens of fireball talismans covered Yan Xiefeng's entire body. Only to hear a series of rumbling sounds, like the firecrackers of the mortal world during the new year, ringing non-stop. With great difficulty, it finally stopped. At the place where the flames were extinguished, Yan Xiefeng revealed an expression of having a card up his sleeve, and the lightning around his body did not decrease in the slightest. However, just as Yan Xiefeng once again struggled free from the might of the cloud-suppressing seal and had just flown a few feet away, Xiaohua once again waved his large hand, closely followed by a dozen or so fireball talismans pouncing over. Sun Ming was somewhat speechless. This was almost a scoundrel's way of fighting. But thinking about it again, relying on the might of a magic weapon to trap the opponent, and then using yellow talismans to wear down the opponent's magic power, it was also an extremely normal train of thought. Others had just woken up, but Wu Qi, Zhuo Minghui, Xiang Yang, and the others had already thought of it when Xiaohua threw out the first batch of fireball talismans. Didn't Xiaohua use this move to deal with Xiang Yang that day? Even the early-stage foundation establishment Xiang Yang was somewhat exhausted. Could Yan Xiefeng do it? Of course, this depended on how long Yan Xiefeng's magic power could support the magic weapon protecting his body, and also how many fireball talismans Xiaohua had. But how many fireball talismans did Xiaohua have? No one seemed to know that every time Yan Xiefeng relied on this protective magic treasure to block the fireballs that came crashing down on his head and face, and then barely managed to move a few feet, Xiaohua would immediately wave his hand in an extremely confident manner, and another dozen or even dozens of fireball talismans would surround Yan Xiefeng. This cycle repeated over and over again until everyone was tired of watching, but Xiaohua's movements were still as joyful as ever. Obviously, this most basic attack method, the most clumsy fireball talisman, was the most effective way to consume magic power. Every time, the light protecting Yan Xiefeng's body would admittedly decrease by a small amount, but it was still decreasing. Moreover, following the consumption of his magic power, the light would decrease even more. After a long time, the lightning finally weakened, just when Sun Shu and the others were extremely puzzled. But sometimes they were somewhat happy. The cloud-suppressing seal that Xiaohua relied on to suppress Yan Xiefeng's movements suddenly lost its sound and silently fell from the air. Obviously, it was because Xiaohua's magic power was insufficient. Oh no! Xiang Yang was the first to cry out in alarm. Junior martial brother Zhao's true qi is exhausted. Right now, Xiaohua's cultivation was at the 12th layer of qi refining, not much different from Yan Xiefeng. Yan Xiefeng only used his magic power to defend himself, so the consumption was naturally smaller. How could Xiaohua last? The cloud-suppressing seal falling at this time was already very rare and commendable. However, Xiaohua didn't seem to be flustered at all. At the same time, he withdrew the cloud-suppressing seal with one hand, and at the same time, threw out a fireball talisman with the other hand, and then took out a few medicinal pills to consume. Rumble. A series of loud sounds rang out, but Yan Xiefeng's heart was already at ease inside the fireball. Just now, the cloud-suppressing seal above his head made him unable to retaliate at all. He had persevered for a long time just for this moment. I want to see how long your magic power can last. An evil grin gradually appeared on Yan Xiefeng's face. Half of the true qi in his meridians was activated. While maintaining the protective magic treasure, he had already accumulated enough strength to activate his magic power. Once the fireball was about to explode, he would rush out and give Xiaohua a head-on blow. Seeing that the surrounding fire was decreasing, Yan Xiefeng let out a long whistle, and his figure suddenly flew up. With a wave of his hand, the thunder spirit gourd that was not suppressed by the cloud-suppressing seal until now flew up, and the gourd's mouth once again burst out with a purple brilliance, however. Just when Yan Xiefeng was about to cast a spell on the thunder spirit gourd, he suddenly felt a black shadow streaking across his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the shadow had already flown to a distance of about 1 zhang in front of him. "Ayo, this guy is really so fast." Yan Xiefeng's heart was slightly startled, and he secretly pondered, as expected by Master, he is really faster than me by 30%. He's so close, could it be that he still has some trump card? Without waiting for Yan Xiefeng to finish thinking, he saw Xiaohua wave his hand, and a pitch-black spear point appeared in his hand. Xiaohua's face suddenly turned blood red, and his figure sped up again. With a hoo sound, the spear point quickly pierced Yan Xiefeng's body defense. Demonic weapon. Yan Xiefeng's eyes narrowed. No wonder Master said that Xiaohua's strength is huge, and that he might have some trump card. Using his outer space object as a stake, one can try to increase his cultivation, and 2 can weaken his strength. It really is useful. I'm afraid this demonic weapon is his final trump card. With a poff sound, a huge force hit Yan Xiefeng's chest. Although Yan Xiefeng's figure retreated a lot, the light protecting his body flickered, and his body didn't suffer any damage. Haha! Yan Xiefeng, who thought he already figured out Xiaohua's details, laughed wildly a few times and said sternly, "You think only you have fireball talismans?" While speaking, he waved his hand, and the same large amount of fireball talismans sprinkled out. Although the quality was far inferior to Xiaohua's fireball talismans, the exploding fireballs also blocked Xiaohua inside. Xiaohua's magic power seemed to be insufficient, and when he was flying just now, he also seemed to have urged a secret technique. At this time, his figure was somewhat clumsy, and he actually couldn't dodge. One fireball after another exploded near his body. Of course, the light protecting his body overflowed and easily blocked these fireballs. Quick hearing Yan Xiefeng's incantation in his ears, he saw that inside the thunder spirit gourd, another 4 or 5 lightning bolts grew in the wind, and like small dragons, pounced towards Xiaohua. In a hurry, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the spirit crow fire net rushed into the sky. Under the urging of his magic power, more than 10 fire crows flew out from the fire net and faced the lightning bolts with a whistle. Ka-cha-chop, several thunderous sounds rang out, and the lightning bolts and fire crows were annihilated at the same time. The power of these 2 artifacts was exactly the same. Fight Xiaohua was already full of fighting experience. Early on, at the same time that he shot out the spirit crow fire net, his figure once again flew. Taking advantage of the fact that Yan Xiefeng hadn't taken out his yellow talisman, he once again flew to his side. With an angry roar, he swung the tip of the demonic spear in his hand, and like a little chick pecking at rice, he consecutively stabbed towards Yan Xiefeng's waist more than 10 times. With every stab, Yan Xiefeng would fly back a foot, and Xiaohua would follow like a shadow, sticking close to his body, and stab a second time. Admittedly, the demonic spear tip was unable to pierce through the defense, but the strength in Xiaohua's hand could not be faked. The defensive brilliance could not completely block it, and more than 10 strikes landed on Yan Xiefeng's body that had not been tempered in the slightest. It was already painful to the point that his face turned deathly pale. And at the same time that he was in pain, his magic power was already insufficient. The thunder spirit gourd stopped in the air, and no more lightning bolts flew out. Looking at Xiaohua again, he was incomparably refreshed. At the same time that he stabbed Yan Xiefeng, he didn't forget to point his finger. The spirit crow fire net covered the thunder spirit gourd, and that purple brilliance could no longer leak out. Chapter 1832. Ouch! Yan Xiefeng endured the pain and clapped his hands again. A large amount of yellow talismans flew out, wanting to force Xiaohua to retreat. Who would have thought that Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness? He stretched out his left hand, grabbing Yan Xiefeng's neck as if he was catching a fish. Yan Xiefeng was shocked. He swung his hand upwards, wanting to block, but Xiaohua's arm seemed to be soft. It swayed in front of his eyes and easily dodged. Yan Xiefeng simply didn't have time to react. With a pa sound, Xiaohua grabbed Yan Xiefeng's neck. Naturally, Yan Xiefeng's protective light rippled and blocked Xiaohua's hand. But immediately after, Xiaohua's action made the onlookers dumbstruck. Pa pa pa! Xiaohua actually raised his fist and punched Yan Xiefeng's neck. At the same time, he used his other hand to stab Yan Xiefeng's waist with the tip of the demonic spear. What kind of fighting method is this? Even Gantian, an experienced and knowledgeable late Golden Core cultivator, was stunned. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Reporting to Senior Master Qian. Helplessly, his face was a little red. He said shyly, Junior's disciple was originally a loose cultivator. His actions seemed to be similar to the martial techniques of the secular world. Martial techniques? Oh, I have some impression. Gantian came to a realization. It's similar to the body cultivators of the cultivation world, right? Maybe disciple isn't too sure. Helplessly shrunk his neck. He felt ashamed that Xiaohua actually used the tricks of the secular world. Yan Xiefeng was probably dizzy from Xiaohua's beating. He threw out large amounts of yellow talismans, but he didn't know where he threw them. He clearly felt that Xiaohua was on the left, but after he threw them out, Xiaohua ran to the right. When he hit the right again, Xiaohua appeared above him. In short, Xiaohua was like a cat playing with a mouse, doing whatever he wanted around Yan Xiefeng. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. This sound was extremely soft, but in Yan Xiefeng's ears, it was extremely ear-piercing. It was like a jade pillar suddenly collapsing. His heart instantly turned cold. This was the sound of Yan Xiefeng's protective magical treasure being broken. This is bad. Yan Xiefeng was so shocked that he decided to use the secret method taught by Professor Zhen Weisheng regardless of anything else. However, just as he activated the secret technique, a powerful hand gripped his neck. The strength that was as hard as rock immediately made him feel suffocated. Yan Xiefeng had not experienced this feeling for a long time, but once this feeling appeared, he did not hesitate. Xiaohua only needed to move slightly, and his neck would be easily broken. Just like a weak little chick. Senior Brother Xiao, please spare my life. Fear came as expected, not allowing Yan Xiefeng the slightest hesitation. Humph! Zhen Jie's face instantly turned pale. He looked at Yan Xiefeng, who was struggling with all his strength, but was unable to break free. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Junior Brother Zhen? Gantian's voice spread over. It was really cold but also really excited. I haven't made my decision and Junior Brother is leaving? Are you not going to give Senior Brother face? Not at all. I just want to ask Wei Sheng how he teaches his disciples. Zhen Jie smiled apologetically. Their cultivation is the same, and their spiritual power is about the same. How could he be defeated by such shameless methods? This kind of disciple, if he dies, then he dies. Is there a need for Senior Brother Qian to make a decision? Take a look. Xiaohua didn't kill him. Gantian's brows rose, indicating for Zhen Jie to return. Zhen Jie didn't dare to disobey. He looked at Sun Ming, who couldn't help but laugh. He was abnormally embarrassed and angry, but his body still resolutely turned back. At this moment, Xiaohua's voice spread over. Zhen? Senior Uncle Zhen? Does it count as my win? That voice was both timid and excited, like, this victory was not easy to come by. Senior Uncle Qian, what do you think? With Gantian here, Zhen Hongwen naturally didn't dare to make a decision. Damn, do you still need me to make a decision? Gantian scolded with a smile. Xiaohua only needed to use strength, and Yan Xiefeng's neck would be broken like a duck. No matter what, Xiaohua won. Yes, disciple understands. Zhen Hongwen hurriedly said. Following which, Zhen Hongwen waved his hand, and a red light pillar appeared from the illusion. He said, Xiaohua, you have already won. You just need to bring Yan Xiefeng into the light pillar. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua was afraid of changes and didn't dare to be careless. He still carried Yan Xiefeng like he was carrying a real duck. He pointed his finger, and the spirit crow fire net brought the lightning spirit gourd back, stepping into the red light pillar. The light pillar flashed, and Xiaohua's figure disappeared from the illusion. The entire illusion returned to red and blue. Senior Uncle Qian, Senior Uncle Zhen, Senior Uncle Sun, please? Zhen Hongwen said with a smile. Xiaohua's eyes darkened, and there was another teleportation pressure. An oval door appeared in front of him. Xiaohua understood that this was the life and death situation from before. When Xiaohua stepped out of the door as expected, Qian Diheng and the others were already waiting by the side. Putong Xiaohua shook his hand, throwing Yan Xiefeng to the ground. Yan Xiefeng seemed to have no strength left, unable to stand up. The others didn't dare to say anything. Qian Diheng had already walked up and looked at Yan Xiefeng, saying weirdly, "Junior brother Xiao, this, are you sure? He already went up the lightning field, and you still don't want his life? Why would I want junior brother Yan's life?" Xiaohua was very calm, and he said righteously, "Junior brother Yan wanted to spar with me, and he didn't even think about going up the lightning field. Moreover, we are all disciples of Thunder Palace, and we don't have any grudges. Why do we have to fight to the death?" Then he looked at Gantian and smiled. "Moreover, senior Uncle Qian still has a bet, and I really can't bring myself to die." "It can't be?" Qian Diheng was stunned. "When did you become so kind?" "I have always been kind. It's just that you didn't notice," Xiaohua said with a smile. Because of him, 3 of Zhen Jie's personal disciples had already died in Thunder Ridge. If he killed Zhen Weisheng's disciple in front of him, would he still want to cultivate in Thunder-controlling sect? Wouldn't he attract the attention of Thunder Ridge? What if he attracted the attention of the Heavenly Thunder Palace or other teachers? Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to do such a thing that harms others without benefiting himself. "Great," Gantian smiled, passing the Great Wisdom Sword and the jade to Xiaohua. "I didn't expect that you would let Yan Xiefeng go. Not bad, such a magnanimous cultivator with such methods, comparable to your senior brother. Ha ha ha, so what if he doesn't build his foundation?" After saying those words that didn't know how to praise, Gantian didn't say anything more, turning around and leaving. Qian Diheng scratched his head, giving Xiaohua a look, and he hurriedly followed. Looking at the figures of the two leaving, their footsteps were exactly the same. Chapter 1833. Scoff. Once Gantian's body disappeared, Zhen Jie scoffed coldly. His eyes circled Xiaohua's body before looking at helplessness. Although his gaze was like a knife, he was helpless. He waved his sleeves and left. Zhen Weisheng naturally followed. Yan Xiefeng's face was ashen white as he followed behind. "Ha ha ha," Sun Ming cupped his hands and said, "Nephew Helpless, what a good disciple you took in." Even senior brother Gantian praised him. "Congratulations." Helpless' face turned red as he returned the greeting. "I don't dare. I made Senior Master Sun laugh. These are all methods that can't be seen by others. It's an unfair win." "An unfair win?" A thoughtful smile appeared on Sun Shu's face, and he didn't say anything else. He nodded slightly at Xiaohua, then led Sun Shu and Xue Xue away. Xue Xue's gaze was filled with reluctance, but she still walked further and further away. Zhen Mo and the others also said a few words to Helpless and Zhuo Minghui before bringing their disciples away. Only the 10,000 Thunder Valley disciples were left in front of the Life and Death Temple. Xiaohua held the Great Wisdom Sword in one hand and the jade he won in the other. He looked at Helpless and smiled. "Master, I won. Junior brother Xiao is indeed amazing. You are as fierce as before." Xiangyang saw that Helpless' expression wasn't right and immediately said, "Even if I faced junior brother Xiao now, I would have my hands tied." Scoff. Helpless was originally gloomy. At this moment, he rolled his eyes, sweeping a glance at Xiangyang and then at Xiaohua. He sneered and said, "I originally thought that my myriad Thunder Valley's first disciple would reach foundation establishment in 50 years. Who would have thought that the second disciple might take even longer?" "Master." Xiaohua felt wronged and said softly. Helpless' gaze was filled with disappointment as he stared at Xiaohua. "You said you won." "Yes, you did win. However, don't you think that you won with an unfair win?" "Ah?" Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out, "What? Master, you actually saw through it?" Hee, not only me, but Senior Master Zhen, Senior Master Sun, and Senior Master Qian, which one of them didn't see through it? Didn't you hear what Senior Master Qian said? Such methods, so what if you are energy refinement? Do you know how I felt when I heard those words? You've made me lose all face." Looking helplessly at Xiaohua's enlightened face, he said angrily, "You have cultivated for so many years. Have you cultivated your cultivation to become a dog? Don't you know how to use some magic? Didn't they know how to accumulate more magic power and use magic treasures? Even if the transcendent artifact is not good enough, can't you use more transcendent artifacts? The magic tool your mistress gave you. Are you planning to use it to give birth to a child? I spent a large sum of spirit stones to refine these magic tools for you. And you let them sleep? Could it be that these Dharma artifacts became Dharma treasures when they fell asleep? It's fine if you use the fireball talisman. After all, it's still a cultivator's technique. But you actually used a magic weapon and relied on your strength to win. Those were the methods that cultivators disdained. They were the brainless methods of the people of the devil world. You actually have the nerve to use it. And even if you use a demonic weapon, that's fine. It's still considered a demonic technique. You can just borrow it and treat it as a body cultivator. I won't say anything. You actually disregarded your status as a cultivator and used the methods of a mortal martial artist. What do you want me to say about you? I originally thought that you would learn from your mistakes, but looking at your fighting methods, which one of them didn't rely on external objects? With such insignificant methods, even if you won, so what? What's the use of that so-called jade amulet? Can you build your foundation? Can you truly become a cultivator? A few years ago, you used this method to force your eldest senior brother to not dare to casually fight back. But did he really not dare to fight back? That was because he was afraid of hurting you. And today, a few years later, you are still using the same method. You may have won against Yen Xiefeng, but what about your eldest senior brother? He doesn't have as much strength as you, but would he be afraid of you? Why? Can't you think about it? Because he's already at the middle stage of foundation establishment. His cultivation has already improved. He can casually kill you with just a wave of his hand. Look at your senior brother Cui. Although he entered the sect later than you, he's already at foundation establishment. Do you think that your method can still defeat him? Actually, there's no need to think about it. Just by looking at this old man's heels, I can tell that you're just like last time when you forced Xiong Yang to use the most basic of techniques to kill you. What's the use of your magic treasures? Then he sized up Xiaohua again and sneered. Look at my myriad Thunder Valley's disciple. He has an extraterrestrial divine object in his left hand and an ancient divine spell in his right hand. Anyone who sees it will feel that it's really, really impressive. Unfortunately, even if you have another 10 or 20 ancient divine spells, can you cultivate them? If you don't build your foundation, you'll never be a true cultivator. After he finished speaking, he helplessly flung his sleeves, turned around and left. His figure quickly disappeared outside the side hall. Xiaohua was helplessly reprimanded, and his face turned ashen. He never thought that after defeating Swallow Thunder Ridge's provocation, he would actually end up like this. Xiaohua, your master is also doing this for your own good. Zhuo Minghui clearly wanted to say something, but when she saw Xiaohua's expression, she sighed and also walked away. Yan Qinglian saw that her master's wife had left, and looked at Xiong Yang, who wanted to comfort Xiaohua. She pulled Xiong Yang and said in a low voice, Junior brother Xiao, I won't say anything. You won anyway, so don't think too much. Go back to the Eastern Ridges Herb Garden and rest for a while. When master's anger subsides, I'll let your senior brother send a message to you. Xiong Yang also nodded, patted Xiaohua's shoulder, and left with Yan Qinglian. Only Cui Hongshan was left. With a smile on his face, he said, Many thanks, junior brother Xiao. Today is a good day for me to open the sect. You also gave me such a victory, and it's also a gift that I like very much. However, master is right. If you don't build your foundation, everything is useless. You should stop trying to comprehend those messy things and think more about how to build your foundation. You also know about my cave, so if you have time, there's no harm in coming to my cave. I definitely won't keep it to myself. I hope that my myriad Thunder Valley won't only have 1,000 years of chi refinement, but 100 years of foundation establishment. Ha! Looking at Cui Hongshan's appearance, Xiaohua's face faintly smiled, and he also said, AI, what's this gift? If Zhen Jie and the others didn't come, I's gift to you. Tizke. Hearing this, Cui Hongshan's expression slightly changed. He turned his head and said, Junior brother Xiao, are you sure you'll give that thing to me? What do you think? Xiaohua said with a smile. How is that possible? Such a precious thing. Cui Hongshan shook his head, and then said in a low voice, I wonder what that thing is? I want to say, but do you dare to listen? Xiaohua said with great interest. Cui Hongshan thought of his oath, and his expression unconsciously changed. He clenched his teeth and walked out of the side hall in a flustered and exasperated manner. After waiting for everyone to leave, Xiaohua looked around. In front of the Temple of Life and Death, Apart from a few disciples on duty, there was no one else. He also laughed at himself and walked away, laughing as he walked. Today is really interesting, Xiaohua thought as he flew back to the eastern mountain range. However, when he was still some distance away from the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden, suddenly, the divine senses of two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators swept over. Xiaohua immediately slowed down his flying speed, and when those two divine senses discovered Xiaohua, they immediately locked onto him. Damn it can't be Jinjie's backup, right? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His figure simply stopped in midair, and he coldly looked in the direction of the divine senses. Not long after, two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, one fat and one thin, cautiously flew over. While looking at Xiaohua, they also looked around. Which family's disciple are you? Why did you run to such a remote place? The fat cultivator asked absent-mindedly. Junior is a helpless disciple of Thunderclap Palace's 10,000 Thunder Valley. As Xiaohua spoke, he pointed in the direction of the eastern mountain range and said, Junior's errand job is to guard the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden. I just went to 10,000 Thunder Valley to participate in Junior Brothers Foundation establishment ceremony, and now I'm rushing back to the eastern mountain range. The eastern mountain range's medicinal garden? Isn't that abandoned long ago? The thin cultivator said somewhat strangely. I'll let Senior know. The eastern mountain range's medicinal garden's spiritual energy is tyrannical, and it's precisely suitable for the growth of flame dawn grass. That's why I've always planted flame dawn grass. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Oh, so it's like that. The thin cultivator nodded and glanced at the fat cultivator. The two of them exchanged glances and asked again, in these 10 or so days, 20 or so days, have you been at the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden? Yes, Junior's duty is to guard the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden. If there are no special circumstances, I've always been at the eastern mountain range. Xiaohua said honestly. And then did you see a late-stage Foundation establishment senior? Near the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden? Xiaohua blinked and asked. And naturally. The fat cultivator's eyes slightly brightened. Unfortunately, Xiaohua shook his head and said, I'll let Senior know. When Junior received the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden's formation token, the martial uncle who assigned the odd job jobs had already warned me. There are dangerous and forbidden areas nearby, and it's really not peaceful. If there's nothing, do not walk out of the formation. Junior has always stayed inside the formation, and did not dare to come out. Oh, no late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators have come to your eastern mountain range's medicinal garden? No. Apart from the Thunderclap Palace's senior brothers who come every year to get flame dawn grass, no other disciples have ever come. Lead us to the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden to take a look. Yes, please follow Junior. Xiaohua respectfully led the two of them to the eastern mountain range. When the formation was opened, the two of them looked at the neat medicinal garden and asked curiously, what? The spiritual energy here is very abundant and also very normal. I'll let Senior know. Since last year, this place has gradually changed. Junior also does not know why. Xiaohua was still as honest as before. Junior intends to use a year's time to level this place and plant other spiritual herbs. Not bad. The thin cultivator's divine sense swept over, and he immediately knew. He nodded his head in praise. Chapter 1834. After that, Xiaohua invited the two cultivators into his immortal cave and offered them some spirit fruits as well as some spirit wine from Xiangyang's place. After tasting it, the two of them were very pleased and rested inside Xiaohua's immortal cave. The two of them no longer avoided Xiaohua and started chatting. Say, Senior Brother Qian, why would he be near the eastern ridge? What is he doing here? Senior Brother Qian? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and his ears perked up. How would I know? The secret technique of the two grandmasters shows that Senior Brother Qian was last seen near the eastern ridge. We can just search for him. But the problem is, the grandmasters can't give us a definite location. It's nearly 100 miles away. How can we search for him? So what if we don't search? Sigh, it's just a senior brother who hasn't condensed his core for 100 years. There's no need to be so nervous, right? The other lightning palaces might be able to, but the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Earth Thunder Palace can't. If we don't find any clues, It'll be hard to explain to the sect master. Do you think the sect master will care? He's just a Foundation establishment disciple. Senior brother will search for him, but we mustn't put ourselves in danger. Suddenly, the fat cultivator seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "This place is so close to the Night Kite Valley. Do you think Senior Brother Qian will go there?" Night Kite? The thin cultivator's expression changed drastically. He looked around, and it seemed that Night Kite was nearby. He whispered, "I don't think he'll go there. Think about it. The Night Kite Valley is a forbidden area. Golden core cultivators usually don't go there. Why would he go there? Maybe the Night Kite Valley has a treasure that can help him condense his core? Maybe." The two cultivators were a little depressed. "Night Kite." Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly. "What's that? Or is it a forbidden area nearby?" However, his heart was like a mirror. He only brought his ears with him and poured wine for the two cultivators from time to time without asking a single question. After waiting for an hour, the two cultivators left. Before they left, not only did they give Xiaohua a few medicinal pills, they also said, "If there's nothing else, try not to go out. The Eastern Ridges formation has always been closed." Fear naturally appeared on Xiaohua's face. He very respectfully thanked the two of them. Only when the two of them had flown far away did he seal the formation. He scratched his chin with his hand and said with a smile, "Could it be that Night Kite Valley was the previous forbidden area? Who cares? It's not like I'm going to provoke it. I'll just let it be the culprit that killed Senior Qian Shi. However, I still have to take this opportunity to remove the formation that bastard set up. Sai, it's not that I'm careless, it's just that the formation is too big, and I haven't had the time to deal with it. Of course, even if the two seniors discovered the formation, what does it have to do with me? This young master doesn't have an earth escape talisman, so it's impossible for me to escape underground. This young master doesn't know anything about what's underground." Following that, Xiaohua formed hand seals, and his entire figure disappeared underground. "Sai, that's right. How could the disappearance of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator have anything to do with a peak qi refining cultivator? The difference is really too big." In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The Eastern Ridges herb garden had undergone a complete transformation. Because the fire origin had been taken away by Xiaohua, the tyrannical and scorching fire attribute spirit qi in the Eastern Ridge had lost its source. Naturally, it had returned to its original calmness. Xiaohua also had a lot of puppets in his hands. When he sent them out, they had already leveled the herb garden and planted all the necessary spirit grasses. Presumably, in a few years, this place would become a real herb garden. At this time, Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged in the cave. He clapped his hand and took out a jade slip. After he immersed his divine sense into it, he closed his eyes and pondered. After a while, he withdrew his divine sense. Then, he took out another jade slip and looked at it carefully. He looked at it for a long time. Needless to say, that jade pendant was the one he had won from Yan Shuifeng at Swallow Thunder Ridge. However, when Xiaohua returned to the Eastern Ridge herb garden and carefully examined it, he discovered that there was indeed something recorded inside. However, the words recorded were far from what he could recognize. It looked somewhat similar to the Green Seal script, but there were also differences. At that time, Xiaohua's intuition told him that he had been tricked. However, Xiaohua didn't understand why Gantian Mountain recognized this jade slip. Until 10 days later, when Qian Diheng came to the Eastern Ridge herb garden and gave Xiaohua a jade slip, Xiaohua finally understood what was going on. It turned out that although this jade slip wasn't a true ancient divine item, the words recorded inside were extremely ancient. These words had long been lost tens of thousands of years ago. The number of cultivators who could understand these words could be counted with one's fingers. Of course, Zhen Jie and Zhen Weixing didn't recognize them. They only understood a few words in the jade slip. Gantian Mountain just happened to have records of these words. Although they didn't recognize all of them, they understood a little. Of course, they knew that there was some content in the jade slip. Of course, what was inside would Gantian Mountain care? Moreover, this jade slip of Gantian Mountain was only copied and given to Xiaohua by Qian Diheng after he went back. Compared to the records in the jade slip, Xiaohua slowly explored the cultivation technique in the jade slip. He had a rough understanding of it. What Jin Weixing said was both right and wrong. This wasn't a fire-controlling technique, but a technique similar to Weeping Moon City's Luan family's Lingyu Zhuhua. As for the real name, Xiaohua didn't know. Because of the 4 words of the cultivation technique, the first 2 words couldn't be seen. Only the last 2 words, divine fire, could be seen. Moreover, the first half of the cultivation technique was severely damaged and couldn't be cultivated. Only the second half of the flame-controlling technique could be seen. Perhaps Zhen Weisheng judged that it was a flame-controlling technique from this. Thunder Ridge naturally had many such flame-controlling techniques. An incomplete ancient god technique. Maybe Thunder Ridge didn't lack it. Therefore, Zhenjie didn't hesitate to take this thing out. An ancient god technique was compatible with Xiaohua's heavenly treasure. After looking at it for a long time, Xiaohua showed a kind of understanding. He took out the jade slip of the Luan family's Lingyu Zhuhua and compared it carefully. As he compared, his face showed a happy expression. This Luan family's Lingyu Zhuhua seems to have been born out of this flame-controlling technique. Moreover, it's a lot lower level, only less than 10% of the flame-controlling technique in the jade slip. However, this 10% is completely connected. From this 10% of the Lingyu Zhuhua, I can faintly deduce the content of the flame-controlling technique. Although I can't completely comprehend it and can only understand 30%, it's still several times stronger than the Lingyu Zhuhua. I used the Lingyu Zhuhua to cultivate the flame seed of the Lingyu Zhuhua, and then used the flame-controlling technique in the jade slip to cultivate the spiritual fire. Moreover, just by looking at the incomplete flame-controlling technique in the second half, I can see that the flame-controlling technique in the first half is definitely not simple. Chapter 1835. Soon after, Xiaohua stored the jade strip, jade pendant, and other items into his space. Faintly furrowing his eyebrows, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. As time passed, his frown grew even tighter. This so-called primordial fire art was indeed cryptic and difficult to understand. The sun set, and the moon rose. The sky was already dark, and the eastern ridge herb garden was completely shrouded in the darkness of night. Xiaohua closed his eyes to comprehend. His entire body was shrouded in the starlight that couldn't be seen by divine sense or the naked eye. The dragon transformation art within his body was still operating on its own. Currently, Xiaohua's meridians still had a lot of flames formed from fire essence flame crystals. It was enough for him to reach the final stage of the 18th layer of qi refining. Around midnight, the time when the yang energy subsided and the yin energy rose, outside the eastern ridge herb garden that hadn't moved for a long time, a palm-sized, bat-like spirit beast flashed out from the darkness. It came from a forbidden area near the eastern ridge herb garden. This spirit beast was also the one that Xiaohua's lightning escape had awakened. This spirit beast floated in the night sky, almost blending into the darkness. There was no trace of it at all. The moonlight sprinkled down like water, but it was also absorbed by the spirit beast's fur, only projecting its figure to the ground. This spirit beast flew extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the distance of several zhang. Not long after, it approached the eastern ridge herb garden's array. The spirit beast obviously knew about the magic array. Its entire body was leaning against the outside of the magic array. Its entire body was swaying like a wave. At the same time, a wave was emitted from the spirit beast's body and projected onto the magic array. Just as the spirit beast's body was swaying, a strange scene occurred. The pitch-black layer around the spirit beast's body actually gradually wrinkled and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the spirit beast had already entered the array from outside. After entering the array, the spirit beast was still familiar with the path and flew towards Xiaohua's cave dwelling. However, just as the spirit beast approached the cave dwelling, its body suddenly stopped and quietly floated in the air, not moving at all. At this moment, Xiaohua, who was in the cave, suddenly had a warning sign in his heart. He couldn't help but open his eyes. After looking around, he released his Buddhist awareness and looked around again and again. He didn't find anything unusual. In the end, Xiaohua even checked the fire array and the rabbit array that he had set up before closing his eyes to cultivate again. As for the spirit beast that stopped in midair, it was as if it didn't exist. After a while, it quietly flew into the cave without any movement. When it reached the rabbit spirit formation, the spirit beast stopped once more and moved in that strange manner. The rabbit spirit formation also didn't have any resistance, and the spirit beast smoothly broke through. Needless to say, the heavenly fire array was also easily entered. Who? Xiaohua suddenly woke up with a start and opened his eyes again. At this time, the spirit beast was already crawling on the ground. That palm-sized shadow was contrasted with the darkness of the night. Xiaohua simply couldn't see it. Huh? What's going on? Xiaohua became very uneasy and stopped cultivating. He directly stood up and checked the inside of the cave dwelling. Then he walked out of the cave dwelling and looked around. He even went to the bottom of the cave dwelling to search for a while, but there was still nothing wrong. Strange. Xiaohua patted his forehead. He had always been very confident in his acuity, but even though he knew that there was something wrong today, he couldn't find a reason. I'm afraid. The Heavenly Thunder Palace is looking for that foundation establishment cultivator? Xiaohua comforted himself. Or maybe Swallow Thunder Ridge's Zhen Jie is plotting against me? He put a few more yellow talismans on his body and continued to comprehend with his eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart. Time slowly passed. The entire cave dwelling didn't have any movement. It was terrifyingly quiet. But in the night, that palm-sized spirit beast approached Xiaohua from the ground bit by bit. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. There wasn't the slightest movement. It seemed that Xiaohua, who was paranoid, didn't keep his eyes closed during this period of time, but his naked eye and divine sense could easily pass by this spirit beast. Very quickly, another 2 hours passed. Seeing the darkness before his eyes, even if he was a cultivator, it was time for him to relax his mind. Suddenly, without any warning, without the slightest sound, a black shadow reflected between Xiaohua's eyebrows. It was as abrupt as the shadow under the moonlight. Xiaohua, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, didn't feel it in the slightest. Although the starlight in the sky was currently wrapping around Xiaohua, it couldn't stop this spirit beast's strange movements. Following the strange swaying of the spirit beast, the light and shadow in front of Xiaohua's forehead slightly distorted. Looking in the direction of the spirit beast, this spirit beast was like a pitch-black membrane, an extremely thin membrane. In the center of that membrane, there was a round hole the size of a thumb. That round hole was full of wrinkles. As it trembled slightly, it emitted a mysterious fluctuation. And this fluctuation gave birth to a thin pitch-black silk-like object, which entered Xiaohua's forehead. This spirit beast's movements were like this, but Xiaohua didn't feel it in the slightest. He was still peacefully cultivating with his eyes closed. The spirit beast's black silk-like object easily penetrated Xiaohua's forehead. It was precisely the imprint of the Dharma eye between the Buddha's eyebrows. Soon after, it gradually penetrated deeper into Xiaohua's forehead, where no one had ever seen before. Right at this moment, Xiaohua's forehead suddenly moved. The spirit beast's black silk-like object immediately produced an unfathomable suction force. The black soul silk-like object that Xiaohua used to refine the soul-absorbing bell suddenly stretched out from the mysterious place the spirit beast was exploring. Moreover, it quickly intertwined with the spirit beast's black silk-like object. These soul silk-like objects were actually the same thing, and unknowingly mixed together. Moreover, these soul silk-like objects passed through the Dharma eye of the Buddha's relic. That Dharma eye was originally an imprint, but at this moment, as the number of soul silk-like objects increased, it actually gradually deepened. Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. He only felt that his entire body was swaying, and it was extremely comfortable. It was as if his entire body and mind were flying to paradise. However, this kind of comfort was extremely ethereal and extremely subtle. It was far from something that the physical body could comprehend. Just as Xiaohua was feeling this way, from the mysterious place where the soul silk-like object penetrated, a tiny crack was gradually torn open under the trembling and suction force of the soul silk-like object. That spirit beast's trembling became even more rapid, as if it wanted to tear that tiny crack open even more. However, right at this moment, the Dharma eye imprint that followed the trembling of the soul silk-like object suddenly trembled violently. An extremely faint silver light flashed from the Dharma eye imprint. This silver light was extremely similar to Goldie's silver eyes, but sometimes it was much fainter. This silver light seemed to be slow, but it was actually very fast. In an instant, it shone on the spirit beast's oval-shaped hole. That hole's wrinkles seemed to have received an extremely strong stimulation and rapidly squirmed. This squirming obviously destroyed the spirit beast's previous mysterious trembling. The black soul silk-like object was immediately cut off, and the tiny crack in the mysterious place of Xiaohua's brain also closed at an extremely fast speed in an instant. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and saw that strange pitch-black object in front of his forehead. Moreover, it was as if his head was filled with magma, and it was incomparably heavy. Soul-absorbing bell? Xiaohua immediately felt the strange movement of the soul's silk-like object, and he cried out in astonishment in his heart. However, a cry of alarm was just a cry of alarm. His body seemed to be separated from his soul and senses, and he couldn't control it in the slightest. Oh no! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. His mind turned rapidly, and he thought of Goldie, who could devour people's souls. With great difficulty, he moved his mind and entered the space. Xiaohua almost weakly called out, "Goldie, quickly save Mother." "Mother!" Goldie saw Xiaohua's lack of strength and immediately jumped up. It followed Xiaohua's weak primordial spirit out of the space. Just as Goldie flew out of the space, the silver light on the Dharma eye of the Buddha's Sarira disappeared, and that spirit beast's soul silk-like object trembled again. As soon as Goldie flew out of the space, the spirit beast immediately sensed it, as if it had seen its natural enemy. Its whole body suddenly bent, and like a wave, a layer of ripples appeared in the air, and then gradually disappeared. Goldie saw the spirit beast and was extremely excited. It swayed its big tail and flew over like the wind. The third eye on its forehead suddenly opened, and with its zeeb sound, a silver light flashed through the silver eye, penetrating into the ripples in the space. With its zee-la-la sound, like water falling into a pot of oil, the ripples boiled, and small bubbles appeared one after another. Within the bubbles, the spirit beast's extremely thin flesh membrane appeared again. Humph! Goldie snorted from its nose. A yellow light flashed, and a powerful suction force enveloped the spirit beast. Gigi. The spirit beast seemed to be struggling with all its might, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. Strands of black gas flew out from its oval hole and entered Goldie's nose. In the end, a circular black gas was spat out from the hole. The spirit beast was completely motionless and fell down from the sky. Mother! Goldie was a bit speechless and called out to Xiaohua in a low voice. It flew to Xiaohua's shoulder, tilted its head, and leaned against Xiaohua's neck and fell asleep. After a while, there was actually a faint sound of snoring. Looking at Xiaohua again, his eyes seemed to be moving slightly, but his whole body was like a clay doll and didn't move at all. This was even more powerful than a high-level confinement technique. But Xiaohua himself was very clear. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that his thoughts were incomparably fast, as if he was passing through the boundless night sky, instantly crossing thousands of li, but he couldn't grasp his own body, and couldn't find the location of his own body. Suddenly, in this indescribable space, the same kind of vibration as before suddenly transmitted, and an incomparably powerful suction force came from far away. Xiaohua felt as if he was suddenly transported thousands of li away, and arrived at a strange place. He saw an incomparably huge dark cloud covering the sky, and within the dark cloud, there was a thick pillar hanging down from the dark cloud, and connected to another place far away. The suction force came from the dark clouds, and the vibrations came from the thick, long strips. Chapter 1836. What is this thing? Xiaohua was clearly shocked by this black cloud. The black cloud violently rolled, and a feeling of returning to its nest filled Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was thinking about it, the black pillar suddenly shook violently, and a thin crack appeared in the black cloud. An unparalleled suction force came from the crack in the black cloud, and Xiaohua was sucked in without any explanation. Ah! Xiaohua screamed in fear, but when he saw the dusky area within the black clouds, his mind suddenly sank. An indescribable feeling was transmitted through the black pillar, and Xiaohua's mind once again fell into his own body. Incomparably sleepy, incomparably obscure, incomparably heavy, incomparably a series of mortal feelings that Xiaohua had never experienced since he started cultivating flooded his mind. Xiaohua forced himself to open his eyelids and saw Goldie lying on his shoulder. His heart relaxed, and just like Goldie, he fell into a sweet sleep. Xiaohua fell asleep, but his mind was still slowly changing. The spirit beast attacked Xiaohua's black soul thread through the Buddha Sarira's Dharma Eye imprint, but because of the instinctive silver attack of the Dharma Eye imprint, it was cut off. Immediately after, Goldie came out and killed the spirit beast. The soul thread was still left in the Dharma Eye, and it connected the Dharma eye with the soul thread's attack. What was even more amazing was that Xiaohua's soul thread was also sucked out by the spirit beast's soul thread. The two soul threads were now entangled together, and they were originally the same thing. One had lost the control of the soul imprint, while the other had the soul imprint. The spirit beast's soul thread naturally fused with Xiaohua's soul thread, and this fusion process was completed naturally while Xiaohua was in a sweet sleep. Xiaohua's practice of the soul-absorbing bell was originally a beginner, and he was abnormally shaky. The easiest way to deal with a soul technique's attack was to counterattack. Under the spirit beast's attack, Xiaohua's soul thread was easily drawn out, and his mysterious soul was easily opened by the spirit beast. Fortunately, Xiaohua still had the Dharma eye imprint, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. After the black thread fused, it gradually faded, and gradually entered the mysterious soul. Xiaohua slept sweetly for 9 days. Only on the morning of the 10th day did he wake up with the first ray of sunlight. After waking up, Xiaohua's spirit was abnormally full. He first saw the spirit beast's body on the ground. It didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. Then he saw Goldie was still sleeping soundly. Only then did he feel completely relieved. He put Goldie into the space, then cast a spell on the spirit beast's body. With a point of his hand, the spirit beast's body flew into the air. Xiaohua flipped it around and looked at it for a long time, but he still couldn't see what it was. It seemed that there were no similar records in the Imperial Thunder Sect's ancient books. This thing, it can't be the night kite that those 2 Foundation establishment seniors were talking about a few days ago, right? Xiaohua suddenly thought, that's something that even core formation cultivators don't dare to provoke. How? How did it end up in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden? Furthermore, the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's spirit formation and the spirit formation I set up are all unable to block it? Perhaps the Qi refining disciples who died in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden were also killed by this thing. No wonder that Foundation establishment cultivator didn't admit that he was the one who killed them. I thought he was just quibbling. Alas, fortunately, I still have Goldie. Fortunately, I still have the Dharma eye imprint. Xiaohua was still somewhat shaken. He put the spirit beast's body into the space. When he examined the Dharma eye imprint on the Buddha Sarira, he shockingly discovered that the imprint had already taken shape. Presumably, the Dharma eye imprint had been stimulated by the spirit beast's instinctive silver light. It's a daunting experience without any danger. There are even some gains. Xiaohua happily thought, however, what are those black clouds and those black pillars? I feel they should be related to the soul. If those black pillars were enlarged, wouldn't they be similar to the soul strands? Damn it, those black clouds must be the mysterious place that hides the soul. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more excited he became. He cultivated a few soul cultivation techniques, but he still couldn't find the so-called 9 heavens of spirit origin. If those black clouds were the location of the soul, then the 9 heavens of spirit origin must also be inside those black clouds. It seemed that Xiaohua still had some vague impressions of what was inside those black clouds. While thinking, Xiaohua took out the soul-absorbing bell. A few soul strands that were several times thicker than before were released from the space between his eyebrows. It was extremely easy for them to shake the soul-absorbing bell. Ha ha ha, it's true that riches come from dangerous places. It wasn't easy for this young master to cultivate these soul strands back then. Now they've unexpectedly become so thick all of a sudden, Xiaohua said with a smile. But immediately his brows wrinkled again. Huh? Why are these soul strands so thick? It's as if they were innate. Could it be that they were left behind by the spirit beast? Moreover, how did these soul strands fly out from the Dharma eye of the Buddha Sarira? While thinking, Xiaohua used his hand to rub his forehead again and muttered to himself in a low voice. It seems that the spirit beast attacked. I have some impression, but it's also vague. Can't the Dharma eye of delirium break? I can use the Dharma eye to see. Oh, I have some impression. I seem to have seen it before. As Xiaohua's eyes lit up, he recalled the scene he saw before. That set of red bones, a body of blood that flickered with specks of golden silk, moving meridians, and 13,200 pitch-black specks. Maybe I can even see the location of the soul. Xiaohua thought and raised his left hand. He opened his Dharma eye and looked very expectantly. Unfortunately, what appeared before his eyes wasn't what he expected, nor was it what he thought in his heart. In the Dharma eye of delirium, what appeared before his eyes was truly a complete person. From head to toe, There wasn't a single spot that could be penetrated. Huh, that's strange. I clearly remember that I can penetrate inside. Xiaohua was somewhat dazed. Right at this time, the spell formation outside the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden moved again. Xiaohua hurriedly closed his Dharma eye. When he arrived beside the spell formation, he saw that there were actually 2 more cultivators. One of them was actually even at the core formation stage. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly opened the spell formation and bowed in greeting. "You're called Xiaohua?" That Foundation Establishment cultivator glanced at Xiaohua and asked. "Correct, it's this junior. I wonder if senior." Xiaohua asked respectfully. "This old man is a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. You can call me Martial Uncle Qian for the time being." That Foundation Establishment cultivator was clearly more amiable towards juniors. "Did 2 Foundation Establishment seniors come to your medicine garden a few days ago?" "Good, Martial Uncle Qian knows." There indeed were. Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile. However, the 2 seniors only rested at Junior's place for a while and immediately left. They also didn't leave behind their names. Junior doesn't know whether or not they were the people Martial Uncle is looking for. Did they say anything? Chapter 1837. Xiaohua thought for a while and nodded. "The 2 seniors only told me to be careful of the door and not to go out. However, from what they said, it seems like they are looking for someone." "All right, please step aside." Martial Uncle Qian nodded. Xiaohua quickly stepped aside. "Martial Uncle, please." Martial Uncle Qian said respectfully to the Golden Core cultivator. The Golden Core cultivator did not pay attention to Xiaohua at all. His eyes were wandering around. Xiaohua was not afraid. Last time, he had spent a lot of effort to destroy the underground formation of the Eastern Ridge. Even if he was discovered, he could say that he did not know. However, he did not think that these 2 people would discover anything. As expected, once they entered the formation, the Golden Core cultivator and Foundation Establishment cultivator released their divine senses and searched the entire Eastern Ridge. The Foundation Establishment cultivator even used the 5 elements escape technique to investigate the underground of the Eastern Ridge. When the Foundation Establishment cultivator came out, he transmitted a few words to the Golden Core cultivator. The Golden Core cultivator also entered the underground. When the 2 of them came out, it was already after a meal. Their expressions were normal. Xiaohua could not see what they discovered. However, since they did not attack him, presumably, even if they discovered something, it had nothing to do with Xiaohua, right? "Seniors, Junior has some spiritual fruits and spiritual tea." Xiaohua stood in front of the Eastern Ridge Immortals cave and waited for the 2 to come closer. He hurriedly tried to curry favor with them. "No need, Xiaohua. You don't have to do anything. I will leave after a while," Martial Uncle Qian said with a smile. Then, he turned to the Golden Core cultivator and said, "Martial Uncle, there is nothing strange about this Eastern Ridge herb garden. If we really want to investigate, I am afraid we will have to use that thing." The Golden Core cultivator frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he nodded and said in a hoarse voice, "This is the only place within a few hundred miles around here. I don't even know how to attack the other places. With Eyes Cultivation, I can only use that thing 3 times. This place is the most suitable place." "But Uncle Master, this seems to be the most unlikely place, right?" The Foundation Establishment cultivator laughed. The Golden Core cultivator rolled his eyes. "The most unlikely place is the most likely place. This place used to be full of spiritual qi, but it suddenly became violent, making it impossible to cultivate. Now that it has returned to its original state, there must be something wrong. Perhaps Qian Yuhua died because of this." "Haha, then I'll have to ask Martial Uncle to give it a try." The Foundation Establishment cultivator obviously didn't believe this and cupped his hands in greeting. The Golden Core cultivator snorted and slapped his hand, taking out a palm-sized magic treasure from his storage pouch. Xiaohua's curious gaze swept over, and he immediately cried out in astonishment in his heart. Why is this magic treasure so similar to that ferocious spirit beast?" Sure enough, the edges of the palm-sized magical treasure were extremely thin, forming ripples. The entire surface of the magical treasure was pitch black, and within the pitch black, there were some runes similar to green seal script faintly moving. When the light of the day shone on it, there was no reflection at all. Even Xiao Hua's gaze showed signs of being attracted. Looking at the center of the magic treasure, there was also an oval mouth that was slightly uneven. As for what was inside, Xiao Hua's eyes couldn't see clearly. The magic treasure flew into the air, and the golden core cultivator sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. At the same time, his hands formed different seals one after another. When each seal hit the magic treasure trembled slightly. After dozens of seals, the magic treasure actually began to tremble rhythmically, similar to the spirit beast's trembling from before. Ouch! Between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, the Dharma eye imprint on the Buddha Sarira trembled along with the trembling. Xiao Hua couldn't help but frown slightly. The Foundation Establishment cultivator turned to look at Xiao Hua and smiled. This is a spirit treasure. How can you casually look at it? Turn your eyes away. Yes. Xiao Hua quickly turned his gaze away, and the Foundation Establishment cultivator also formed a seal towards Xiao Hua. Immediately, the trembling sound disappeared. Damn it, a spirit treasure. I thought it was a magic treasure. Xiao Hua's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, but then he was shocked again. This is bad. Are they going to use this spirit treasure to find that guy? Oh, that cultivator named Qian Yuhua's soul? Won't they be exposed all of a sudden? Immediately, the magic power in Xiao Hua's body gradually gathered. But at this time, the Foundation Establishment Marshal Uncle Qian turned his head and asked thoughtfully, Xiao Hua, what are you doing? Let Marshal Uncle Qian know. This junior is a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile and pointed at the spirit treasure. Oh, Marshal Uncle Qian didn't comment and said casually, this is a spirit treasure. You can't use magic power. This thing won't harm you. You just need to ignore it. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he quickly dispersed his magic power. This is a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator and a golden core cultivator. I can't fight against them. I can only act according to the situation. Xiao Hua laughed bitterly in his heart. I killed 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators from Swallow Thunder Ridge, but the Heavenly Thunder Palace searched the entire Eastern Ridge for a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. This spirit treasure. I'm afraid this young master will be exposed. Humph, this young master won't say anything even if you beat me to death. I don't believe. Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. At first, he was unyielding, but the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. A golden core cultivator had countless methods, not to mention the soul-searching technique. But this spirit treasure might be able to restore everything. How can I escape? Xiao Hua instantly began to plan. When the golden core cultivator activated his spirit treasure, the vibrations of his spirit treasure matched the vibrations of the spirit beast's vibrations more and more. When all the spells were cast, the golden core cultivator slapped his forehead, as if he was using some kind of secret technique. His face instantly turned pale. Immediately after, the golden core cultivator opened his mouth, and a mouthful of essence energy sprayed onto the spirit treasure. With a swoosh sound from the oval-shaped mouth of the spirit treasure, hundreds and thousands of black threads, visible to the naked eye, flew out. These black threads had already flown out, and immediately flew in all directions of the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. The Foundation Establishment cultivator's eyes lit up. He saw that the thousands of black threads were originally flying in all directions of the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. But there were actually many that were flying in the direction of Xiao Hua's abode, and they actually shrank together, rushing into the abode. This is your abode? The Foundation Establishment cultivator's gaze was like a knife, sweeping across Xiao Hua's face. It is. What could Xiao Hua say? When this junior came, this abode already had won. For the sake of convenience, this junior directly lived inside. Follow this old man. The Foundation Establishment cultivator said to let Xiao Hua follow him. But he didn't move, and instead let Xiao Hua walk in front. At this time, the golden core cultivator also stopped casting, and his gaze was very strange as he looked at Xiao Hua, as if he didn't believe it. What do I do? What do I do? Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. Needless to say, this mysterious spirit treasure had already discovered Qian Yuhua's soul. In other words, Qian Yuhua died in the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. Damn it. What do you mean, what do I do? Of course I have to run now. Xiao Hua steeled his heart. Don't tell me I have to wait for someone to search my soul? With that thought, Xiao Hua's magic power surged, and he was about to activate the Bright Thunder escape. But at this time, Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly lit up, and his magic power dissipated again. What are you doing? The Foundation establishment cultivator obviously noticed his abnormality, and he put his hand on his storage bag and asked sternly, This junior is a bit scared. Xiao Hua said pitifully, but thinking that senior is behind this junior doesn't dare to use any yellow talismans. And quickly go in, don't dawdle. The Foundation establishment cultivator berated. Yes, Xiao Hua responded, but he still walked into the abode unhurriedly. However, just as he stepped into the abode, there were several swoosh-swoosh sounds, and among the dozens of black threads, more than 10 of them actually flew out of the abode. The Foundation establishment cultivator was slightly taken aback, and he closely followed Xiao Hua into the abode with vigilance. The inside of the abode was clean, and there wasn't a single black thread. Martial nephew Qian. Those soul threads should have passed through the abode and directly flew out of the cave. Outside the abode, the golden core cultivator's voice sounded. Oh, this junior understands. The Foundation establishment cultivator sized up Xiao Hua's abode, and he used his divine sense to check inside and out. Then he brought Xiao Hua out. This senior was right. This senior killed Qian Yuhua outside the abode. So why did those black threads fly into the abode? Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. If I hadn't thought of this, I'm afraid I would have already fled, right? But why did the dozens of black threads fly into the abode? Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly. Could it be because of that spirit beast? Of course. Xiao Hua suddenly realized that the traces of Qian Yuhua's soul must have been left here. But didn't the spirit beast come that day? Wasn't the spirit beast killed by Little Yellow? Qian Yuhua's soul was either swallowed by the spirit beast or Little Yellow. At this time, the Heavenly Thunder Palace brought a soul treasure that could only be used 3 times by a golden core cultivator. So what could they find? Xiao Hua's guess was indeed correct. When he came out of the cave, in the time it took to cook a meal, the thousands of black silks flew back and flashed back into the spirit treasure. Let's go. The golden core cultivator's face was pale. He waved his hand, and the soul treasure in the air flew into his hand and disappeared. And Martial Uncle, please. The Foundation establishment cultivator nodded in response. When they were outside the formation, Xiao Hua suddenly asked, Martial Uncle, Martial Ancestor. That soul treasure looks very strange. It's different from magic treasures, like a spirit beast. The golden core cultivator glanced at Xiao Hua and chuckled. You have some insight. It was refined from the body of the spirit beastie kite. Many thanks for Martial Ancestor's guidance. Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly bowed respectfully. And you should also hurry up and cultivate. Although this eastern ridge herb garden has a formation, it's not too safe. Hurry up and build your foundation, then go to Myriad Thunder Valley to open the abode. The golden core cultivator clearly knew Xiao Hua's background before coming, and said with a smile. Chapter 1838. Upon hearing foundation establishment, Xiao Hua's face immediately became bitter. He smiled apologetically and said, If I could build my foundation, of course I wouldn't stay here for long. Although I don't know who seniors are looking for, it's obvious, sigh. Haha, the golden core cultivator and foundation establishment cultivator didn't say anything else. After exiting the spell formation, they exchanged a few words with each other and flew towards the forbidden area where Yi Yuan was. Xiao Hua's left hand, which he cupped his hands to send them off, slightly opened a slit. His silver eyes had just closed. That's strange. Xiao Hua's expression was the same as usual. When he turned around and closed the spell formation, he was still pondering. In that golden core senior's meridians, the amount of true essence flowing like water doesn't seem to be as much as the foundation establishment seniors. However, in his lower dantian, there's a thumb-sized resplendent ball. That must be the golden core. In this foundation establishment cultivator's lower dantian, there's also some solidification. There are even some vortexes. I'm afraid he's also on the verge of condensing his golden core. But why can't I see their bodies, bones, and other things? Why can my physical body see it? Moreover, my bones and other parts of my body are blocked? In addition, one of these 2 seniors' meridians is the same. It's exactly the same as the meridians I tempered at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. However, the second meridian is different. Presumably, the foundation establishment cultivators choose different mental cultivation methods, so the meridians they open are also different. Xiao Hua flew towards the Immortal's cave while thinking, I haven't seen a golden core cultivation method, but from what I saw with my delirium eyes, it should be to refine the true essence in the 2 meridians that have already been opened, condensing that true essence into a golden core. It shouldn't be to open a 3rd meridian outside the 2nd meridian. In other words, all cultivators only have 2 meridians? Isn't that a bit too little? After all, there are still a lot of meridians in the body. Xiaohua was a bit confused, but then he mocked himself. Damn it, 1 meridian is already connected to the whole body. 2 meridians complement each other, forming the power of yin and yang. It runs through the whole body, so what's the point of having so many meridians? Who else would be like me, who would cultivate an additional meridian for the sake of that sliver of memory? Even if you build your foundation and refine 1 more meridian, you'll have magic power, but your lifespan won't increase. It's not as profound as the magic power of a core condensation cultivator, who would joke around with their life and refine 1 more meridian. This young master had just tempered 1 meridian during chi refinement and was scolded by master to the point that I was almost expelled from the sect. If any fool tempered another meridian during foundation establishment, wouldn't he be directly smacked to death by master? Qian Yuhua's death really annoyed the Qian Thunder Palace. Originally, they listened to the lecture in front of the practitioner of Jindan Realm and went out to look after the alchemy furnace. But in the blink of an eye, the natal spiritual tablet was broken. There was no Lingli pill in the cave, as Qian Yuhua said. When they asked the disciples in the cave, they didn't know where their master went. The Heavenly Thunder Palace used various methods to try to find out where Qian Yuhua had died, but in the end, everyone's eyes were focused on the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's Yequan Valley, which was not far from the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. After all, within the area that the Heavenly Thunder Palace's elders had circled out using a secret technique, only the Yequan Valley had not been carefully searched. But who dared to search the Yequan Valley? For a disciple in the late stage of foundation establishment, would they lose a disciple in Jindan Realm? Therefore, Xiaohua's heart should be at ease. Of course, Xiaohua didn't have time to think so much. He was full of energy and focused on refining the fire marrow flame crystal flame in his meridians. He wanted to accumulate genuine qi and finish practicing the last bit of the prairie fire cultivation method as soon as possible. He wanted to reach the peak of the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm and reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. Damn it! Thinking that Cui Hongshan forced Xiaohua to call him senior fellow apprentice, Xiaohua wanted to smack this guy to death. Well, it was like smacking an annoying fly. However, when Xiaohua just entered the late stage of Lianqi realm, something happened again. Helplessness's voice-transmitting rune came. Helplessness's voice-transmitting rune didn't say anything, only indifferently telling Xiaohua to return to Myriad Thunder Valley. Just from the tone of the voice-transmitting rune, Xiaohua could tell how much helplessness didn't want to see him, but because of some reason, he had no choice but to see him. Of course, listen to the last sentence of the voice-transmitting rune. You haven't reached foundation establishment yet? Although it was a question, it was definitely true. When Xiaohua received the voice-transmitting rune, to tell the truth, he also didn't want to go. First, he didn't want to see helplessness's expression. Second, he didn't want to see Cui Hongshan. When fellow apprentices met, they had to greet each other. But Cui Hongshan wanted to suppress Xiaohua, so he had to make Xiaohua call him senior fellow apprentice. But why would Xiaohua hang on to him? AI, I'll go. Master's summoning. How can I not go? Xiaohua smiled wryly. He put all the things he needed into a storage bag and also put the puppets working in the medicinal garden in the Eastern Ridge into his space. Only then did he open the magic formation and use an ordinary flight technique to fly towards Myriad Thunder Valley. During this time, although no more cultivators from the Heavenly Thunder Palace came to harass them, the disciples on duty from the Thunderous Thunder Palace did come to the Blazed Dawn Grass. When they saw the changes in the spiritual aura of the Eastern Ridge, that disciple also felt it was strange and reported the abnormalities to the Thunderous Thunder Palace's steward. The Thunderous Thunder Palace's steward also sent someone to take a look. When he saw that Xiaohua had actually leveled a lot of the medicinal garden and planted a lot of spiritual plants, he was also very happy. The Thunderous Thunder Palace actually rewarded some medicinal pills for aura-refining disciples. Moreover, the tone of the disciple who came to take a look revealed a hint of something that made Xiaohua extremely unhappy. Originally, the Eastern Ridge only had one type of Blazed Dawn grass, so Xiaohua was naturally able to take care of it all by himself. But now that the spiritual aura of the world was abundant, this place naturally had to be rebuilt into a medicinal garden like before. A medicinal garden with all kinds of spiritual plants. So Xiaohua definitely couldn't do it by himself. It was possible that the Thunderous Thunder Palace would also send some disciples over to take care of the garden together with Xiaohua. Of course, this was also what that disciple said. As for how many disciples they would send and who they would send, everything was unknown. At least, when Xiaohua left, there was still no news. Xiaohua cultivated while flying. He flew very slowly and only arrived in front of Helpless Immortal's cave after a long time. Without waiting for him to land, Helpless divine sense swept over him. Conveniently, that mocking voice sounded again. Sure enough, you still haven't built your foundation. Moreover, your flying speed is also very slow. You're really not advancing but retreating. Previously, when Xiangyang sent a message, you could definitely arrive in 4 hours. What about now? You're actually so slow. Alas, you don't want to see me? Xiaohua landed and quickly walked to the front of the Immortal's cave. He smiled apologetically and said, "Disciple, wasn't this disciple thinking about a difficult cultivation problem on the way here? A difficult problem? What kind of difficult problem did you have this time? Why don't you tell me about it?" Helpless sat on the seat of honor in the Immortal's cave with Zhuo Minghui at his side. He seemed to be very interested as he asked this question. How could Xiaohua have any difficult problems? He was just casually talking about it. He thought Helpless would listen to him and really didn't expect him to ask him. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.